The Iron Throne of Ice and Fire. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 251 The Jealous Inflatable Fish. Daenerys nodded slightly and said, "Thank you, I will put it to good use." Steward Lyanna wiped the corner of her eyes quietly and paused, but she advised worriedly, "Excuse me for my presumptuous advice, but every citizen of Kleber is a good warrior. Our mistress does not have to charge on the battlefield herself. You may think of it as a slightly larger jewelry." Daenerys pursed her lips and smiled, and said, "Thank you for your advice, Ms. Lyanna, I will remember it." Steward Lyanna bowed slightly and said, "This is my honor, Your Highness the Princess." Daenerys reached out and grabbed Steward Lyanna's hand, saying, "I like your wisdom very much. I can feel your kindness to me." "Thank you again." She stopped Steward Lyanna, who was about to salute, her beautiful eyes curved like a crescent moon, and said, "Come, I want to hear its story." River Bend, Bitter Bridge Camp. Mace Tyrell had a serious look on his face. He frowned and murmured, "If it were me." The highest war artist in the Reach stared at the map of the Vale, thinking about the Vale battle that shocked the Seven Kingdoms. He pointed his finger at the plains in the north of Seagull Town on the map. He was puzzled. Grimm only had a few thousand people. They won the war with one battle during the day and one battle at night, but there were more than 30,000 troops. The reputation of the Crab Longbowmen became famous in one battle, and the Duke of Mace pinched his chin. Could it be that they were really that powerful? If the Crab Longbowmen were really as powerful as the rumors said, why didn't the Vale Knights retreat in time? Could the Vale horses not outrun the archers' legs? After thinking about it, he found the answer. The problem was with the army commander. The Duke of Mace stroked his beard. He didn't expect that the Bronze John, who was famous in the Seven Kingdoms, only knew how to use a sword, but didn't know what the art of war was. Then, the Duke of Mace had to admit, he was a little envious of the little Grimm's record. In fact, he was eager to win a beautiful victory in his heart, to prove to everyone the military talent of the Duke of Highgarden. His sight could not help but move to the location of King's Landing on the map. He could not help but be eager to try, but in the end he sighed. Although they are Lannister's strong support, for the Queen's crown of the Tyrell family, he cannot compete for the command of the Tyrell Lannister coalition. Unless Duke Tywin is defeated. No, this means that Stannis has won the victory. There is nothing worse than this result. May the gods bless Tywin Lannister. After a pause, the Duke of Mace's sight quickly moved to the location of Storm's End. Maybe he can try here. "Father," Margaery Tyrell's crisp voice sounded. The Duke of Mace withdrew his thoughts, looked at his daughter and said, "Oh, my Margaery, I haven't seen you for a night." "My daughter is more beautiful, praise the gods." Margaery bowed lightly and said, "Thank you for the compliment from the Duke of Highgarden. It is the honor of my life." After that, she couldn't help but chuckled, and the Duke of Mace laughed heartily. Margaery casually looked at the map on the table and said, "Father, I heard that Stannis' army is not far from King's Landing. Is the war there about to start?" The Duke of Mace nodded slightly and said, "Soon." He stroked his beard and continued, "You will soon be able to sit on the throne of the Queen of the Seven Kingdoms, my daughter." Margaery murmured, "May the gods bless King Joffrey." Seeing the worried look on his daughter's face, the Duke of Mace immediately comforted her, "My Margaery, you can rest assured. Stannis can't win." Margaery nodded lightly and said, "I believe in your judgment, Father." She actually wanted to ask, what would happen if Stannis won? But little Rose also knew that these words should not come out of her mouth. Margaret changed the subject and said, "Father, I heard many people talking about the war in the Vale. They said that the battle between the Crab Claw Peninsula and the Vale was a miracle of barbarism. I think the name of Earl Green will soon be known to all the Seven Kingdoms." After hearing his daughter's words, the Duke of Metz had a solemn look on his face and said, "Bloody, barbaric, this is not a good thing." Margaret nodded and said, "Yes, I agree with you." After a pause, she continued, "As far as I know, none of the Vale nobles who participated in that battle survived. This is hard to explain with the cruelty of war." The Duke of Metz was silent for a moment and said, "It can also be explained by revenge. At least we know the hatred of the Crab Claw Peninsula towards the Vale." Margaret said in surprise, "Father, are you going to help Earl Green?" The Duke of Metz shook his head slightly and said, "Not me, it's you. My Margaret, when you wear the Queen's crown, you will need the love of the royal nobles, and the Green family has a tradition of directly swearing allegiance to the Queen. He tapped the armrest of the chair with his fingers. This is a good opportunity. Margaery hesitated and said, Father, the Queen of the Seven Kingdoms also needs to take care of the feelings of the nobles in the valley. The smug look that had just appeared on the Duke of Mace suddenly disappeared, and he murmured, This is a difficult problem. Margaery said again, Everyone knows that Earl Green is a favorite of the Queen Mother Lannister. I can hardly guess his loyalty to the new Queen. The Duke of Mace's face showed a smug look again, and he said, Margaery, don't worry, for my sake, Green will at least not make things difficult for you. Margaery smiled and said, Father, I never doubt your charm. Her words made the Duke of Mace laugh. After a pause, she continued, I know you also like Lord Green's cleverness, but I have to remind you that Queen Mother Lannister has an inexplicable hostility towards me, and he will be the most difficult at that time. The Duke of Mace frowned. He pondered for a moment, and said, Margaery, I did ignore Queen Mother Cersei. Do you have any good ideas? Margaery shook her head helplessly. In fact, when Little Rose was drafting an alliance agreement with the Green at the Long Table, she had already thought of a way to deal with Queen Mother Lannister, but this was related to the heir of Highgarden. In order to avoid unnecessary misunderstandings between family members, she was not in a position to say it in person. Margaery's eyes trembled slightly. She believed that with her grandmother's wisdom, she could think of the way she could think of, and her grandmother would do better. She only had to do one thing, and that was to remind her father so that he could find the problem in the Red Castle. If her father couldn't think of a proper solution, he would take the initiative to find his grandmother. Let me think about it. The Duke of Metz paced back and forth, pondered for a long time, and said, Margaret, we need Lady Olenna's wisdom. The sequelae of drinking during the holidays today continued, and I finally typed these TTs, family members. These are familiar words, but I have to Baidu to confirm the pain again. Who understands? Chapter 252, The Name of Joffrey. Mace Tyrole's somewhat distressed look suddenly dissipated, and he said in a relaxed tone, Margaery, just wait patiently to wear the crown of the Queen of the Seven Kingdoms. Your grandmother and I will arrange everything. Margaery's elk-like eyes were full of admiration for her father. In front of you, I am like a child who has not grown up. God bless you. Duke Mace squinted his eyes and touched his beard, saying, Margaery, father will always support you and be your strong backing. The action of stroking his beard suddenly paused, and he murmured, Lady Olenna warned me not to disturb her before entering King's Landing. Well, she is still angry about Renly's affairs. I have to find a good excuse. Margaery looked at her father who was talking to himself, her mouth corners slightly curved, and said softly, Father, I don't know when the war will end. I miss my grandmother so much. After she finished speaking, the majestic Duke of Highgarden resisted the urge to slap his thigh. After a pause, he said with relief, My Margaery, you are a good child. I think your grandmother must miss you. She loves you the most. He got up from the chair. I will take you back to Highgarden. We will set off after getting ready. Margaery blinked her big eyes and asked, Father, can we leave? What about the army here? The Duke of Mace waved his big hand and said nonchalantly, It's just a few tens of thousands of troops. I will leave Garland, his second son, behind. He stroked his beard and said with emotion, God bless, Garland has recovered well. He has been practicing using the sword with his left hand all day. The coach that Green gave you is very good. Chapter 152. He is such a good child. Margaery came over and took her father's arm. Her beautiful eyes curved into a pair of crescents and said, Father, it seems that the Tyrell family needs to help Crab. The Duke of Mace laughed and said, You are all good children. I am proud of you. After a pause, he patted the back of his daughter's hand and said, If I stay here all the time, I'm a little worried that the old lion will affect the war in King's Landing because of too many concerns. When he knows I'm going to Highgarden, he can focus on dealing with Stannis. He added, Your grandmother is right. With the bad nature of the Lannisters, there will be no firm allies. Margaery's eyes trembled slightly, and she smiled sweetly and said, Father, you have a keen eye, and I will remember it. Cough, cough. In a training ground in the camp, Garland Tyrell and a bald old swordsman were competing in sword skills. The two of them went back and forth, and the harsh sound of metal colliding continued to sound. Oh, my son, the brave Garland. Hearing his father's voice, Sir Garland moved his left hand, blocked the old swordsman's sword, and said, Take a rest. He took the towel handed by the servant and wiped the sweat off his face. After he lost his right arm, chapter 148, although he knew that he needed the service of others now, he still insisted on his previous habits. "Good day, Father Margaery," Sir Garland smiled on his slightly indifferent face. Duke Mace nodded and said kindly, "It seems that it won't be long before I can see you riding on a war horse." "Gods bless you." Garland touched the hilt of the sword at his waist and said, "Father, the reach of the Golden Rose has no shortage of a brave sword like mine." Duke Mace was slightly stunned. He comforted him, "Garland, my son. You will always be the sharpest sword of the Tyrell family. I believe in you." Margaery nodded gently with moist eyes and said, "Brother, in my heart and in everyone's heart, you are the powerful knight Garland." Sir Garland smiled and shook his head, saying, "Father, sister, you all misunderstood. What I meant was that when the Seven Kingdoms were in chaos, a sword could not do anything. The Golden Rose needed a famous general like Randall." After a pause, he continued, "I heard about a battle in the Vale, and I feel that a sword cannot decide a war. Ha, a few thousand archers defeated tens of thousands of cavalry. I can't even imagine how he did it." "Father," his eyes became eager, "it is rumored that Earl Crab admitted that he learned a lot from you. Is this true?" Duke Mace stroked his beard and said with emotion, "Green is a smart child. I like him and taught me the art of war." Hearing this, Sir Garland knelt on one knee, with some earnestness in his voice. "Father, I ask for your guidance and also ask you to let me lead the troops to fight." Duke Mace helped his son up, and he hesitated in his heart. He actually also needed a beautiful victory. On the way here just now, he thought of a better target than Storm's End, that is, Brightwater City in the River Reach. The Florent family of Brightwater City is a vassal of the Tyrell family, but the whole family has surrendered to Stannis. Therefore, after the Battle of King's Landing is over, he can conquer there legitimately. Looking at Garland's empty right arm, Duke Mace sighed secretly. "Forget it, this record will be given to my son." Anyway, his original plan was to grant Garland his fiefdom after he conquered Brightwater, so be it. And he himself also has Storm's End. The Duke of Mace patted Sir Garland on the shoulder and said, "I promise you, when the war in King's Landing is over, I will let you lead the troops to the battle, my son." The passage on land to Ironwood City, located on the lakeside, is only a large stone bridge. Green Crab used the same trick again, and let more than 80 crab soldiers pretend to be soldiers of the City Justice Alliance to try to trip the gate open, but when they crossed the stone bridge connecting the city gate, they were discovered by Sir Morton Waywood, the heir of Ironwood City, and ended in failure. The cost of using soldiers to forcibly attack the city is too high. While Green ordered Emperor to lead the main force to the direction of the Eyrie, he arranged for the soldiers to take turns to insult the enemy with words outside the city gate, trying to anger the enemy and lead them out of the castle. From morning to night, 1 day, 2 days, 3 days, the gate of Ironwood City was still silent. On the 4th day, Green suddenly had an idea and used a catapult to send a skirt into Ironwood City, and then, the gate of Ironwood City was suddenly opened, and Lady Anya's 3 sons opened their bloodshot eyes and led the cavalry to rush out. Lady Anya's eldest son and heir to Ironwood City, Sir Morton Waywood, roared on his running warhorse. For Earl Waywood, Lady Anya's second son, Sir Donal Waywood roared, "Kill Crab." Lady Anya's youngest son, Willis Waywood roared, "For Mom." In the distance, Green, who had excellent hearing, the horses galloped, and the cavalry shouted in unison, "Long live Ironwood City, woo 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 woo." Crab's long military bugle sounded immediately. The 3 centurions of the Crab spearmen shouted, "Form up! Form up! Form up!" The spear tips glowed with cold light and seemed to be wriggling. Crab spearmen formed a half-moon-shaped defensive formation in the direction of the Ironwood City cavalry. Spears, Crab spearmen stepped forward and leaned forward, with their spears tilted forward. The Ironwood City cavalry approached, and hundreds of arrows flew out from behind the spearmen's formation, attacking them like a gust of wind. Crab's arrow rain fell from the sky like a rainstorm, and the Ironwood City cavalry raised their knight shields one after another to try to block the arrows. However, the density and speed of the arrows were despairing, blood splattered everywhere, and the cavalrymen and their horses were shot and fell to the ground one after another. Sir Morton Waywood pointed his sword forward and shouted, "Ironwood City! Attack!" The attack of the rain of arrows slowed down the speed of the Ironwood City cavalry, but they continued to charge in a wedge formation, regardless of their own casualties. Passing through the rain of arrows and facing the rows of spears, most of the horses stopped charging at the last moment and dodged, while a few of them charged forward, with the spears piercing their chests and killing them on the spot. The horses jumped in one after another, and the spears stabbed from all directions made them fall down, but Kleber's spear formation also gradually began to disintegrate under the heavy pressure of the Iron Oak City cavalry. The bugle sounded, and Kleber's longbowmen left their original positions and directly joined the melee. Sir Morton, whose mount was injured and fell to the ground, staggered to his feet with the help of his servants. In his cylindrical helmet, blood from the wound on his forehead flowed into his eyes, making him unable to open his eyes. He closed his eyes and shouted, "Help me take off my helmet." After taking off the heavy helmet, Sir Morton just breathed a sigh of relief, but suddenly a sharp whistle came from his ears, and with a puff, an arrow hit his face. Sir Morton fell backwards and fell heavily to the ground. The encirclement was gradually shrinking, and there was no space for running. The tall horses and the Iron Oak cavalry riding on them became fixed targets for spearmen and archers. Almost instantly collapsed, and in despair, the two brothers Donald and Willis of the Waywood family looked at each other through the gaps in their visors. Long live Iron Oak! Instead of retreating, the two of them led dozens of cavalrymen around them to rush in another direction, where the largest swamp marigold flag on the battlefield was floating. In the end, their death charge broke out of the encirclement of Crab's soldiers, and the remaining few shouted Iron Oak and their horses kept galloping. Green's guard Brienne was looking at the Waywood brothers running here with excitement. He pulled the reins and said, "Brienne, those two people are in your hands." After he finished speaking, Brienne was stunned for a moment, then glanced at the guards around Green, and then she showed an embarrassed look. Green smiled and waved, "I'm safe. Go ahead." "Yes, sir," Brienne shouted excitedly, spurring her horse and galloping out. As the three of them approached, Brienne pulled the reins hard, smashing Donal Waynwood's face with a knight's shield in her hand, while the horse under her raised its hard horseshoe and swept Willis Waynwood's horse. Almost in an instant, one of the Waynwood brothers died on the spot, and the other fell off the horse. Brienne sat quietly on the horse, and waited for Willis to get up from the ground before she jumped off the horse. Brienne threw away the shield and pointed the longsword in her hand at the opponent. Willis shook his head and picked up the long sword that fell on the grass. When they got closer, Brienne raised her sword and slashed hard. Willis blocked with his sword, but staggered back a step. Then, Brienne's attack became more fierce, and Willis could only parry. The force from the long sword became stronger and stronger, and his body retreated again and again. Finally, Willis, dizzy and dazed, fell to the grass. Brienne did not wait for him to get up this time. She approached him and chopped him down with a sword. Blood splattered everywhere, ending the battle. Brienne rode back to Green and stroked her chest, saying, "Lord Green, thank you for the honor you have bestowed on me." Green nodded his chin and said, "I thought you would send them away as soon as possible." "You can do it." Brienne moved her thick lips and said, "He is an excellent warrior. This is the most decent way I can think of for him to die." "Well done, Miss Brienne." She seemed to be like him, and was unconsciously influenced by the simple folk customs of the Crab Claw Peninsula. After a pause, Green suddenly said, "They seem to have misunderstood the skirt." Brienne blinked her clear blue eyes and said, "Yes, Lord Green. I heard you. Your purpose is to provoke the enemy. I saw that the skirt is very ordinary." Green smiled. "Thank you for your honesty, Brienne." At the gate of Iron Oak City, a tall and strong young man with sandy blonde hair led a group of women, girls, little girls and little boys out of the castle and surrendered to Crab. Green tightened the reins, looked down for a while, and said, "Stranger, can you represent Iron Oak City? Please tell me your identity." The young man with sandy blonde hair raised his head. He had a pair of blue eyes and a hooked nose, and he looked handsome. He said, "Respected Lord Crab, my name is Harold Hutton. According to the law, I am the heir of Duke Robert Arryn." He pointed behind him and said, "They are the daughter, granddaughter and grandson of Lady Anya, and I am the adopted son of Lady Anya. I can surrender to you on behalf of Iron Oak City." Sir Harold, also known as Harry the Heir and sometimes Young Eagle King, is a servant from the Hutton family. His Arryn family bloodline comes from the maternal line. According to the order of succession of the Arryn family, if Duke Robert Arryn encounters an accident, Harold will inherit the title of Duke of the Area and Guardian of the Valley. After he finished speaking, Green did not speak, and the atmosphere became solemn for a while. After a moment's silence, Green's steady voice sounded, "Although I sent troops to the Vale in the name of King Joffrey, I have to admit the bravery of the Vale Knights. Their fearlessness and sacrifice are admirable, He sighed. Lady Enya persisted to the end for the alliance of justice. As her opponent, I admire her courage. Amidst low sobs, he raised his voice and said, in the name of Joffrey I, King of the Andals, Rhoynar, and the First Men, ruler of the Seven Kingdoms, of the Baratheon and Lannister families, I, Green Crab, accept the surrender of Iron Oak City and promise you your safety and the treatment you deserve. Chapter 253 Pale Prison. Under the blue sky and white clouds, golden ears of wheat undulate in the wind like waves, shining with brilliant light. Fertile black soil, wide and slow-flowing rivers, hundreds of large and small lakes. Lord Green, riding on his horse, showed a look of joy, raised one hand slightly, and there was warm sunshine. Rhaena's energetic voice rang out, "My lord, they say that the pumpkins in the Vale are bigger than those in Highgarden, and the fruits are sweeter than there." Crunch. She took a big bite of the apple in her hand, chewed a few bites and swallowed it, and said, "My lord, the fruits here are so sweet and ripe that they will burst in your mouth. I can eat a whole basket in one breath." Green glanced at the petite Rhaena, his eyes and eyebrows smiling. "You will eat enough in the future." Rhaena smiled at first, then suddenly froze. Then her upper body leaned towards Green, and lowered her voice and said, "My lord, are you going to rob? Are you interested in the land here?" Green smiled. He pulled the reins, adjusted the direction of the horse, and said, "Rhaena, why are we fighting in the Vale?" Rhaena clenched one hand and replied, "The people of the Vale have oppressed us for 15 years. We are here for revenge. Blood debt must be repaid with blood." Green nodded slightly and said, "Then, in another 15 years, will the people of the Vale also rise up in hatred like us?" Lena blinked her eyes and said, "Do they have the guts? The men in the valley are too cowardly. We only fired 3 volleys, and the tall Moongate Castle opened its gates and surrendered." Moongate Castle is located at the foot of Giant Spear Mountain. It is surrounded by a moat and is larger than the Eyrie. This castle guards the only way to the Eyrie. Green praised. "Well done," he added. "Hatred will sooner or later breed the courage to take revenge. Kleber will not underestimate any potential enemy," he added in his heart. "For the sake of ruling power, after the war, we must find a way to sit together and have a banquet." Rhaena nodded heavily and said, "I will remember it, my lord. Sheep can also butt people. I will do my best every time I kill the enemy." Green nodded gently and said, "Have you been to the Eyrie?" Rhaena shrugged her shoulders helplessly and said, "There is only a very narrow path to attack there, and it is very steep. I estimate that it will take at least half a day to climb over. There are also 3 fortresses, Stonewall, Snowburg and Skyfort, guarding it." As she said that, she couldn't help but sigh, and then changed her tone and said angrily, "How could the Damarin family live in that kind of place? I think it's more like a prison built in the top of a mountain." Green's eyes moved slightly, and he said, "A cold and pale prison, that's a good idea, Rhaena." Rhaena looked at her lord with a puzzled look and said, "What good idea? Is it really my idea? Why don't I know about it?" Without waiting for Green to reply, she couldn't help but ask in a low voice, "My lord, will this become the new land of Crab? The Maiden's Tower is the easternmost of the 7 spires in the Eyrie, so it has the best view. In the morning light, forests, rivers and fields appear lazily, and the light flickers on the hilltops, like countless legendary pyramids." Petyr Baelish stood on the balcony carved from white stone in the Maiden's Tower, as if he could overlook the entire valley. His hair had a lot more gray, and he was looking out at this moment. More than 600 feet below was Longsky Castle, and then countless carved stone steps formed a winding road through Snow Castle and Stone Castle, and went straight down to the Gates of the Moon. Petyr's gray-green eyes trembled. The towers and fortifications of the Gates of the Moon were as small as Robert's toys, and it seemed that he could crush them with his legs. "How?" Petyr suddenly laughed mockingly. "The guards of the Gates of the Moon actually surrendered directly. The sworn knights who stayed in the Eyrie were really reliable." Green Crabber. This made him lose an advantage in the negotiation. His fist suddenly hit the finely carved railing. He never dreamed of such an unexpected result, but that was a fact that had to be accepted. Less than 10,000 Crab Claw Peninsula soldiers actually defeated more than 30,000 Vale troops almost without any damage, and it was said that no one survived. Petyr was angry at Crabber's atrocities? No, he was more angry at the stupidity of the Vale nobles. Would they run away if they couldn't win? Was it for the so-called knight's honor that they chose to fight to the death? Since the Vale knights valued honor so much, what about the Gates of the Moon? Why did they betray their honor so easily? They weren't all dead. Not only the True Justice Alliance, but also the members of the Justice Alliance that he had bought in secret with great difficulty. Now there was almost no card to play. Bloody gate. Little Robert. Kate. Thinking of the woman he loved deeply, Peter's eyes flickered. After standing for a while, Peter took a deep breath, straightened his clothes, and his usual elegant expression gradually appeared on his face. He had a hunch that Glen Crab had set his sights on his life, which was very dangerous. Turning around, Peter put his hands behind his back and started walking. Knock, knock. Peter raised his hand and knocked on the door. Without waiting for a response from inside, he pushed the door open and walked in. In front of the window was Catelyn Tully with her back to him. Seeing that she ignored the visitor, Peter said in a joking tone, "Kate, no offense, I have suffered 3 assassination attempts by you, please don't mind my precautions." He spread his hands, smiled, and said, "At least, I knocked on the door before coming in." Lady Catelyn did not move, but it did not affect Peter's interest in the conversation. "I never thought that taking care of a child would be such a headache. Little Robert broke 2 bowls of porridge this morning because there were no eggs. Mr. Common and I had a lot of trouble to coax him." He stopped a few steps behind Lady Catelyn and continued, "This morning, the old servant of the Eyrie told me that the weather seemed to be getting colder. Is this the coming of winter?" Lady Catelyn said coldly, "The gods will not forgive you. It won't be long before you understand what the real coming of winter is." Seeing Cattle speak, Peter raised the corners of his lips, paused, and said, "Compared to the Eyrie where every time you walk, I miss Riverrun, which is full of childhood memories. Recently, I miss that time even more." Lady Catelyn turned her head, looked at Peter coldly, and said, "Baelish, you have no right to mention your past in Riverrun. You killed my sister. You are the enemy of the Tully family." Peter stared at Catelyn for a while. Her charming face was filled with hatred for himself. He smiled self-deprecatingly and sighed, "Kate, it's time for you to leave." Catelyn's pupils suddenly shrank and her eyes were alert. "Baelish, you dare to let me go? I'm such a fool." Muttering, Peter reached out and tugged at his collar, and sighed, "Kate, let me tell you something, a good news that will surprise you." Catelyn turned around. She remained alert and said, "What news?" Peter showed a bitter smile and said, "The person I sent privately to inquire about Eddard Stark's whereabouts. His raven arrived at dawn." He moved his lips. "The stupid wolf is still alive, and he has brought Sansa and Arya back to Winterfell." Catelyn's eyes were instantly filled with tears, her lips trembled slightly, and she said, "Really, really?" Peter lowered his eyes sadly, and whispered in a hoarse voice, "Although I want to lie to you and say this is not true, I can't do it. I'm such a fool." He raised his eyelids and looked at Catelyn, forcing a smile. "Kate, if the Vale had not been plunged into war, I think the news of the wolf's return to Winterfell would have reached the Eyrie long ago. This is true, I can swear to the gods." Tears slid from Catelyn's eyes and flowed down her cheeks. She murmured, "That's great. That's great. Thank the gods." Then, Catelyn, with tears still streaming down her face, couldn't help but smile full of love and warmth. After a long while, she wiped the tears from her face with the back of her hand and said, "Baelish, with your cunning, you should know very well. If you let me go, you will be in danger. I will never protect you." Peter shrugged and said, "Unfortunately, if you are unlucky, I may be gone by the time you find me." Catelyn frowned. Peter seemed to guess what she was thinking at once, and said with a smile, "Kate, please don't get me wrong. Although I am afraid of death, I will not abandon little Robert for my own life. I am the adoptive father that Lyssa appointed for her son when she was alive." Catelyn's eyes were filled with hatred, and she said coldly, "Baelish, you not only killed Lyssa, but also took away everything from her. No matter where you escape, the gods will not forgive your crimes." Peter could hardly hide the sadness on his face. After a pause, he changed the subject. "The gates of the moon have been occupied by King Joffrey's army. Everyone here may defect at any time to survive. You must take care of yourself before I come back. If I can't come back, I hope you can take care of little Robert for me, for Lyssa's sake." Catelyn's eyes trembled. Peter's expression at this time suddenly awakened her memories that she thought she had long forgotten. At that time, before he made that crazy decision, he also looked at her with the same eyes, as if it was yesterday. 16 years ago, she was betrothed to Brandon Stark by her father. When she was engaged, the thin boy Peter challenged Brandon, who is much older than him, to a duel for her. Before the duel began, she told her fiancé. Peter was just a silly boy, but she loved him like a brother. If he died, she would be very sad. Her betrothed looked at her with those cool gray stark eyes and promised to spare the life of the boy who loved her so madly. In fact, the duel was over as soon as it began. The adult Brandon had driven Petyr back from the castle courtyard to the steps to the water, striking so hard that the boy staggered and was covered in wounds. More than once her betrothed had called out to Petyr to surrender, but he always shook his head and fought on. Finally, in ankle-deep water, Brandon made the break, slashing with a backhanded blow that pierced Petyr's breastplate and leather, slashing the soft flesh below his ribs so deep that Catelyn thought it was fatal. The boy lay in a pool of blood, staring at her and muttering her name as bright blood flowed from his gauntlets. Petyr rested for 2 weeks. When he recovered a little, his father sent someone to put Petyr in a sealed sedan and carry him back to the Five-Finger Peninsula to continue his recuperation. Catelyn moved her lips and asked with a complicated look, "What are you going to do?" Petyr pretended to be relaxed and said, "The commander of King Joffrey's army is my old friend. I plan to find him to reminisce about the past. If I'm lucky, little Robert will be safe. If I'm unlucky, I hope you can protect your nephew. He is a poor child." Catelyn touched the dagger hidden in her sleeve with her fingertips and said, "Baelish, it sounds like your so-called good friend will take your life. I don't like your word games, just tell me the situation outside." Petyr spread his hands and said, "Madam, I can tell you. I have said everything." The pair of gray-green eyes filled with love looked deeply at Kate. He turned around. He seemed to be saying goodbye. "May the gods bless you, Kate." Seeing Petyr was about to leave, Catelyn said, "Stop, you murderer, stop right there." Petyr's footsteps did not stop. Catelyn took a step, walked over to stop him. She pulled out the dagger and pressed it against Petyr's neck. "Where is little Robert?" Petyr paused and leaned back helplessly, saying softly, "Kate, he is in the bedroom. Mr. Common is with him. Little Robert is fine, you can trust me." Catelyn said coldly, "Baelish, do you think I would believe that a murderer who killed his mother with his own hands would take good care of her child?" Petyr opened his mouth but did not speak, his eyes avoiding Catelyn's sight. "Kate, you know what I care about most. I beg you, let me leave in peace." Catelyn stared at Petyr and said, "I don't want to guess what you are going to do, or for whom you are going to make the choice to atone for your sins. I know, and when little Robert grows up, he will know, you are the sinner who killed Lyssa." A rare look of anger appeared on Petyr's face, his chest heaved, and his lips were tightly pursed. After a pause, Petyr blushed and couldn't help but speak. "Kate, you only saw me push Lyssa out of the moon door, but you forgot about yourself? If I hadn't shown up in time," he pointed to the dagger against his neck, "whose abdomen would it pierce? Would it still be mine? If I hadn't shown up, who would you pierce it into? If my guess is correct, who would be the murderer you mentioned? Who would have killed Lyssa?" Chapter 254 Green's Tactics. Petyr's face was sad. "Kate, I love you. I would rather bear your hatred than let you be immersed in pain for the rest of your life. I had no choice but to do this. Lyssa. She is crazy. She will not let you go. This is the Eyrie, and she is the Lady of the Eyrie." Catelyn's hand holding the dagger was shaking slightly. "No, it's impossible. I will quarrel with my sister, but I will never hurt her. I love her." Petyr's eyes were filled with deep love. "Kate, think back to the situation at that time. You had no other choice. Lyssa was crazy. No. Impossible." "How could it be?" Lady Catelyn weakly refuted Petyr's malicious inference. Petyr raised one hand and gently held Catelyn's hand that was tightly holding the handle of the dagger, and whispered to comfort, "Kate, don't be sad, you didn't hurt your sister." "I shouldn't have said that, I'm sorry." Lady Catelyn's blue eyes were trembling. "Yes, Lyssa was crazy, she was very scared, which made her want to pull out the dagger at that time. Then, if Petyr hadn't appeared, would Lyssa have stopped her crazy behavior under her threat? If Lyssa insisted on pushing her down the moon door despite her threat, in the end, what choice would she make? No. Catelyn couldn't bear the fact that hadn't happened. Petyr reached out his hand distressedly, trying to comfort the sad cattle, but when his fingertips were about to touch her body, she suddenly slapped him away. Catelyn said angrily, "Petyr, these are all your excuses. You are an extremely cunning fox." She put the dagger against Littlefinger's neck again. "Lyssa is crazy, so she will not lie. It was you who asked Lyssa to poison Jon Arryn with her own hands. You killed her husband," Petyr said painfully. "Kate, I beg you, please don't force me," Lady Catelyn said coldly. "Is there no good excuse at last?" "Petyr, the facts are the facts. It has happened. No matter how good your excuses are, you can't escape." Petyr opened his mouth and said, Kate, the truth is often cruel. I beg you to let me take it away. There were faint tears in his eyes. This is the best result. I beg you again, Lady of Winterfell, Catelyn Tully. Catelyn stared at Petyr motionlessly. His face was very pale and he seemed to be hiding something. Is there really a truth that she doesn't know? No matter what she thought in her heart, Catelyn did not let down her guard. Petyr, you used Lyssa for your own power. You are really? Petyr interrupted Catelyn angrily. She loves me. I can't respond to her, so I chose to kill Jon Arryn. He deserves to die. After saying it in one breath, he was stunned, and soon a look of annoyance appeared on his face. Catelyn was shocked and said, What did you say? Why do you say Lyssa's husband deserves to die? Why did Catelyn want to know the answer? This is not only because of the precious friendship in childhood, but also because she wants to find a good excuse for her crazy sister. This is her selfishness. Family, responsibility, honor. The Tully daughter who poisoned her husband is dead. She hopes that there is a reason behind her sister's crazy behavior that can convince her, not just because she is crazy. It's really unexpected. Petyr shook his head self-deprecatingly. Catelyn put away the dagger and said, Petyr, tell me the truth, no matter how cruel it is, I want to know. Alice, Petyr sighed deeply. He said in a tired voice, more than a decade ago. Jon Arryn married Lyssa in order to obtain the army of the Tully family. Even though he knew that she had lost her virginity, Jon Arryn, who cherished his honor very much, still married her. Jon Arryn has a strong sense of responsibility, but he is too proud to fall in love with Lyssa, but what she needs most is warmth. After saying that, he was silent for a while, and then he said sadly, I owe him this. After a pause, he continued, although Jon Arryn married her, he blamed her for tarnishing the honor of the Arryn family. Haha. As high as glory, Petyr's Adam's apple rolled up and down, and his eyes moved. After seeing the silver wine jug, he walked towards it. Petyr filled a glass of wine, reached out to pick it up, and took a big sip. Lyssa is not a fool. She has the pride of the Tully family, so naturally she is reluctant to go to bed with him. Catelyn came over, her cold voice filled with sarcasm, and said, Is this why you hide by Lyssa's side? Petyr smiled bitterly and said, Before giving birth to little Robert, Lyssa had 5 miscarriages, 2 in the area and 3 in King's Landing. She suspects that the people around her are harming her, and the person she suspects most is her husband, Jon Arryn. He looked at Catelyn. She is very sensitive, and becoming more and more sensitive. She needs someone to confide in, and she needs the care of her family, but the proud Lord Arryn doesn't care about her abnormality at all. He sighed lightly. Can I leave? The answer is no, because I owe her. His fingers stroked the body of the wineglass. The daughter of the Duke of Riverine, the wife of the Duke of the Eyrie. She has the most noble status in the 7 kingdoms, but lives under the indifference of her husband all day long. Fortunately, she has her little Robert. Petyr took a sip of wine and said hatefully, Prime Minister Jon suddenly made a decision without Lyssa's consent. He wanted to send little Robert to Dragonstone to be raised by Stannis. This news made Lyssa completely crazy. She could tolerate her husband's disregard for her, but she absolutely could not accept someone else taking her son away. She would do anything for little Robert. Catelyn said in disbelief, Why did Lord Arryn forcibly separate mother and son? Could it be? Yes, you've guessed it. Jon Arryn thinks Lyssa will ruin his heir. Catelyn's pupils shrank. So, Petyr nodded slightly and said, So I found a reason for Lyssa to convince herself. I secretly found the tears of Lyssa and found the real murderer who took the blame for her. Unfortunately, your husband still found out the so-called truth. You are. Hush, wait until I finish. Catelyn. Petyr spread his hands and continued, You know Eddard Stark better than I do. Why was he able to find the so-called truth as soon as he arrived in King's Landing? If it weren't for my secret push, could a wolf from the north who could only rush around find me? He smiled and said, Lannister? That was me reminding the husband of my beloved woman that Lannister was his enemy, but it didn't seem to have any effect. He almost died in their hands and broke your heart. He stretched out a finger and said, I only had one wish at the time. When I was caught by the wolf and thrown into the Black Prison, I was ready to take all the blame so that Lyssa could raise Robert the Younger with peace of mind. This is what I owe her. The truth was indeed cruel. Catelyn couldn't help but sigh secretly. Although her sister had her reasons, what she did still couldn't be beautified. Poor Lyssa. Petyr's sincere words made Catelyn feel a little relieved. This could only be regarded as a small consolation. After all, they grew up together in Riverine. It was a wonderful time, and she had always regarded Petyr as her own brother. She didn't show it on her face, but she had a little expectation for him, hoping that he was not a cruel person. Catelyn withdrew her thoughts, stared at Petyr, who looked tired, for a while, and said, "Petyr, the army surrounding the area was sent by the Lannisters, and my eldest son has declared himself the king of the north. You should know very well that I cannot shelter little Robert here. Thank you for the honor of Duke Rune Wolf." Petyr rubbed his brows and said, "The commander of King Joffrey's army is Green Crab, a noble of the crown. In the war more than 10 years ago, it was Duke Eddard who saved his pregnant mother, and he happened to be in her mother's belly. Because of this favor, he is grateful to Stark. This can at least guarantee your safety. If you are lucky, you can also shelter little Robert, Catelyn." Catelyn frowned and said, "I know Ned. If he knew that I took advantage of his honor, he would not forgive me easily. Besides, Green Crab is still a child, and I can't take advantage of his kindness." After a pause, she continued, "Even if he is willing to help me, I must refuse. Because if the Lannisters knew about this, they would never forgive him, and the gods would not forgive me either." Petyr shrugged and said, "When Lord Eddard was in the Red Castle, he treated Lord Green as his own child, and they had a deep relationship. Cade and Crab are also descendants of the ancestors, and they are both stubborn. As long as you are here, you can't stop him from helping, as stubborn as Ned." Thinking of Ned's character, Lady Catelyn couldn't think of a good way for a while. Petyr's eyes moved imperceptibly, and he said, "Kate, I didn't mean to embarrass Lord Green. I planned to tell him that I was the one who poisoned Prime Minister Jon. As long as I plead guilty, King Joffrey will have no excuse to conquer the Vale, and I think little Robert will be safe." Catelyn looked at Petyr, and she was moved. "You will die?" Petyr smiled weakly, and said, "I should have died when I pushed Lyssa down the gates of the moon for you. I live in pain all day long. Maybe, this is a relief for me," he murmured sadly. "It's a pity that I can't raise little Robert as I promised. I'm such a useless person." Catelyn's eyes couldn't help but turn red. She hasn't gotten over the sadness of losing her sister yet. Is she going to lose her childhood playmate who is like a younger brother soon? "Petyr, let me think." Petyr seemed not to hear Catelyn's voice. He said again, "Kate, your matter is even simpler. Lord Green can pretend that he has never seen you." Catelyn repeated, "Let me think. You?" Petyr suddenly hugged Catelyn tightly and whispered in her ear, "Take care of yourself. Goodbye, Cattle." Petyr quickly let go of Cattle, whose body had become stiff. He showed a happy smile. "I really miss you." After saying that, he strode towards the door without looking back. When Petyr walked through the door of the room, Catelyn's slightly anxious voice rang out, "Littlefinger. Stop." Without stopping, Petyr finally breathed a sigh of relief. He was saved. At the Moongate Castle, Green Crab took out the map left by Roland Arena and had it spread on the long table. Green looked at it and said, "It is said that the map he left behind is the most detailed." Well, it is true. Roland was the fourth king of Arryn. After seeing the majesty of the towering tower, Casterly Rock and many fortresses of the ancients in the Trident River Basin, he thought that the Gates of the Moon seemed too shabby and unsuitable to be the castle of the Arryn family. So Roland decided to build a new castle. He originally intended to destroy the Gates of the Moon and rebuild it on its site, but the severe winter and the looting of the mountain clans made him give up this plan. At the suggestion of his wife Thela Hunt, Roland decided to build the highest castle in Westeros, which is now the Eyrie. After staring for a while, Lord Green said slowly, "Impero, we don't have to break through the Eagle's Nest. Whether it's half a year or a year, let the soldiers guard the Moongate Castle firmly and wait for the people in the Eagle's Nest to surrender voluntarily." After a pause, he announced, "From now on, we can call it Eagle's Nest Prison, or the White Sky Prison." Yes, Lord Green, when he gave up attacking the Eagle's Nest, he had people put away the old map and spread out another map. After a pause, Green pointed and said, "Coldwater City, Snakewood City, Hong City, Zinswa City, Longbow Hall. These places still retain a certain amount of military strength." Emperor Thorns looked at the place Green pointed to on the map and said, "Lord Green, the valley is very large." Green nodded slightly and said, "Remember, Crab soldiers cannot be consumed in sieges. We must make good use of the opportunity to besiege the Eagle's Nest and lure the soldiers from these places here." He pointed to a passage in the valley and said, "For example, we can prepare here in advance and launch a surprise attack when the army supporting the Eagle's Nest arrives. The Eagle's Nest and the little Duke Arlen who is inside are bait to attract them to come for support. We use this method to eliminate the last courage of the people in the valley." Green raised his eyes, glanced at the dozen people standing around the long table and said, "I repeat, our goal is to eliminate all the reinforcements from the valley coming to the Eagle's Nest." Everyone said in unison, "Yes, Lord Green." After the battle meeting ended and everyone left, Green sent someone to bring the Maester from the Gate of the Moon over. The Maester trembled as he saluted and said, "Good day, merciful Lord Kleber." Green raised his eyebrows slightly and asked, "How many ravens are there in the Raven House at the Gate of the Moon?" "A total of 102, my lord. I hope you will choose to serve me." "I want to hear your answer, now." Chapter 255, Kleber Never Forgets. The old Maester of the Gate of the Moon raised his chin and paused. He was about to speak when Green waved his hand impatiently and said, "Come on, send him to see the stranger." Two blue-robed men lifted the old Maester roughly. He sighed and said, "Find a sharp axe and don't let him suffer too much." Green's final kindness seemed to have brought the old Maester back to his senses from the sudden change and touched his heart. The old Maester, who was dragged away by the blue-robed men, shouted, "Wait, Lord Crab, I am willing to be loyal to you, I swear to the gods in heaven." When the two blue-robed men were about to drag the Maester of the Gate of the Moon to the door, Green gestured and said, "Bring him back." In a short period of time, the emotional ups and downs were too great, coupled with a desperate struggle. The old Maester collapsed to the ground and gasped. "I don't know your name yet." The old Maester, who was almost lying on the ground, heard Green's voice. He stood up tremblingly and replied, "Erlen, I am Erlen, the Maester of the Moon Gate." Grim nodded his chin slightly, then he ordered the waiter beside him to help Mr. Erlen to sit down on the chair in front of his table. Grim picked up the silver pot and poured 2 cups of wine. After Erlen sat down, he pushed one of the cups in front of the old Maester. He waved away the others in the room and said, "Mr. Erlen, the Crab family came for the right to rule the valley." With a click, Mr. Erlen almost slipped off the chair because of fear. "What did he say?" "No, it doesn't matter, he didn't hear it, he didn't hear anything." The kind Lord Grim continued, "The gods in heaven are witnesses, fortunately you are here, loyal Mr. Erlen." Mr. Erlen was shaking violently, and the wine glass in his hand was shaking, like a small boat about to capsize, swaying in the turbulent waves. "Am I right?" Grim's voice sounded as gentle as the summer sun, but Mr. Erlen felt the cold wind of winter. His breathing was rapid and panicked, like a rabbit being chased by a hunter. He had nowhere to escape. Mr. Erlen, who was in his 60s and had a grey goatee, had served the Erlen family for nearly 40 years as the Maester of the Gates of the Moon. Lord Grim smiled and was very patient, and he gave Mr. Erlen plenty of recovery time. Maesters, like the Night's Watchers at the Wall, are considered servants of Westeros. After completing their studies, the Maester will be sent to a castle or other residence and be loyal to the Master there as a mentor, healer, and advisor. According to the tradition of the Maester, any Maester is theoretically free of political inclinations, and if the control of the residence changes, the Maester should be loyal to the new Master. For this reason, the person who won the Maester's necklace was deprived of his surname, and from then on, he was only called by his name and title. But, some scholars still retain or adhere to the original subordinate relationship. Mr. Erlen was not sure how much time had passed. When he finally regained his normal breathing, Green's voice rang out, "Have you thought it through?" Loyal Mr. Erlen, swallowing the little saliva in his mouth, Mr. Erlen trembled his lips and said, "My lord, according to the true history, recording the history of Westeros, the Erlen family has ruled the Erlen Vale for thousands of years. And the ruling power of the Erlen family has been deeply engraved in the cognition of the people of the Vale. The people of the Vale." Green tapped the armrest of the chair with his fingers, paused, and said, "The people of the Vale you are referring to are the Knights of the Vale, or the people of the Vale." Mr. Erlen was stunned and thought about it. He licked his meddling lips and said, "My lord, no one will care about the voices of the people of the Vale. They only know how to serve their respective lords. The vassals of the Erlen family, big and small, are their real masters." Green chuckled and said, "It's a pity that the man they call the Bloody Earl has caused the Erlen family to lose most of their loyal vassals." After saying this, Green raised his glass to signal, and Mr. Erlen quickly nodded in thanks. Then, he gulped down the wine in the glass, and his pale face regained some color. Stroking his beard, he said slowly, "Forgive me for the offense, the name of the Bloody Earl is resounding throughout the valley. The remaining vassals and heirs of the Erlen family, they will close the gates and defend the castle on the steep wall of the valley until you are forced to evacuate the Vale of Erlen." Green took a sip of summer red and said, I like your advice, it's very pertinent, Erlen. His brown eyes moved slightly. When Crab arrived at the gates of the moon, you sent out several ravens for help. Mr. Erlen opened his mouth and said frankly, I only had time to send out 3 letters for help. The ravens are not safe. They all flew to the heartland of the Corbray family. I didn't expect Lady Lyssa's sworn knights to open the gates of the moon so quickly. I had to put down the quill in my hand. Green said, if there are only a small number of soldiers here, will they leave the castle and rise up to save the little Duke of the Eyrie? This, Mr. Aaron, you know them better than I do. I need your wisdom. This is your duty. Also, don't test my patience. Aaron's body trembled, and he swallowed his saliva, and said, in the last war, the proud knights of the Vale have lost their sense of honor. They will pay more attention to the continuation of their family. I think they will find a suitable excuse to stick to their own castle. Green stretched out 2 fingers and said, what if Lyssa Tully's marriage is included? For example, the Lady of the Eyrie will marry the first vassal to arrive at the gates of the moon. He stretched out his finger and added another one. For example, choose one of the vassals of the Arryn family who supports the Eyrie to become Robert Arryn's adoptive father. Before the little Duke comes of age, that person will perform the duties of the Guardian of the Valley and the Governor of the Valley. He stretched out his 5 fingers. Also, the little Duke's marriage. And land, title and gold dragons. He clenched his fists. These things, are they enough to reawaken the sense of honor of the Knights of the Vale? Mr. Aaron nodded blankly. There seemed to be some irresistible temptation in Green's voice. I heard that you have served the Valley for nearly 40 years. So, can I assume, you know the character of those people very well? Or, you know very well what those families desire most, right? Mr. Erlen's bachelor's necklace rang slightly. He nodded slowly at first, and then said tremblingly, those people, what will be their ending? Lord Green, they are the last knights of the Valley. Green glanced at the bachelor's necklace on Mr. Erlen, one of which was a red copper chain ring, which represented knowledge in the field of history. 300 years ago, Aegon the Conqueror changed the thousands of years of tradition and inheritance of the 7 kingdoms. Your quill pen is about to rewrite the history of the Vale, and I will hand over the new historical record of the Vale to you, Mr. Erlen. Kate, the Crab family is known as a half-wild noble family. You are taking a risk. I have long been accustomed to the rudeness of the nobles of the first men in Winterfell, and I believe Ned, he will never like a child of low character. Petter, I hope you can call me Lady Stark, or Lady Catelyn. Well, I always knew that no one could change your decision, Lady Catelyn. Petter, I decided to go with you for Lyssa and little Robert. I don't want you to have any other misunderstandings. At least I have never thought of forgiving your crimes. What a superfluous explanation, but I have to admit, I still can't help feeling sad. Catelyn, please call me Lady Catelyn, or Lady Stark. Okay, are you bringing the dagger again, Lady Catelyn? At least it can put my heart at ease. It's Ned's thing. Don't worry, even if I die, I will keep you safe, my lady. Will they search me? They can't possibly think that a weak woman would start a fight with a dagger. You have never been a delicate flower, Lady Catelyn. I will explain if necessary. Petter. Clack. Clack. Boom. After a shaking, the basket lowered from the area arrived at the gates of the moon, and Petter helped Catelyn out. Catelyn's face was very pale. I sincerely hope this is the last time I make a basket. God bless you. After a short pause, she immediately left Petter's arms. Thank you, no need. Petter raised his lips slightly and said, Madam, you are welcome. After that, he glanced at the densely packed blue robes around him, and he raised his voice, we are the messengers of the Eyrie. I am Petter Baelish. In the name of Lord Robert Arryn, I request to see Lord Green Crab. Petter and Catelyn waited for a long time, and the blue robes surrounding them made way. In the name of King Joffrey, Lord Green has allowed your request. Please follow me. Petter bowed slightly and gracefully to the silver-haired short herald, saying, thank you, Miss Knight. Hey, Mr. Mustache, I'm not a knight yet. Petter shrugged. He took the lead, and Lady Catelyn tightened her cloak and followed behind him. Beauty. In her 30s. Blue eyes. Auburn hair. In the main hall of Moongate, Lord Green withdrew his thoughts when he saw Petter and others appear. He stood up from the high stone chair and walked down the steps. Green smiled and said as he walked, Lord Petter, it's a pleasure to see you again. It's really a pleasure. When the two of them approached, Petter, who had stopped, was about to take the initiative to salute, but was interrupted by a hug from Green. The two bodies separated, and Peter's smile was a little bitter. "Lord Green, I am also very happy to meet you." Green smiled and said, "The valley is a good place." Peter's eyes moved slightly. This was a private transaction between the two of them. Chapters 147 and 159. He changed the subject without leaving a trace. "Lord Green, your reputation is known throughout the Seven Kingdoms. I am representing the Duke of Arryn." Green raised his hand and interrupted Peter's next words. He said, "Lord Peter, King Joffrey is not a warlike king. You should know why he sent troops to the Vale of Arryn. He is a kind king, but before the negotiations begin, I need to see the sincerity of the Duke of the Eyrie, kind Joffrey." Peter's eyes twitched slightly. He bowed gracefully and said, "Of course, please believe in the sincerity of the Duke of the Eyrie. We will do our best for the peace of the kingdom." Green nodded slightly and said, "The Bloody Gate is the sincerity of the Duke of the Eyrie. If you are interested in peace talks, as a token of sincerity, you must first hand over the Bloody Gate to King Joffrey for safekeeping." Peter seemed to sigh. "Earl Green, your sword is still as sharp as before." Green's slender fingers tapped the ruby hilt of his sword, Lady of the Lonely, and said, "Lord Peter, please forgive me for being presumptuous, but this is the prerequisite for peace talks." The two looked at each other motionlessly for a while, and Peter shrugged. "We understand each other. You and I are indeed good friends." He sighed, took out a rolled parchment, handed it to Green, and said, "This is a handwritten letter from the Duke of the Eyrie. Please give it to the Knight of the Bloody Gate, and he will open the iron gate of the Bloody Gate." Green unfolded the parchment and read it. His eyebrows raised slightly. His little finger was too smart. He rolled up the parchment again, turned his head to look at Rhaena standing beside him, and said, "Rhaena, this matter is in your hands. Set off immediately." After that, he threw the parchment to Rhaena. Rhaena took it and said loudly, "As you command, Lord Green." After Rhaena trotted away, Peter seemed to come back to his senses. He paused and said, "Lord Green, it seems that you will soon see the sincerity of the Eyrie." Green smiled. He turned sideways, stretched out one hand in the direction of the long table, and said, "There is no bread and salt, but I have prepared good wine, please, Lord Peter." And Green seemed to have seen Catelyn's face under the hood. He was surprised and said, "Lady Sansa? How come you?" He shook his head quickly. "You are not Sansa." "Sorry." After Catelyn saw Green, she had been secretly observing him. She saw clearly the expression when he mistook her for Sansa just now, warm and happy. It seems that Peter Baelish did not deceive her in this matter. Catelyn lifted the hood of her cloak confidently, looked at Green with her blue eyes, and said, "Lord Crab, I am Sansa's mother." Green was stunned, and he was very surprised. "I didn't expect to meet you here. I didn't mean to offend you just now, respected Lady Stark." Peter took a step back to make room for the two of them, and the corners of his lips curled up imperceptibly. Lady Catelyn approached Green, stared at him, and said, "I am Catelyn of the Tully family, and Duke Ned is my husband." Green stroked his chest and said, "It's an honor to meet you, Mom." Lady Catelyn said again, "Lord Crab, I have heard about the friendship between the Stark family and the Crab family." Green's eyes trembled. He met Catelyn's gaze, and said solemnly, "Madam, Crab will never be forgotten." Catelyn showed a gentle smile and nodded slightly. Then, she suddenly pointed her finger at Peter standing beside her and said, "This man, my father's adopted son, pushed my sister down the moon door with his own hands. He is the murderer of Lysa Tully. Lord Crab, I beg you to have the guards arrest him." Green did not hesitate at all. He made a gesture, and two blue robes immediately strode over, holding Peter firmly. Catelyn walked in front of Peter, and he said in shock and disbelief, "Kate, I am not an innocent little girl." With a flash of cold light, the dagger in Lady Catelyn's hand slashed across Peter's neck, and warm blood immediately flowed. Chapter 256. Distinguished Guests. Carry it away. When Peter's body was carried away, Lady Catelyn sobbed softly. Green Crab stood silently by the side, and waited until Catelyn's body stopped shaking. Then he said, "Madam, do you need wine or hot tea? I'm happy to serve you." After hearing this, Catelyn couldn't help but bend the corners of her lips slightly. She wiped the tears from her face, exhaled slowly, and turned her body over. Lady Catelyn moved her feet. She kissed Green on the cheek, looked at the young man in front of her tenderly with her wet eyes, and said, "Thank you for your help, Earl Crab." Green bowed slightly. "At your service at any time, Lady Stark." After a pause, he said, "I heard that the Iron Race from the Iron Islands invaded the north. "Excuse me, when did you come to the area?" Hearing that something happened at home, Catelyn's attention was immediately attracted. Greyjoy. Green nodded slightly and said, "Duke Ned's adopted son, Theon Greyjoy, betrayed the North. It is rumored that, if your husband had not arrived in time, Chapter 210, Winterfell would have been occupied by the Iron Race." Lady Catelyn showed a little panic. "Gods, how could this happen? My children, madam, I think your husband will protect your children, please rest assured." Green comforted while extending his hand and inviting Lady Catelyn to sit down. After sitting down, Green asked the waiter to pour wine for Lady Catelyn, saying, "Madam, please try the sour wine from the Crab Claw Peninsula. It's very sour, but according to the tradition of Whispering Castle, it is a must-have wine for entertaining distinguished guests." Lady Catelyn nodded her chin and took a sip. Then the lady of the Tully family couldn't help but frown. The sour wine from the Crab Claw Peninsula was much sourer than she had imagined. Lady Catelyn sighed in her heart about the wine-making skills of the ancestors. Although it was very sour, Lady Catelyn couldn't help but take another sip and had to admit, it was a little special. "I went south before my eldest son. I was, maybe because she was not prepared, or because of the affinity she felt from Green." Lady Catelyn confessed her trip to the valley as if she was sitting together and chatting. As she spoke, Lady Catelyn felt her eyelids getting heavier and heavier, as if they were very heavy. She tried to stay awake, but the scene in front of her became more and more blurred, and then she fell into deep sleep unknowingly. Lady Catelyn's breathing became light, and Green, who was standing beside her, reached out and supported her who was slumped in the chair. The next day, the sky was slightly bright, and the sky in the east gradually turned pale, dyeing the surrounding mountains with a layer of light gold. A carriage was driving slowly on the winding mountain road, and the wheels rolled on the mud, making a squeaking sound. Behind it, the outline of the bloody gate gradually blurred. In front and behind the carriage, dozens of swamp marigold flags were fluttering in the wind. In the carriage, Lady Catelyn, who was nestled in a warm blanket, moved her eyelids and curled her lips. She seemed to be still in a dream. Between Storm's End and King's Landing was a straight King's Road, and Stannis' army was almost entirely cavalry. He arrived at the south bank of the Blackwater River earlier than his fleet, although he led nearly 20,000 soldiers and horses. The war horses and more than 12-feet-long spears could not do anything about the vast deep water of the Blackwater River and the high stone walls of King's Landing. Stannis camped on the south bank of the Blackwater River, suppressing his anger and waiting for his fleet helplessly. Stannis' teeth were creaking. "Melisandre, I want to know where Sir Imry is with my fleet." Before the Red Priestess could speak, Stannis' Prime Minister, Lord Rainwood, Davos Seaworth, said respectfully, "King Stannis, the wind is blowing from the south now, and the sea breeze has been bad recently. The fleet will need to change sails and oars many times. I estimate that it will take Sir Imry 2 days if he is fast, and at the latest, 3 days to arrive." Melisandre's low and hoarse voice sounded, "My king, I have foreseen the fleet under the Red Castle in the Sacred Fire. That will be dawn." 3 days later, Stannis' jaw moved silently, and he said, "My Prime Minister, give the order and let everyone prepare rafts to cross the Blackwater River. The more the better. Don't let them be idle." "Yes, King Stannis." Lord Davos first nodded his head to accept the order, then raised an eyebrow and glanced at the Red Priestess. Melisandre chuckled, "Lord Davos, I can help if you need me." "King Stannis, if Lady Melisandre continues to stay by your side, people will call the victory of the war the victory of the Red Priestess in the future, not yours." As the Prime Minister, Davos had to bite the bullet and say, "Others will say that you sat on the Iron Throne with her magic." 3 days later, the waves in Blackwater Bay were turbulent. Sir Imry Florent, the commander-in-chief of Stannis' royal fleet, Chapter 233, looked out at the Red Castle standing on Aegon's High Hill. The black building was close to the lemon-colored sky, and below it was the mouth of the Blackwater River. The fickle wind blew the sails and made a rustling sound. Sir Imry gave orders on the Wrath, "Retract the sails. Lower the mast. Rowers in place." Woo, woo, woo. The rumbling of war trumpets crossed the sea, the whistling was hoarse and deep, and the fleet commander's order was passed from ship to ship. "Drop the oars, form a line." Receiving the order from the Fury, the oarsmen of the fleet beat the drums one after another. The rumbling drums were like a huge and gentle heartbeat. Every time they beat, the oars moved 1 point, in unison. Sir Imry showed a contemptuous look. The hastily built fleet of the Little Devil King had less than 50 broken ships. His captains laughed and called it a child's toy. The total number of their ships was 4 times that of the Lannisters. He directly organized the fleet into 10 battle lines, each consisting of 20 warships. Ser Imre's tactics were, the first 2 lines were responsible for clearing the river and destroying the Lannister fleet. The ships following them first landed a large number of archers and spearmen on the ships to the city of King's Landing, and then joined the battle on the Blackwater River. The smallest and slowest ships were placed at the back, responsible for transporting Stannis' cavalry from the south bank to the north bank. The fleet at the end of the line stayed behind in Blackwater Bay, in case the Lannisters hid their warships on the shore and waited for an opportunity to attack the fleet from behind. The sea was noisy, filled with roars and shouts. The trills of horns and drums, and the sound of thousands of wooden oars rising and falling and hitting the water. The current at the mouth of the Blackwater River was strong and fast. Through the surging white foam and the neat beating, the signal for a general attack came from the front deck of the Fury. Arwoo-woo-woo, arwoo-woo-woo. Speed up, the captains roared. At the oarsman's command, the drums accelerated, and the speed of the oars kept up, and the oar tips flew on the water. Hey yo puff! Hey yo puff! Hey yo puff! On the decks of the ships, the infantry struck their shields with swords, and the archers quickly knocked their bows and drew feathers from the quivers on their waists. The drums beat violently, the oars rose and fell, and the ships of the first battle line broke through the waves and entered the Blackwater River. The Red Keep has steel-reinforced fortifications, huge towers and thick red walls. The cliffs below the fort are rocky and steep, dotted with moss and thorns. It seems to be squatting on a high hill, staring at the ferocious beast of Stannis' fleet entering the Blackwater River. When Stannis' fleet entered the Blackwater River, the Lannister fleet began to retreat upstream according to Tyrion's order. Stannis' huge fleet seemed to be connected to the horizon. As more and more ships entered the Blackwater River, the distance between the ships became closer and closer, and the formation became dense. Suddenly, dozens of burning pitch cans dragged long tails of fire from the Red Keep and shot down the river in a parabola. The river swallowed up most of the pitch cans, and only a part of them hit the deck of the ship, exploded, and scattered sparks. The second wave of attacks mixed with arrows followed one after another, and the soldiers on the ship were in chaos. The battlements of the Red Keep flew high with the gold-crowned stag banner of the Baratheon family and the red-crowned roaring lion banner of the Lannister family. Pitch fire pots rained down, and the surface of the Blackwater River was filled with flames, screams and screams. On the south bank of the Blackwater River, under the flaming Red Heart, the army was in formation, and the soldiers were dragging crude rafts into the water. In the smoke on the other side, Stannis' ship near the riverbank released the gangplank. The archers who got off the ship raised their bows high to keep their bowstrings dry and waded into the shallows in a mess. When they rushed to the narrow beach, stones rained down from the city, mixed with bows and spears, and the soldiers near the city wall fell to the ground one after another. At this time, the gold-cloaked cavalry suddenly appeared. They rushed down the river bank, and the iron hooves of their horses stepped over the shallows, splashing water. The knights charged into the archers, charging like wolves into a flock of sheep, blood and flesh flying everywhere. The infantry rushed in, using spears and battle axes to resist the cavalry's charge, buying time for the archers to form their ranks. On the top of Visenya Hill, the sun shone brightly on the 7 crystal towers of the Great September of Baelor. Behind the city walls, giant catapults appeared, 1, 2, 3, raised one after another. Hundreds of stones as big as human heads climbed up to the sky and fell quickly, splashing huge waves or piercing the decks of ships, smashing people into pieces of bones and flesh. The river water rushed into the big holes smashed in the ships, and groups of soldiers fell into the river. The living struggled to survive, the dead floated silently, and the soldiers wearing plate armor or chain mail immediately sank to the bottom of the river, no longer moving, whether dead or alive. Suddenly, a flash of green light flashed across Ser Imre's eyes, flew forward, and landed on the port side. In an instant, he seemed to see a nest of emerald vipers hissing, rising, tumbling, and burning. Wildfire, cries filled with despair and fear suddenly rose one after another. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 257 Lioness and Lioness. It is said that when Stannis Baratheon, holding the flaming red heart flag high, breaks through King's Landing, he will burn all the pagans who believe in the 7 gods alive and dedicate their souls to the god he believes in, the Lord of Light, Ahlar. So, when the news of Stannis' fleet's arrival reached the city, the whole King's Landing was filled with the people of King's Landing singing in fear and piety, praying for the blessings of the gods in heaven. They prayed that the punishment of the gods in heaven would come and let Stannis, who betrayed the mortals on earth, be destroyed. The singing, the neighing of horses, the clanging of steel, and the sound of the hinges of the huge bronze gates mixed together, and King's Landing played a strange and terrifying music. Outside the throne room of the Red Keep, the king's guard, Sir Meryn Trant, helped King Joffrey ride on the bay horse. In the morning sun, Joffrey's gilded mail and crimson enamel plate armor reflected the golden and red light, bright and beautiful. He said impatiently on the horse, "Where is my dog? Why hasn't he come back yet? The war has begun, and Joffrey is worried that if he goes too late, the ugly dwarf will take Stannis' head in advance." Sir Meryn lowered his eyes, and the silver plate armor on his body glittered in the morning light. He said, "Your Majesty, the Queen Regent has ordered that she does not allow you to get close to the battlefield." Hearing his advice, Joffrey was immediately angry. "Meryn Trant, I am the king, I can go wherever I want. If you dare to mention my mother again, I will pull out your tongue." The king's guard retreated silently. Joffrey raised his chin, and he snorted arrogantly. Soon, he saw Sandor Clegane holding a girl in one hand. "My dog, come here, hurry up. Hurry." The hound strode over and threw the girl roughly at Joffrey's feet, saying, "This is the flower you asked for, king." The brown-haired girl under the horse trembled with fear. Joffrey couldn't wait to draw his sword. Its blade was made of fine steel, glowing blue, with 2 blades on both sides. The hilt was wrapped in leather, and at the end was a golden lion head. Its name was Lion's Tooth. He stretched the sword in front of the brown-haired girl. "Kiss it quickly." "Bless my sword." With a cry of surprise, the girl burst into tears and she cried, "King, I beg your forgiveness, please let me go." Joffrey was furious. "Kiss it, kiss my sword, dear flower, listen to the king's words, or it will poke into your mouth." The hound's harsh voice sounded. "Hurry up, bless my sword." Joffrey's lion's tooth was almost touching the lips of the brown-haired girl. The brown-haired girl touched the metal in front of her with her lips in a daze, and Joffrey put the sword back into the sheath. He said with disgust, "My dog, you found a fool." The hound shrugged and said, "This delicate flower is the slowest." Joffrey was stunned at first, then he chuckled. He was in a good mood and gave a gift. "Don't let her leave. When I come back, I want her to kiss my lion's teeth again and let her taste my uncle's blood." The girl was taken away by the golden robe. The hound said, "King, you should find a woman who loves you to kiss it." Joffrey proudly affirmed, "I am the king, how can she not love me? You will be busy all the time." The hound jumped on his warhorse. "Today is the fateful day. I will deal with my traitor uncle with my own hands. Let's go." Joffrey kicked his spurs and galloped away. Sandor Clegane, Meryn Trant, and Osmond Kettleblack followed closely behind, and behind them were more than 20 red robes from the Lannister family. When Joffrey arrived near the Mudgate, the sounds of shouting, the collision of weapons, and the neighing of horses resounded from the other side of the city wall. Joffrey stopped his horse, his face pale, and his hand holding the reins trembled slightly. At this time, the hound's voice came over, "King, those are the mercenaries I found." Hearing his voice, Joffrey secretly swallowed his saliva and looked in the direction the hound pointed. After a pause, Joffrey raised his chin and said contemptuously, "Dog, are you going to take these beggars to war? Do they have the courage to draw their swords against Stannis?" The hound said, "I warn them that if their weapons are not stained with blood, I will fuck them even if they're dead." Joffrey laughed for a while, and he suddenly said, "Where's my dwarf uncle? Why didn't I see him? Is he hiding?" The hound's eyes moved slightly, and said, "He's hiding on the city wall and commanding us." Joffrey pulled the reins, turned the horse's head, and said, "I'll pull him out. He is my prime minister. I can't let my traitor uncle laugh at me." Before leaving, he instructed, "My dog, I'm going to look after my cowardly dwarf uncle. You will bring me Stannis' head later. I guarantee you will be satisfied, king." Outside the gate of the Tower of Meg, Sforley Kettleblack, the new captain of the guard of the Queen Mother Regent, said, "Are you Joffrey of the Crab Claw Peninsula?" Sforley was tall, with black hair and a hooked nose. He frowned habitually and looked serious. "The Kettleblack family is a noble family of the crown. The family emblem is a black jug and a shield-shaped frame on a red background. Osforli is the second of the three Kettleblack brothers. His elder brother is Sir Osmond, the current King's Guard, and his younger brother is Osney, who serves in the guard of Queen Mother Cersei with Osforli. The three Kettleblack brothers were originally used by Tyrion to monitor his sister, the Queen Mother, but after Sir Osmond was appointed as a King's Guard by Queen Mother Cersei, the three brothers went directly to her. It is rumored that the three Kettleblack brothers are very popular in the Tower of Meg. They always have a smile on their faces and can make jokes at will. They are in tune with knights, squires, waiters, and grooms, and are most favored by maids. The leader of the Survey Corps in King's Landing, Geoffrey, greeted and said, "I am Geoffrey. The Queen Regent ordered me to come to see her." Geoffrey's appearance was very characteristic of the ancestors. He had a pair of light eyes under his slightly curly dark hair. He was half a head shorter than Osfried. Osfried looked at him carefully and said, "Follow me." The ballroom in Mead Tower was less than 1/10 the size of the castle hall, but the decoration was extremely elegant. There was a large polished silver mirror behind each torch holder, so the light was twice as bright. The walls were carved with exquisite wood carvings, and the floor was covered with fragrant rushes. A row of arched windows were arranged on the south wall, but they were covered by heavy velvet curtains, which could not let in a single ray of light and isolated the sounds of prayer and battle. All the noble women in King's Landing gathered here. They were wives, daughters, mothers, and sisters. Outside, their men were fighting with Stannis' army. The air of flutes and violins floated from the balcony, but the atmosphere was solemn and everyone was sad. At this time, the butler sang loudly, "All of you stand up and pay tribute to Her Majesty Cersei of the Lannister family, Protector of the Realm, Queen Regent." Everyone in the hall stood up and saluted. After Queen Cersei and Princess Myrcella took their seats on the high platform, they said, "Welcome, everyone, please take a seat." Queen Cersei took a quick look at the hens below and said to the butler, "Are you all here?" The butler glanced down and said, "Your Majesty, a lady from the Buckwell family is missing." The Buckwell family is a noble family in the Crown territory. Their fiefdom is in Deerhorn Castle. The family emblem is a pair of golden deer antlers on a blue background with white fur patterns. The family motto is, "Pride and Determination." Queen Cersei frowned slightly. "What's wrong?" The butler looked at Princess Myrcella, who was sitting quietly beside him, lowered his voice slightly, and said, "Miss Buckwell was taken away by King Joffrey, Your Majesty." "What a lucky girl, what a pity." Queen Cersei ignored the butler and raised her hand to signal for the dishes to be served. Queen Cersei raised her glass and took a sip of summer red. Her green eyes moved slightly and said, "Myrcella, what are you looking at?" Hearing Cersei's voice, the 9-year-old Princess Myrcella immediately retracted her slightly stretched neck and said, "Mother, there are 12 red robes and 12 gold robes here, and their number is the same." "Good observation." Queen Cersei shook the wine glass in her hand and said, "Would you like some, Myrcella?" Princess Myrcella stared at the golden wine glass in her mother's hand for a while, and she shook her head gently. Queen Cersei reached out and stroked her daughter's face, saying, "Myrcella, are you afraid of death?" Princess Myrcella shook her head again and said, "Mother, I'm not afraid as long as you're here." Queen Cersei nodded her chin lightly, took a sip of wine, and moved her gaze to the guard standing at the edge of the hall, saying, "My daughter, you haven't seen what a looted city looks like." She leaned lightly on the armrest and continued, "If Stannis breaks through the gates of King's Landing, the guards who guard us will rush to strip off their gold or red robes, steal what they can, and run away. Those servants, laundresses, grooms, are all the same. They first consider their own lives, not ours." Princess Myrcella blinked and said, "Mother, if only Sir Jaime and Earl Green were here. They are real knights. Real knights will protect women and children." Lee, and Cersei gnashed her teeth in her heart. She gently rubbed her daughter's hair and said, "Women also have ways to protect themselves from insults, little Myrcella." Queen Cersei's eyes moved slightly, and the tall wooden door was pushed open. Her captain of the guard led 12 blue robes into the hall. The others stayed in one part of the hall. Osfried led Geoffrey to the bottom of the high seat. After getting permission, Geoffrey walked up the stairs alone. Geoffrey knelt on one knee and said, "Greetings, Your Majesty." Queen Cersei glanced at the man kneeling on the ground with the corner of her eye and said, "Grim told me that you are a trustworthy soldier of the Crab family." Geoffrey seemed a little nervous. He said frankly, "Yes, Your Majesty. My grandfather's grandfather's grandfather, many grandfathers, have always been soldiers of the Crab family and are loyal. Queen Cersei nodded slightly and said, keep an eye on everyone here. Leave. After Joffrey left, Queen Cersei called the butler over and said, where's my son? Your Majesty, the king and the Prime Minister are on the wall, comforting the defenders and boosting morale. The musicians were playing, the jugglers were performing magic tricks, and the crowd was laughing loudly, but it seemed insincere, as if they could turn into sobs at any time. The long table was filled with delicious dishes, but today, all the food was added with a seasoning called fear. Suddenly, a noble lady started to cry uncontrollably. Queen Cersei ordered her maid to feed her a cup of sleeping wine and arranged for her to go to bed in the bedroom. Tears, Queen Cersei snorted. Queen Cersei raised the glass and took a big sip. Her cheeks were flushed, and there was a bright and fanatical look in her green eyes as she looked down at the hall. Her mother seemed to be more beautiful as she drank. Princess Myrcella's eyes were almost fixed on her mother. Queen Cersei's eyes moved slightly. She curled the corners of her mouth and said, my Myrcella, why do you keep looking at me? Princess Myrcella's cheeks flushed slightly, and her eyes were shining brightly. Mother, you are so charming. Queen Cersei smiled. She put down the wine glass, and said, Myrcella, when I was young, my mother often said that tears are women's weapons, just like men's swords. And your mother wants to tell you that a woman's beauty can control a man's sword and make them work for you. Princess Myrcella said in confusion, men's swords. Queen Cersei nodded. She pointed to the women in the hall, and said, Myrcella, the truth is cruel, but you are the daughter of a lioness, so I will tell the truth. If Meagher falls, the women here will be raped. Those people are not only soldiers who have fought crazy battles, but also the guards who are guarding us at this moment. Mother, Myrcella reached out and grabbed one of her mother's hands. Her little hand was trembling. Queen Cersei frowned. She was not satisfied with her daughter's weakness. She added, Myrcella, at least their noble status will provide them with protection, because every woman here is worth a large ransom, but those women on the street will be treated roughly, and the same goes for the maids in the Red Castle. After a pause, Cersei asked her daughter, Myrcella, are you afraid of death? The corners of Myrcella's eyes were red, but she tried hard not to cry. She shook her head slightly and said, Mother, if this is the case, I would rather die. Queen Cersei showed a hint of satisfaction. She reached out and gently brushed Myrcella's golden curls away from her white neck, saying, if King's Landing is captured by Stannis, the pyromancer I arranged will destroy this place in an instant. If we're lucky, Stannis will be reduced to ashes with us. Mother, Myrcella's clear eyes were firm. With you here, I won't be afraid of death. Queen Cersei bent down and kissed Myrcella's forehead. Your mother will not give up easily, my little lioness. Chapter 258 Game of Thrones. The two Kettleblack brothers made their way through the crowd and up the steps until they stood in front of Cersei Lannister. Osney Kettleblack was all smiles. Your Majesty, our fireships are out, and the entire Blackwater River is bathed in wildfire. 100 ships are on fire, perhaps more. Queen Cersei nodded her chin and said, where's my son? Osney replied respectfully, the king is at Mudgett, with a hand on the king's gourd. He is talking to the soldiers on the castle tower and teaching them the tricks of operating the crossbow. Everyone is praising him as a brave king. After a pause, he added, everything I said is true, I promise, your Majesty. Queen Cersei snorted and said, my son wants to be a living king. Then, her green eyes moved slightly, and she said to her captain of the guard, what about you? Osfrey's face was gloomy, and he replied, your Majesty, the red-robed boys caught a groom and 2 maids. They stole 3 of the king's horses and tried to sneak away through the side door, put their heads on spears and hang them outside the stable as a warning to others. Yes, sir. After the 2 brothers Kettleblack left, Queen Cersei looked at her daughter and said, these are the first batch of traitors, but not the last. Myrcella, at a moment like this, if you are soft-hearted, traitors will pop up like mushrooms after rain. You must remember that the only way to remain loyal is to make sure they fear you more than your enemy. I'll remember that. Princess Myrcella nodded obediently, and Queen Cersei stroked her cheek with satisfaction. After a while, Osfried came up again in a hurry and said, your Majesty, there are many people gathered outside the west gate. Most of them are merchants and craftsmen, and they ask to take refuge in the castle. Queen Cersei said coldly, tell them to go home. If they don't leave, let the soldiers shoot a few with crossbows. No attack is allowed, and the door is not allowed to be opened under any circumstances. After the captain of the guard left, her beautiful eyes flashed with anger. I really want to take a sword to the battlefield." Queen Cersei drank a lot, and the blush on her face was as gorgeous as the sunset and as beautiful as a rose. With a pair of beautiful eyes with a little blur, she murmured, "I have reached the pinnacle of women in the 7 kingdoms, but I saw my most desired dream from a little wild man, and it happened vividly in front of my eyes." She drank the wine in the glass in one gulp, paused, and raised the corners of her mouth. "I hold the 2 best swords in the 7 kingdoms, Mom." Princess Myrcella's crisp voice was full of concern. With her green eyes moving slightly, Queen Cersei reached out and hugged her daughter, saying, "Myrcella, in front of swords, there is no difference between noble women and ordinary women. Remember what your mother said, don't let your sword leave you, at least keep one by your side." Queen Cersei stopped a waiter who was about to pour wine for her. She turned the wine glass over and said, "Enough, I need to stay awake." When Stannis' flagship Wrath passed under the Red Castle, Tyrion sent a signal, urging the gold cloaks to whip the cattle and drive them to move. The iron chain was extremely heavy, so the huge capstan turned very slowly, and at the same time made a creaking roar. Just like the result that Tyrion had practiced thousands of times in his mind. When the shining metal passed through the water, Stannis' entire fleet entered the Blackwater River. Link after link of the great chain would emerge, dripping with water, some still stained with shiny mud, until it was all taut, and Stannis' fleet had no way out after entering the Blackwater. Tyrion Lannister crouched on the battlements like a gargoyle, looking down on the battlefield. The air was filled with smoke, arrows and screams, and the kiss of wildfire turned Stannis' huge fleet into funeral pyres, and their soldiers into living torches. Tyrion's eyes were trembling. The rebel captains down the Blackwater, whether they were born noble or not, watched helplessly as the rafts and hulks carrying the green fruit he had prepared came towards them. The long white oars of the ships flapped wildly like the legs of centipedes, trying to turn the direction, but it was no use. These centipedes had no way to escape. Rumble, a fountain of emerald rose from the river, 30 or 40 feet high, the flames dancing on the water, crackling and hissing, drowning out all the screams. Low clouds took on the color of the river, covering the sky with different shades of green. The hand of the demon slowly rose up. They were strangely beautiful, terrifyingly beautiful, just like the dragon flames in the books. Tyrion wondered. I wonder if Aegon the Conqueror felt the same way when he flew through the air during the Battle of the Field of Fire. In the afternoon, Osney Kettleblack hurried in and knelt in front of Queen Mother Cersei, and said in a panic, "Your Majesty, Stannis' army is attacking the Mudgett. They have also carried a battering ram to the King's Gate, and the Prime Minister is selecting the men for the commando team." He added, "Someone told me that he found that the Prime Minister was secretly preparing to go into battle himself." A look of contempt flashed in Queen Mother Cersei's eyes, and she said, "Where's my son?" Osney glanced at the Queen Mother's burgundy skirt and replied, "The king is at the Mudgett, and my brother is protecting him." "Isn't the Mudgett under attack by Stannis?" Queen Mother Cersei's voice was filled with anger. "Tell Sir Osmond that this is too dangerous, and let him escort Joffrey back to the Red Keep immediately." Osmond stammered. "But," the Prime Minister ordered, "the king to stay in." Queen Mother Cersei interrupted, "I am the Regent Queen Mother, and my words count." She narrowed her eyes and said coldly, "Either do as you are told, or lead a group of commandos to attack, and your brother will go with you." "Yes. Yes, Your Majesty." Queen Cersei leaned back in her chair. She didn't show it on her face just now, but she knew in her heart that Stannis would come here soon. Because if the situation was not desperate, it would not be the turn of the dwarf to fight. There was a kind of madness flashing in her eyes. The lioness and her children would never be captured by the stag. Thousands of soldiers were devoured by wildfires, but Stannis, who was as hard as steel, did not waver, and the same was true for his army. The current of the Blackwater River was unpredictable, and the wildfire did not spread evenly as Tyrion hoped. Although the main river channel turned into a sea of fire, many ships that fled to the south bank of the Blackwater River escaped unscathed, and there were also several ships that had landed under the city. Whether they landed successfully or ran aground, the result was the same. Stannis' soldiers were taken to the shore in front of the Mudgate. On the south bank of the upper reaches of the Blackwater River, Stannis already has 30 or 40 warships, which are enough to transport the entire army across the river. Tyrion has no illusions about his army. The commander of the Gold Cloaks, Sir Jacqueline Bywater, has warned him, Chapter 231, that as long as the momentum of the war is not good, their soldiers will immediately collapse and flee. Therefore, The only way to win is to ensure that the battle is always dominant from beginning to end. Tyrion rubbed his face. The little devil's magic has ended, and the rest depends on disparate efforts. He climbed down from the battlement and ordered his little servant, Pod, put on the Lannister giant's armor for me. After that, he looked at his captain of the guard and said, Bronn, are you interested? Come with me to fuck Stannis? We can talk about the price first, Bronn said in surprise. My lord, are you going to the battlefield? Tyrion shrugged and said, Stannis' army will be here soon. The dwarf prime minister is the last courage of King's Landing. Bronn got an affirmative answer from Tyrion, and he grinned. I will accompany you. Mercenaries are occasionally used by their employers for free. Tyrion reached out and patted Bronn's thigh. After a pause, he grinned. Just make up any conditions. I'm a little worried that you will betray me, and I won't feel at ease. Bronn's smile became very obscene. After the war, I want to stay in the Sataya women's branch for a month, my lord. Tyrion exhaled exaggeratedly and said, now I am finally relieved. The old man of the seven gods is a witness. Podrick had just helped Tyrion put on his mail when Joffrey, surrounded by the king's guard, came over. He lifted his visor and said, I'll leave it to you. My mother asked me to go back to the Red Keep to protect her. Tyrion looked up at Joffrey, his eyes telling him that his nephew, the king, was trying hard to hide his fear. Tyrion grinned. My good sister suddenly has a well-behaved and obedient son. Joffrey's face twisted, and he blushed and said, if you don't hold the wall, I will chop off your head. Stannis will be faster than you. After saying that, Tyrion made a gesture, and his guards quickly surrounded him. Joffrey looked around and said, what are you going to do? I'm the king. I know you are the king, my good nephew. Tyrion stood on tiptoe, stretched out his hand and pulled down Joffrey's visor with a bang, saying, don't lift it up. You don't want to ruin this pretty face, do you? Be careful of stray arrows piercing your eyes, he added. Your cloak and flag must be left behind. Do you agree, my king? I won't let you go. Joffrey looked at the smiling Tyrion hatefully, then turned and strode away. When Sir Osmond was about to follow, Tyrion grabbed his wrist, put away his smile, and said seriously, no matter what happens, you must protect Joffrey's safety. Sir, a Lannister must pay his debts. Sir Osmond paused, he curled the corners of his mouth, nodded slightly, and said, as you command, Prime Minister. Seeing Joffrey obediently handing over his cloak and king's flag from a distance, Tyrion withdrew his gaze. Bronn, have someone hang Joffrey's lion and stag banner at the highest place. Tyrion had just put on his breastplate when the golden-cloaked commander climbed up the tower where he was and came to him. He looked at Tyrion's attire with a stern face and said, Prime Minister Tyrion, I heard that you will lead the charge yourself. Tyrion was a little confused about Sir Jacqueline's attitude. He nodded and said, what if I? Before he finished speaking, Sir Jacqueline interrupted and said, are you sure? After a pause, he said in a deep voice, Prime Minister, I am not dead yet. He raised the iron hand on his right arm. I will use this to smash Stannis' head for you. Just stay here and watch. With a flick of the golden cloak, Sir Jacqueline turned and left. After a few seconds, Tyrion seemed to come back to his senses. He said in an uncertain tone, did the Iron Hand steal my job? Bronn smiled and said, my lord, Sir Jacqueline seems to look down on your craftsmanship. Tyrion's eyes trembled slightly, and he murmured, Green's eyes are like torches. I have to admit, the glorious knights in the ballads are real. After a pause, he suddenly said, Bronn, hurry over and tell Sir Jacqueline about Sir Lancel. Long live Renly! Long live Renly! Long live Renly! A group of cavalrymen holding high the golden crown and stag banner suddenly rushed towards Stannis' army that had just broken through the king's gate. The man who rode the horse and charged in front was covered in dazzling green armor, and the golden antlers were shining with fire. Seeing Renly riding towards them, some Stannis soldiers threw down their weapons and ran away, while more soldiers knelt down and surrendered, shouting long live Renly and almost no resistance. Having easily dealt with the enemies at the king's gate, Lancel Lannister, wearing Renly armor, trembled with excitement. He kicked his spurs and pointed his longsword in the direction of the mud gate. Attack! Most of Stannis' army was the legacy left by his brother. When Renly and the crowned stag banner appeared, Stannis' army quickly fell into chaos. Towards dusk, the Rose Banner and the Lion Banner appeared, and the Lannister Tyrell coalition led by Lord Master Rowan of the Reach attacked Stannis' army. Stannis' army gradually collapsed, and Duke Tywin Lannister personally led the cavalry to break through Stannis' camp on the north bank of the Blackwater River and completed the final blow. The situation reversed, and Stannis had to lead the remaining troops to retreat. The next day, the first ray of dawn had just appeared in the east, and the bells of the Red Keep also rang, merging into the raging sound pouring out from the 7 crystal towers of the Great September of Baelor. Dong dong dong. Tyrion, who was sleeping directly in the Mudgett Tower, was awakened by a fierce knock on the door. He opened the door with his eyes wide open. A tall and thin figure stood outside the door. He blinked, paused, and said, "Sir Adam." Chapter 221, the man had dark brown shoulder-length hair. He said expressionlessly, "Tyrion Lannister, it's time for you to leave." Tyrion woke up almost instantly. He grabbed the door with one hand and said vigilantly, "Leave? What do you mean by leave?" Adam Marburn nodded slightly and said in a cold tone, "This is the order of Lord Tywin. You have been appointed as the messenger of the Red Keep. He orders you to go to Riverrun immediately. I am your follower." Tyrion rubbed his face and said in disbelief, "For Jaime? Leave immediately? Is father kidding me?" Chapter 259, Gemlin's Savior. Yesterday, at the end of the Battle of King's Landing, Sir Jacqueline Bywater, Lord Commander of the Gold Cloaks, who fought on behalf of Tyrion, was killed, and Lancel Lannister, who disguised himself as Renly, was seriously injured. Tyrion's eyes trembled, and he lazily burped a wine-filled burp and said, "Sir Adam, where are my squire and captain of the guard?" Adam Marburn said expressionlessly, "They are waiting for you outside the gate of the gods." Tyrion grinned, "Did I give the order in my dream? This is Lord Tywin's order." Tyrion's face was full of sarcasm. "What a kind father." He glanced at his dirty clothes, and said, "Let me get ready, tall sir." Sir Adam leaned his body to the side to make room for the door. He put one hand on the hilt of his sword and said, "Lord Tywin's order is to set off immediately." Tyrion grinned. Sir Jacqueline, who helped him control the Gold Cloak, was dead. His captain of the guard, Bronn, even the little squire Podrick, was invited away by his father. Yesterday he was the powerful prime minister and the hero who saved King's Landing, but today he got up and turned into a lion without teeth and claws. No, he is now a ridiculous dwarf, and has always been. No matter how great his achievements are or how great his honors are, is a dwarf's son a stain on Lord Tywin? No matter how hard he tries, his father is unwilling to look at him straight in the eye? Tyrion's eyes were slightly hot, and his heart was filled with endless grievances and humiliation. He should have known the result long ago. He is really a very stupid dwarf. Tyrion took a deep breath and paused. He raised his head and looked at Sir Adam, saying, "My little squire is not here, so I'll have to trouble you, sir, to help me. Lord Lannister, get on the horse." As soon as he finished speaking, Sir Adam tightened his hand around the hilt of his sword and said, "I'll arrange for someone." Tyrion grinned and said, "I refuse to be served by others." "I like your thoughtfulness, sir." Sir Adam's icy face finally relaxed, and anger emerged. He said, "This is Lord Tywin's order. If necessary, I will use some rough means." "Ha! I like roughness." "Thank you again for your thoughtfulness." Tyrion grinned. "A Lannister must pay his debts." "Well, this is what Lord Tywin you mentioned told me." Sir Adam's strong chest and abdomen rose and fell greatly. After a moment of silence, he gritted his teeth and said, "I am happy to serve you, Lord Lannister." Tyrion then put his hands behind his back, hummed a cheerful tune, and limped out of the room. Ding ding ding, the bronze bell of the Great September of Baelor roared in a low voice, and the bell sounded through the hills and valleys, the streets and towers, and spread to every corner of King's Landing. The people of King's Landing shouted and cheered. "Saved! We are saved! It's over! It's over! Stannis has escaped!" It was Lord Tywin of the Lannister family who defeated Stannis, who wanted to burn us to death. He is the savior of King's Landing. The great Lord Tywin saved the king in King's Landing. Lord Tywin is the savior of the Seven Kingdoms, forever Prime Minister. Lord Tywin, Lord Tywin, Lord Tywin, Lord Tywin. Amid the cheers of the people of King's Landing, Lord Tywin Lannister rode his warhorse through the majestic King's Gate and stepped into King's Landing. Lord Tywin was wearing gorgeous armor. The shiny red steel plates were inlaid with intricate gold scroll decorations. The huge helmet was surrounded by a circle of sunburst diamonds. The roaring lion on the top of the helmet had ruby eyes, and the lioness on the shoulders held a long and heavy golden cloak, which hung down to cover the horse's hips. The warhorse under him was covered with gilded horse armor, and the horse decoration was shining scarlet silk, decorated with the lion emblem of the Lannister family. The image of the Lord of Casterly Rock was like a hero walking out of legends and ballads. When his figure appeared, the cheering crowd suddenly paused, and then burst into higher cheers. Long live Lord Tywin! Long live Lord Tywin! Long live Lord Tywin! Long live Lord Tywin! At the same time, Lady Catelyn had just woken up, and she looked at the decorations in the carriage in confusion. "Madam, do you need something to drink?" Lady Catelyn blinked and saw the strange girl sitting at the other end. The girl looked about 17 or 18 years old. She was slender and strong, with a pair of clear blue eyes under her short black hair. She was wearing a black riding leather coat and a silver-plated chainmail. Wasn't she in the Gates of the Moon? Why was she here? Before Catelyn could think about it, the girl's cheerful voice sounded again. "You are in the carriage to Winterfell. Outside are the guards of the Crab family. Lord Crab told me to tell you all this as soon as you wake up." After a moment of silence, Lady Catelyn suddenly said, "That glass of wine, that sour wine, it was tampered with, it was mixed with sleeping wine. Lord Crab apologizes to you." "This is what the Lord told me to say, Lady Catelyn." After a pause, she said, "Child, who are you?" "Madam, my name is Milestone, and I am honored to serve you." The black-haired girl's smile was full of confidence. Hearing her name, Catelyn frowned slightly. According to custom, each of the 7 kingdoms has a surname specifically used for illegitimate children. Stone is the surname of the illegitimate children of the Arin Valley, just like Snow in the north and Huon in the Riverlands. Because of her own experience after marriage, Lady Catelyn could not have a good impression of illegitimate children. Seeing that Lady Catelyn was silent, Milestone said in a caring tone, "Madam, do you need me to pour you a glass of wine?" Lady Catelyn nodded first, and then suddenly said, "As long as it is not sour wine from the Crab Claw Peninsula." After saying that, the lady of the Tully family couldn't help but grit her teeth secretly. "Is Summer Red okay? Maya likes to laugh very much, and her smile seems to be very contagious." Lady Catelyn couldn't help but smile. She nodded and said, "Child, are you a maid of the Crab family?" Maya showed a sad look. She shook her head slightly and said, "No, my former master was Lord Nestor Royce." Sir Nestor Royce belonged to a branch of the Royce family. He was not only the eternal guardian of the Moon Gate, but also the chief steward of the Duke of the Eyrie. Lady Catelyn took the silver wine glass handed to her by Maya, took a sip of the wine, and said, "Once." Chapter 260, Speculators in the Valley. Milestone's expression was filled with sadness. The people from the Crab Claw Peninsula summoned a rain of arrows before entering the Moon Gate. Most people hid in the house at the time. Only a few people were shot by arrows, and my master, Lord Nestor, happened to be one of them. Lady Catelyn seemed to be sighing. When the situation is chaotic, being able to survive is a gift from the gods. "At least you're a lucky child." Maya forced a smile and said, "Michelle also said that I am a lucky girl. Unfortunately, I am not." Lady Catelyn took a sip of wine and said, "Michelle, who is he?" "He is my lover, the former." Maya shrugged and continued, "His name is Michelle Redfort. In a few years, when he becomes a knight, we will get married." Michelle joined the Battle of the Vale that shocked the 7 kingdoms. Before leaving, I kissed his sword and blessed him, but he will never come back. Lady Catelyn's eyes trembled slightly. The Redfort family is a noble family with a long history in the Vale, and they have the blood of the ancestors in their bodies. The girl in front of him might be Michelle's lover, but the Redford family would never allow him to marry an illegitimate daughter. Even if she had slept with him, it would not mean anything. Lady Catelyn felt that maybe Maya was really a lucky girl. The death of a lover was sad, but for her, this might be better than the grief of being abandoned by her beloved. She comforted her softly, "You will meet someone who truly loves you, Maya." Maya's eyes were big and blue, very beautiful, and she smiled. "I'm not sad anymore." After a pause, she continued, "Compared to me, many of my friends have lost more fathers, brothers, younger brothers, and lovers. They cry all day long. Looking at them, I suddenly found that I couldn't be sad anymore." Looking at Maya's face, Lady Catelyn suddenly felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity. She was moved and said, "Child." She looked at Maya again, and then said, "Sorry, do you remember your father?" "Father?" Maya shook her head slightly and said, "I only remember that when I was a baby, there was a man who liked to throw me into the air. He looked like Optimus Prime, and his hands were so strong that I felt like I was flying. The two of us laughed, and I laughed so hard that I couldn't breathe, and even tears came out of my eyes, which made him happier. I'm not afraid at all. I know he will always catch me." She brushed aside a bun of black hair, then gathered her hair up, and continued, "But one day, he failed. Later, the man left, and I found that men are like this, either lying, dying, or leaving." After a pause, Maya's little face showed a bright smile, and said, "The mountains in the valley are different from men. Stone East is its daughter. I believe in my father, it will never leave." Maya's smile was joyful and wonderful. Lady Catelyn couldn't help but think of Sansa. She smiled slightly and said, "May the gods bless you, child." Lady Catelyn had almost guessed who Maya's father was. She was silent for a while, and said, "Maya, did Earl Crab ask you to accompany me?" Seeing Maya nod, her slightly lighter blue eyes moved slightly, and she said, "Child, do you know why Earl Crab chose you? Did he tell you something, other? If possible, please tell me honestly." "To be honest, I don't know why I am here, Mom." Maya thought for a moment and continued, "When Lord Crab was patrolling the mountain road leading to the Eyrie, I was brought in front of him by his guards. I was terrified, I thought I would be. I was even prepared to provoke that man. If I could not avoid being insulted by the barbarian, I would rather die." She sighed softly. "When I saw the bloody Earl that everyone talked about, he did not have long sharp teeth and a bloody mouth, and his waist was not full of wailing heads. He looked like, she opened her mouth, the legendary knight sung by the bards." Maya looked at Lady Catelyn, made a face, and said, "I mean his appearance, Mom." After a pause, she explained embarrassedly, "This is not just my idea. Many of my friends have the same opinion. Some people even doubt the truth of the battle." Lady Catelyn smiled and nodded. When she was a child, she was also full of fantasies about legendary stories. Green Crab was indeed. She suddenly remembered the sour wine she drank without any precautions. Her smile faded slightly, and the lady of the Tully family clenched her fists. Maya continued, "Lord Crab asked my name and age, looked at me for a long time, and then let me go. Then, at noon yesterday, he called me over and told me to serve as your maid until we arrived at Winterfell. And," she touched her chest, "here's a letter, and he asked me to hand it to Lord Eddard Stark in person." In the swaying carriage, Lady Catelyn, who had just finished lunch, pulled up the curtain and stared into the distance. She was very worried about her eldest son. Although he claimed to be the king of the north, it could not change the fact that he was still a teenage boy. Lady Catelyn wanted to throw herself into her husband's arms as soon as possible, but she couldn't ignore Robb. She was relieved that the other children were protected by Ned. She was very worried that Robb was alone outside. If she was there, she could at least help her eldest son appease the lords of the Riverlands, let her father and brother do their best to ensure Robb's safety, and she would bring the little wolf cub home safely. Thinking of this, Lady Catelyn retracted her gaze and said to Maya, "Please tell the groom that I have to go to Riverrun first." Maya met Catelyn's firm gaze, hesitated, and said, "Madam, I'm sorry, you can only go to Winterfell." Lady Catelyn frowned. "Is this another order from Earl Crab?" "Maya, I'm not his prisoner," Maya said cautiously. "If you want to change your destination, Lord Crab asked me to convey something to you." Lady Catelyn didn't want to embarrass the girl in front of her. She pursed her lips and said, "What words?" Maya nodded slightly and said, he specially selected 52 guards with families to escort you to Winterfell. If they don't act according to his orders, even if they escape, their families will not escape punishment. He said, he hopes your kindness can save his innocent soldiers." The lady of the Tully family couldn't help but clenched her fists. At this time, Maya said again, he also said, "You will be free when you meet Duke Eddard." At night, Griffin Hershey, the chief financial officer of the Eyrie, brought his eldest son and second daughter to the gates of the moon through the steep mountain road, and asked to see Glen Crab, who had declared himself the governor of the Vale. When he heard the news, he drank the wine in his cup and took a step forward. Lord Griffin intended to welcome him in person. The small hall of the Gates of the Moon. The Hershey family is one of the nobles in the Vale, and their family emblem is a winged holy grail on a pink background. Sir Griffin, who is nearly 40 years old, is tall and thin, with slightly sparse chestnut hair and a pair of dark green and almost black eyes. His eye sockets are deep and the wrinkles on his face are deep, which makes him look much older than his actual age. Sir Griffin bowed deeply and said in a loud voice, "The Hershey family salutes you, Lord Glen Crab. Welcome, Sir Griffin of the Hershey family." Lord Griffin showed the most cordial smile since entering the Vale. "Please allow me to introduce." Sir Griffin pointed to the young man on his right and said, "His name is Ryan Hershey. He is my eldest son and heir." Ryan Hershey was wearing dark brown leather armor and a pink cloak on his shoulders. He looked like a younger version of Sir Grievin. He touched his chest shyly and said, "Greetings to you, Lord Crab." Green smiled slightly, nodded his chin lightly, and said, "Welcome." Then, Sir Grievin pointed to the girl standing on his left and said, "Her name is Miranda Hershey. She is my second daughter." Miranda Hershey was wearing a blue off-shoulder dress. She came down with a cloak, and her chestnut hair seemed to be casually tied with a snow-white hairband, hanging naturally in front of her chest. A pair of bright dark green eyes glanced at Green gently, and Miranda lifted her skirt and saluted. "Good night, respected Lord Crab. It is Miranda's honor to be received by you." Green smiled lightly. "Good night, charming Miss Miranda. Welcome." Green raised his hand to signal, and the waiter waiting on the side brought the plate with bread and salt to Sir Grievin and others. Green's gentle voice sounded, "Welcome again." The hall was very quiet, with only the occasional sound of turning pages of books. At the table, Green was flipping through the books presented by Sir Grievin, which recorded in detail the wealth accumulated by the Arryn family from generation to generation. Lord Green raised his eyebrows slightly. The territories and castles that he directly or indirectly controlled, countless jewels, full warehouses of gold, silver and copper, precious fabrics, etc. This is a wealth of tens of millions of gold dragons. As Green stood up from his chair, he said, "Sir Griffin, I see your sincerity and loyalty." Sir Griffin's expression became more respectful. "Lord Green, I think this is the choice of the gods, and I am just following the will of the gods." Green smiled, tapped the book with his fingers, and said, "Where did the Arryn family hide these things? As wise as you are, Lord Green." Sir Griffin bowed slightly. "Precious treasures such as gold and jewelry, most of them are stored in the Eyrie. Until it was built, the Arryn family has always believed that as long as there is no dragon, no one can break through there." After a pause, he said, "As for other property, the long-standing Arryn family has its own warehouses in almost every place in the valley, and has special staff to guard them, many of whom are small nobles in the valley who are trusted by the Arryn family." Green's brown eyes moved slightly, and he said, "Will they hand over those things obediently?" "This is exactly what I want to report to you." Sir Griffin turned to his daughter and said, "My Miranda, come and give the things to Lord Green." Seeing Miranda approaching, Green took the initiative to raise one hand. In her hand was a rolled parchment. Then, when Miranda handed the parchment to him, her fingertips gently slid across Green's fingers. Green raised his eyes slightly and met Miranda's passionate gaze. Green lowered his eyes calmly and unfolded the parchment. At this time, Sir Grievin's voice rang out, "Lord John Arryn died too suddenly, and Lady Lyssa was eager to escape back to the Eyrie at the time, so she failed to receive the wealth of the Arryn family." This is a list compiled by looking through previous records according to Lady Lyssa's orders. Many of the Arryn family's property can no longer be traced. Later, when I learned that Lady Lyssa had poisoned Lord John, I hid it. "Well done, the rest can come slowly." Green tapped the table with his fingers and said, "Sir Grievin of House Hirsch, please kneel down." Excitement flashed across Sir Grievin's face, and he and his children knelt on one knee together. "Grievin Hirsch, your wisdom and courage have proved to me your unparalleled loyalty. Your family will receive due honor and rewards in Crab's new land, the valley, and old land, the Crab Claw Peninsula, to show your contribution." After a pause, Green raised his voice and said, "I, Green of the Crab family, in the name of the governor of the valley, grant Iron Oak City as the family castle of Grievin Hirsch, and confer Grievin Hirsch as the Baron of Iron Oak City, and grant him the taxes of the fiefdom of Iron Oak City. His descendants will inherit this honor from generation to generation." Because Green was not yet the real ruler of the valley, his enthronement was not legal. If it was to become legal, this was a political consensus. Baron Grievin's voice trembled. "Lord Green, the Hirsch family is always at the service of Crab." Green nodded slightly, and he personally helped Baron Grievin up. He patted his arm and said, "Come, Baron Iron Oak City, I have prepared fine wine and delicious food by my fireplace. Let me listen to the advice of my loyal vassal there." The wood in the fireplace was devoured by the flames, making crackling sounds. Baron Grievin put down his glass, paused, and said, "Lord Green, your reputation has resounded throughout the Vale. They are all afraid of you." But, seeing that Baron Grievin was hesitant to speak, Green smiled and continued, "But they are not willing to obey my rule. In addition to fear, they also have hatred. Grievin, I know that fear cannot be exchanged for real rule." Baron Grievin sighed lightly, and said, "Most people still have unrealistic fantasies about the Arryn family. They have been ruling the Vale for thousands of years. This concept is deeply rooted in the hearts of the people, or the people of the Vale cannot believe that they are about to have a new ruler. Grey leaned back in his chair, his brown eyes moved slightly, and said, "Loyal Grievin, you want to tell me that even if the Kleb family becomes the ruling family of the Vale in the future, the people of the Vale will still miss the Arryn family, right?" Chapter 261 Lords and Vassals. Inside the fireplace, sparks occasionally flew out of the fire, landing on the stone slabs, making a slight sound. The new lord's voice was still gentle, but Baron Grievin felt creepy after hearing it. His Adam's apple rolled up and down a few times, and he said, "Yes, yes, Lord Green." The firelight from the fireplace flickered in Green's eyes, like stars. His fingers stroked the body of the wine glass and said, "Grievin, since you have thought of the problem, it seems that you have also thought of a solution. Let me hear your idea." Baron Grievin felt a strong gaze from his daughter, but his eyes did not move, as if he was unaware. After a pause, he said, "Lord Green, perhaps you could adopt Robert Arryn as your adopted son, and rule the entire Vale as his adoptive father. I think the time will be enough to consolidate your rule before little Robert comes of age." "It's a good idea, but it can't be realized." Green took a sip of summer red, and continued, "I came to the Vale in the name of King Joffrey. The right to dispose of Duke Arryn lies in the hands of the king, and I don't have that power." Shaking the wine glass in his hand, he added, "Loyal Grevin, I can tell you directly that Duke Arryn is King Joffrey's trophy. The king will judge him personally, and he is running out of patience." Trial. After a moment of silence, Lord Grievin said worriedly, "Lord Green, please forgive me for speaking frankly. If young Robert leaves the Vale, he may be used by someone with ulterior motives. I think this will be detrimental to your rule over the Vale." Grievin Hirsch looked at the new lord with sincerity. He must not leave the Arryn family a chance to turn the tables, otherwise, he dared not imagine the ending of the Hirsch family at that time. Grievin seemed to see what Grievin was worried about. There will be no living space for the Arryn family in the Vale. You can rest assured, my loyal Baron. He showed some hesitation on his face, and his fingers tapped the armrest of the chair. He said again, "Grievin, someone privately reported to King Joffrey that Robert Arryn is not Jon Arryn's son, but a bastard born from Lysa Tully's affair. How is this possible?" Baron Grievin blurted out, and his children were all shocked. Then, Baron Grievin paused for a moment, as if he had thought of something, and quickly said, "It's very possible. No, I mean little Robert is a bastard, the bastard of Lysa and Petter." Green frowned slightly. He seemed a little unconvinced. "Grievin, what I told you is just King Joffrey's guess." He sighed lightly. "This is also one of the reasons why the king ordered me to send troops. The just Majesty Joffrey will never allow the crime of blood confusion to happen under his Iron Throne, so he will judge it personally." Baron Grievin's face flushed with inner excitement. After a pause, he said, "Lord Green, many people in the area also know this secret, and he or she chose to remain silent in order to save his life. Are you referring to witnesses?" Green raised his eyebrows slightly, and asked, "Real witnesses?" Baron Grievin nodded and said, "Yes, there are witnesses. I think they will be willing. Those people are willing to testify in front of the just king." After a pause, Green continued to ask, "Are you sure you are a real witness?" "King Joffrey doesn't like to be deceived." Baron Grievin's eyes flickered slightly, and he nodded again, saying, "Lord Green, no one dares to lie in front of a fair king. They are people who have witnessed the truth with their own eyes. I can tell." After a slight pause, he continued, "I promise this is true, my lord." Green nodded slightly with relief and said, "Very good. As your lord, I will certainly believe my vassal. Thank you for your honesty, loyal Grievin." After a while, a maid came to Green's ear with light steps and whispered. He nodded his chin lightly and said, "Serve the dishes." After Green and the three people from the Hirsch family sat down, the small dinner began. The waiters and maids brought out one dish after another, first mushroom soup, followed by salad mixed with apples, nuts and raisins and crab claw pie, followed by roasted lamb with leeks and carrots, goat cheese and baked apples in a hollow bread plate. A singer was playing an ancient harp, and the sweet sound filled the small hall of the Moon Gate. Grim raised his glass and said, "For the peace of the Seven Kingdoms." When Grim drank the fifth glass of wine, Ryan Hirsch stood up at the signal of his father, and he saluted to Grim's chest. He raised his voice and said, "Lord Green, please allow me to fight for you. I only need 50 good swordsmen, and I promise to capture the area for you." Green's eyes moved slightly, He glanced at Baron Greven, who was full of relief, but refused. Brave Ryan, the mountain road to the area is too dangerous. You are the heir of Baron Greven, and you must not take risks easily, he added. As far as I know, with the reserves of the area, it can only hold out for a year at most. As a feudal lord, I will not let the heir of my vassal put in danger. I have patience. Ryan Hirsch seemed a little surprised. He opened his mouth and said, but, Green pressed his hand. His voice was very gentle. The Hirsch family is loyal. I will not let you lack military merits. I will wait for the day when you are canonized as a glorious knight. Green's soothing words made Ryan even more anxious. He did not see the color his father secretly gave him, and he hurriedly said, but we have made an appointment with Sir Egan. They will. The hall suddenly became quiet. Ryan's lips trembled. He realized that he had said something he shouldn't have said. His eyes swept across the people present in panic. His father's forehead was covered with beads of sweat. His sister was quietly staring at Lord Green. She didn't seem to be aware of the current situation. Finally, his eyes slowly moved to the direction of the main seat. Lord Green was still the same as before, with a faint smile on his lips. He didn't seem to be unhappy about the secret he inadvertently revealed. Ryan was slightly relieved. Green's voice seemed a little low. Ryan, which one of the Egan family is Sir Egan? The Egan family is one of the nobles in the valley. The family emblem is a blue and white background. The blue part is inlaid with a golden sun, a white crescent moon and a silver star, and the family language is day and night. Hearing Green's question, Ryan's heart skipped a beat. He wiped the sweat from his cheeks and said, yes. For some reason, he couldn't say what he wanted to say. Ryan, who was too nervous, looked directly at his father. Baron Griffin scolded, why are you looking at me? Didn't you hear Lord Green asking you a question? Ryan could only nod blankly. At this time, Green spoke to comfort him. Ryan, don't worry. He ordered the waiter, pour him some wine. When the wine was full, Ryan, who finally came to his senses, picked up the glass and drank it all in one gulp. Then, when he was about to explain his presumptuousness, Green said, just tell me the answer, Lion. There was a sharp flash in Green's eyes. Lion swallowed and said, Lord Green, he is Sir Vardis Egan. He was the captain of the guard of Duke John Arryn in the Red Castle. When Duke John was alive, Green had seen Sir Vardis with silver hair, broad face and strong figure in the Prime Minister's tower. He tapped his chin lightly and said, what does he want? Lion scratched his head first, then shook his head, and then looked at his father. Baron Greven's face turned red at his eldest son's behavior. He bowed deeply to Green and said respectfully, my lord, Sir Egan heard that the Regent Queen trusts you. He looks forward to serving the kingdom in the Red Castle. Green tapped the armrest with his slender fingers a few times, and said, I will find a good position for him in the Gold Cloak Red Castle Guard. He looked at Ryan, who still looked nervous. The corners of his mouth raised slightly, and said, Ryan, did you hear everything? I'll ask someone to take you to select the men. Whether I can have dinner in the area tomorrow. It depends on you. After hearing the words of the feudal lord, Ryan, who was in his early 20s, suddenly had an urge to cry. His feudal lord was too kind. He wanted to rush into the area now, immediately, and right away. He knelt down suddenly and said, I will never let you down, I promise, sir. Green left his chair and personally helped Ryan up, who looked excited, and said, this is a rare merit. I am waiting to canonize you as a knight in the great September of Beeler in King's Landing. I will also ask the Archbishop to personally anoint you with holy oil. Patting Ryan on the shoulder, he said, go, and prepare well, as you command. Ryan Hershey stepped back a few steps with his head down and his chest padded. Then he turned around and strode away with a pink cloak. Green motioned for others to leave, leaving only himself, Griffin Hershey and Miranda Hershey in the small hall. Green did not return to the dining table, but sat in the chair in front of the fireplace. He leaned on the back of the chair and rubbed his eyebrows. Baron Greven walked over quickly, knelt in front of Green and said, my lord, I am ashamed of my own cleverness. I dare not ask for your forgiveness. I only ask for your punishment. Green sighed softly, and Baron Greven lowered his head even deeper. After a pause, he said, Greven, the second heir of the Arryn family is imprisoned in a cell in Iron Oak City. Baron Greven looked up at Green, who had a calm expression, and he said cautiously, my lord, are you referring to Harold Harlan? Chapter 251. Green nodded his chin and said, merit is merit, and fault is fault, But, merit can occasionally make up for some faults. His brown eyes looked at Baron Grevin, and he continued, use him to prove your loyalty to Crab to the people of the valley. If you do it well, not only will I completely forget the unpleasantness of tonight, but I will also make the Hershey family one of the most distinguished families in the valley. You can take this as my promise to you that Crab will never forget it. Baron Grevin's pupils shrank, and he raised his voice. Yes, Lord Green. The Hershey family will always remember your kindness and gifts. Miss Miranda, please help Baron Grevin up. The next day, at dawn, Leon Hirsch led 52 Blue Robe elites to climb the mountain road to the Eyrie. Near dusk, with the support of Sir Vardis, Crab Swamp Marigold flag fluttered on the spire of the Eyrie, and the Duke of the Eyrie, the Warden of the Vale, the Warden of the True East, and Robert Arryn became Crab's prisoners. Although the Stark Tully coalition led by Robb Stark was invincible in the Westerly, Edgemere Tully blocked the return of Lord Tywin at the Red Fork River, which destroyed his battle plan to ambush the Lannister reinforcements in the Westerly. When Kevin Lannister returned to the Westerly, he commanded the Lannister army in the Westerly to set up defenses everywhere in dangerous terrain, which made Robb Stark, who is mainly composed of cavalry, unable to find a way to deal with it for a while. Later, Robb set his sights on the Rock City, which was located on the west coast of the Westerly and had dilapidated walls. After Robb conquered the Rock, he planned to use it as a temporary base in the Westerly. While resting his troops, he used the port of the Rock to transport the looted property of his lords in the Westerly by sea to appease the army. However, the dilapidated walls of the Rock withstood the repeated attacks of the Stark Tully coalition. The Rock could not be conquered for a long time, and Robb Stark personally joined the siege in desperation. The joining of the King of the North and the King of the Trident instantly boosted the morale of the Stark Tully coalition. Although they finally occupied the Rock, Robb was shot on the shoulder and fell into coma. In the city of Cliff Rock, Robb, who had been unconscious for 2 days and 2 nights, opened his eyelids with great effort. He murmured hoarsely, "Water, water, great, you finally woke up? Oh, please wait." Robb vaguely heard a cheerful voice. After he was fed with clean water, he vaguely saw the chestnut hair in front of him, and soon lost consciousness. When Robb woke up again, it was the afternoon of the next day. The girl was carefully changing the bandage on Robb's wound. She was slender, with a heart-shaped face under her chestnut curly hair. After cleaning up, the girl looked at Robb, who was staring at her with her brown eyes, and her cheeks seemed to be slightly flushed because of shyness. The girl's voice was gentle. "King Stark, you are very strong. I think you will get better soon." Robb's voice was still a little hoarse. "Thank you for your care. This should be the first time I see you. Who are you?" The girl's lips curled up, revealing a row of white teeth. "Your Majesty, I am Jean Westerling. I am honored." Jean Westerling's smile was like the summer sunshine, and Robb's lips couldn't help but rise. "I am also honored to be taken care of by you." "Thank you again, Miss Westerling. Maybe you can just call me Jean, Your Majesty." Chapter 262 The Outstanding King. Jenny Westerling. After mumbling for a while, Robb's eyes suddenly flashed with a sharpness, and he said, "Miss Jean, do you know Lord Gon Westerling?" Gon Westerling is the Earl of the Rock. He is one of the generals in Jaime Lannister's army and participated in the siege of Riverrun. He was captured by the Stark army led by Robb in the Battle of the Whispering Wood, Chapter 221, and is now imprisoned in Seaforest in the Riverlands. Jean took the towel from the basin next to her and said, "He is my father. I learned from my brother that he is a guest in your kingdom." Robb wanted to move his body, but frowned because of the wound. Seeing this, Jean immediately came over. She helped Robb lie down again, and he smelled a light floral scent on her. "Thank you, Miss Jean." Jean picked up the towel again and sat down on the bed. With a gentle smile in her beautiful brown eyes, she said, "Your Majesty, although you are strong, you are still injured for the time being. You need to take care of yourself." Robb smiled, and his eyes unconsciously moved to Jean's plump buttocks. After a pause, the young wolf lord quickly retracted his gaze. He coughed lightly and said, "I mentioned your brother just now. Is he okay?" Jean's small hand gently lifted one of Robb's big hands. She wiped it with a towel and said, "His name is Reynold Westerling. Reynold is my father's heir. He was impressed by your bravery." She chuckled and continued, "My brother excitedly told me that he saw the real king, jumping and jumping. He was like a little boy at that time." Jean's voice was soft and sweet, giving people a warm and comfortable feeling. Robb listened quietly and fell asleep unknowingly. That night, Robb's body suddenly became hot, and Jean was busy almost all night. When the sky was slightly bright, the young Wolf Lord, who had shown signs of reducing fever, became hot again. Jenny, who had just planned to take a rest, had to pick up the towel again. In the evening, Robb, whose fever had subsided, looked at Jenny, who looked haggard, and said, "Miss Jenny, thank you for your help." Jenny smiled lightly. "You're welcome. It's my pleasure." She came closer with a black nightgown and said, "I'll change it for you. You'll feel much more comfortable." Robb nodded and said, "Thank you for your help." With Jenny's help, Robb's robe was taken off, and his muscle lines were clearly visible, like a statue carved out of stone, full of strength. Jenny's graceful figure leaned forward, and she put on a new nightgown for him. Her soft fingertips accidentally brushed past her, and she immediately held her breath, and Robb, whose body had become stiff, did the same. Thump, thump, the heartbeat sounded in his and her ears, as rapid and powerful as drums. With her head slightly lowered, Jean could feel Robb's gaze that seemed to penetrate her. She bit her pink lips and slowly raised her face. Robb and Jean looked into each other's eyes, and he and she read deep affection and expectation in each other's eyes. Then, the two seemed to have regained their breath all of a sudden, and their breathing echoed in the tent, like a moving piece of music, making people intoxicated. First, the green long skirt gently fell under the bed, followed by the black nightgown. "Your Majesty, call me Robb." Robb. "Your injury." Tonight, the young wolf fought with an injury. The next day, Robb Stark summoned his vassals from the north and the Riverlands, and solemnly introduced his fiancée and future queen, Jean Westerling, in front of everyone. As Robb's voice fell, a short, stout man with a black beard said angrily, "King Stark, you said she is your future wife? Have you forgotten your engagement with the phrase? You are breaking your oath." Robb said in a deep voice, "I haven't forgotten, Black Valder." He stretched out a hand and held Jean's hand tightly, and continued, "But the fact is already like this. I will give the phrase very sincere compensation." Black Valder looked fiercely at Jean, who was standing next to Robb. "His name is Valder Frey, and he is called Black Valder to distinguish him from other relatives named Valder Frey," he said. "The ladies of the Frey family don't mind their fiancés cheating outside. If you have had enough, I am willing to serve you and solve this trouble for you." The dozen or so Freys behind Black Valder laughed. They were not laughing, they were happy because they found a way to solve the problem. "Enough," Robb said coldly. "This is the king's order. I don't want to hear any more words that offend my wife." Black Valder stood up suddenly and said angrily, "Wife? Why don't we know? This woman is not a legal wife without the witness and blessing of the seven gods." Robb suppressed his anger and said word by word, "I will hold the wedding immediately." Black Valder said very irritably, "King Stark, the ladies of the Frey family don't mind marrying widowers." Robb stared at Black Valder and said in a cold voice, "I warned you, Valder Frey." Black Valder glared without giving in, and the atmosphere in the hall became solemn. Robb's squire, Oliver Frey, reached out and pulled Black Valder's sturdy arm, but was scolded, "Get out. You fool." He turned to Robb and said angrily, "Robb Stark, you are insulting the Frey family. The twins have sent almost all their troops because of the marriage contract, and the heir of Lord Valder also died for you." Robb stared at Black Valder for a while, waved his hand, and said, "I will wait until you calm down and then talk to you about this. Oliver, take him out first." "Get out." Black Valder pushed Oliver away. He pulled out the one-handed warhammer on his waist. "Which of the Westerling family? I will smash your head." Rub, rub, rub. Robb's vassals and guards immediately drew their swords, and Black Valder and the Freys around him were surrounded by them. Robb's cold voice rang out, "According to the law, drawing the sword in front of the king without permission is a capital crime." "Black Valder," Oliver Frey hurriedly said, "King Robb, please forgive me." Oliver's plea was rudely interrupted by Black Valder. "Robb Stark, I can give you my head, but I asked to expel the woman next to you." Robb gritted his teeth and said, "Greetjon." The tall and strong John Umber responded loudly, "At your command, King Robb." "John Umber, in the name of the king in the north and the king of the Trident, I want you to." Before Robb finished speaking, Jean suddenly grabbed him. She shook her head slightly and said softly, "Robb, I'm fine, please forgive him." Robb and Jean looked at each other for a while. He relaxed, his blue eyes moved to Black Valder, and said, "It was Jean's kindness that saved your life. You can step down." "Black Valder, this is a humiliation to me." Black Valder did not appreciate it. He glanced at the Freys around him and said, Follow me." After that, he grabbed Oliver and strode away with everyone. Robb clenched his fists, looked around at his vassals with sharp eyes, and said, "Does anyone else have any objections to the identity of my fiancé?" Wendell Manderley came out. He was the second son of the Earl of White Harbor. He had a round face, bald head, a big beard, and a very fat body. "Your Majesty Robb, the ugly Freys are not worthy of you. I am willing to marry you. My appearance is very suitable for the son of the Lord Frey." When he finished speaking, everyone in the hall was silent for a while, and then burst into laughter. Great John said loudly, "King Robb, my uncles all hope to marry another wife. I ask for your generosity." Everyone laughed again. Robb stretched out his hand to signal everyone to be quiet, and said, "I will make reasonable compensation to the Freys. This is the king's promise." After a pause, the Greggian raised a steel fist to the sky and shouted, "Long live the king of the north!" Robb's river vassals shouted, "Long live the king of the trident!" Roar! 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 The sound of fists and feet stomping in the hall was as loud as thunder. In the hustle and bustle, Brynden Tully, the Blackfish Knight who had just arrived at the rock, walked through the crowd and came to Robb. He placed his palm on his left chest and said, "Good day, King Robb." The lively crowd gradually became quiet. A river lord who happened to be nearby said in disbelief, "Lord Tully." Robb glanced at the blackfish emblem on Sir Brynden's chest and asked tentatively, "Uncle Brynden?" Brynden nodded kindly and said, "My child, you are stronger than I thought. May the gods bless you." Robb showed a pleasant expression and said, "Great, welcome." After saying that, he gestured to his steward. After receiving the king's order, the steward knocked the ground with his scepter and shouted to adjourn the meeting. The lords in the hall left together. Soon, the hall was empty, with only Robb, Jean and Brynden left. Robb took Jean's hand and said, "Uncle Brandon, I have the greatest honor to introduce you to Lady Jean Westerling, the eldest daughter of the Earl of Rock. She will soon be my queen." Sir Brynden smiled kindly and said, "Beautiful child, welcome to the family of Trout and Wolf. We will share the hearth." And, bless you, Jean was very shy. She bowed lightly and said, "Thank you, sir." Seeing that Sir Brynden agreed with Jean, Robb seemed very happy. "Uncle, why did you come to the Westerly? Did you meet my mother?" "Family, responsibility, honor," Sir Brynden said again. "Kate should be very worried about your safety. Although I am old, I think I can still help you, Robb." Robb's tone was sincere. "Mother often told me that you are the sharpest sword in the River Reach. I want to thank you for coming." Sir Brynden curled his lips and said, "I brought some intelligence. This is related to the future war situation. I want to talk to you alone." He looked at Jenny. "I'm sorry, beautiful child, I have to take him away from you temporarily, and I will return him to you soon." Robb took Brynden to a private room. After sitting down, Sir Brynden spoke directly, "King Robb, before I came here, I got a piece of information that Stannis was defeated by the Lannister Tyrell coalition. He was completely defeated. It is said that he only fled to Dragonstone with a few thousand remnants." After a pause, he said, "I think Duke Tywin will send troops again soon. It will be very dangerous for you to stay in the Westerly." Robb was a little unbelievable. "I heard that Stannis has 100,000 troops. War is inherently wonderful. Incredible things may happen at any time." Brynden shook his head slightly, and then said, "I don't know the details. It is said that Duke Tywin personally led the cavalry to sweep Stannis' army." Robb pondered for a moment and said, "Do you have any suggestions?" Brynden smiled and said, "I've heard about your story too. You captured the King's lair in the Riverlands and ignited the war to the Lannisters' lair. I think Duke Tywin must be in a bad mood. You are an outstanding king, and I am very proud of you." Robb was silent for a moment, then said, "I marched into the Westerlands for Lord Tywin, but my plan failed." Brynden sighed. "It was Edgemure's cleverness that ruined your plan. Don't give him face, you are his king." Robb tapped his knees with his fingers and said, "To be honest, I haven't figured out what to do next." "The information you brought is very timely." Sir Brynden paused and said, "This is the Westerlands after all, and you lack reliable and timely intelligence. I just want to tell you that Lord Tywin's next target will definitely be you. He now has the support of the Tyrells, and you are surrounded by enemies in the Westerlands. This place may become your cage at any time." Robb nodded steadily and said, "Thank you for your advice. I will consider it carefully." After talking about the war situation, Sir Brynden suddenly said, "King Robb, can you tell me about your wife? I saw the anger of the Freys outside the hall." They were extremely angry. Robb hesitated and said, Jean took care of me during the attack on Cliff. Last night, she comforted me. I must marry her. Only by doing so can I maintain my honor. He frowned. As for my engagement with the Freys, I will compensate them. After a pause, Robb looked at the rough-faced Sir Brynden, and said sincerely, Jean is gentle and sweet. She will be a good wife and queen to me. Sir Brynden nodded slightly and said, she is indeed very lovely. He added, if I remember correctly, the Westerling family is a vassal of Duke Tywin. Robb explained, yes, Jean's father once followed a king's lair to fight and is now imprisoned in Seabrook awaiting ransom. Although my marriage to Jean has not been approved by him, if he returns to the Lannisters, he will be placed in extremely dangerous situations. I want to try my best to avoid this. I don't want Jean to lose everything for her love for me. Chapter 263, The Outstanding King, and according to Sir Brynden's character, he wanted to speak directly, but he chose a more euphemistic way of expression. Because, although he didn't have his own children, when he was in Riverrun, his busy brother often accompanied his brother's children. Young people don't like to listen to the long speeches of old people, let alone the young man who has worn the crown. Sir Brynden joked, King Robb, you broke into Jean's castle, and she broke into your heart. Speaking of Jean Westerling, Robb smiled shyly and happily. King Robb, Uncle Grandfather, we are family, please just call me Robb. Your Majesty, please allow me to refuse. You have declared yourself the King of the Trident, and you are my king now. As the King of all lords, everyone is watching you and those close to you, both on the surface and in private. I don't want to be the exception. After a pause, Robb took a breath, and said, thank you. Sir Brynden joked, I do have a small request. You can just call me Brynden, or the Blackfish Knight. I can still fight for the King of the Trident for a few more years. After hearing this, Robb couldn't help laughing. After chatting and laughing for a few more sentences, Sir Brynden reminded, if nothing unexpected happens, we will lose the support of the Frey family, right? Speaking of the Frey, Robb's expression was a little gloomy. If Sir Stevern, the heir of Marcus Valder, was still alive, I could talk to him about how to compensate, but Black Valder, that guy is not called this name because of the color of his beard, I assure you. He's too much. The young Wolf Lord's eyes became sharp. He actually claimed that the girls of the Frey family don't mind marrying a widower. If Jean hadn't begged me for mercy, I would have killed him long ago. Sir Brynden reminded again. They said that their king severely insulted the Frey family. Robb was stunned for a moment. He shook his head and said, that was not my intention, I promise. Sir Stevern died for me, and Oliver was loyal and brave as a squire. This is my fault. I will compensate Marcus Valder. Apology, honor, land, money, whatever I can do. Sir Brynden sighed secretly and said, as far as I know, the Frey family has dispatched more than 2,000 soldiers and a dozen Freys for you. Now you are surrounded by powerful enemies. If they no longer obey orders, I want to know, can Jean's family help you make up for it? He added, King Robb, as long as the Frey family takes action, it won't be long before everyone will have such questions. Brynden looked directly at Robb with his deep eyes. We must be prepared in advance, my king. Robb was stunned and said, I have met Jean's brother. Reynold assured me that the Westerling family will do their best to support me. Sir Brynden reached out and patted his nephew and grandson, who looked a little unnatural, and said kindly, whether it is good or bad, we have to face it, don't we? Robb exhaled, nodded slightly, and said, there are 50 people in Westerling, including a dozen knights. After a pause, he added, Uncle, Jean is not only smart and beautiful, but also very kind. She has a gentle heart. Sir Brynden nodded in agreement and said, I admit that when I first saw the child, I could feel that she would be a good wife. He changed his tone and said seriously, but now you have to put a queen's crown on her, and she can't avoid being stared by everyone. He added, I know Lord Valder. And he is not a reasonable man. He is proud and irritable, and can't tolerate the slightest disrespect. He made a marriage contract with you and mobilized almost all his troops in order to make the Frey family the Queen's family. Breaking the marriage contract is one thing, but marrying the daughter of a small lord is itself a great insult to the twins. After listening to Sir Brynden's words, Robb seemed a little excited. The Westerling family is the descendants of the ancestors, and their bloodline is much older than the Frey family. Before the War of Conquest, successive kings of Casterly Rock often intermarried with a Westerling family, and another Jean Westerling was the queen of King Meager. King Meager refers to Meager Targaryen I, the only son of Aegon the Conqueror and Visenya, the third Targaryen king to sit on the Iron Throne and rule the Seven Kingdoms, known as Meager the Cruel. Queen Jean, the Westerling ancestor and namesake of Robb's beloved, was one of Meager I's 6 wives. Sir Brynden couldn't help but sigh and said slowly, "The Frey family is indeed the relatively young nobles in the Seven Kingdoms." He hates the ancient bloodline the most and hates that they treat the Frey family as nouveau riche. He hates that Duke Jon Arryn is unwilling to adopt his grandson, and he hates my brother, Duke of Riverrun, for refusing to let Edmure, heir of Riverrun, marry his daughter. Now, although you did not deliberately cancel the engagement with the Frey family, you are rubbing salt into the wound of Lord Frey, he added. The hateful Lord Frey will divide the kingdom of the king in the north and the king of the Trident into 2. His twins can do this, and the Lannisters will be happy to support him. Robb pursed his lips and was silent for a while. He said with frustration, "I thought fighting was the hardest, but apart from fighting, I seem to have messed up everything. You are much better than most people, my child, to be able to realize your own negligence." Sir Brynden leaned forward slightly and continued, "Since His Majesty the King wants to compensate Lord Frey well, then we should try our best to do better." Robb frowned and pondered for a moment, then said, "I want to compensate as much as I can. I think there must be something that can soothe Lord Frey's wounded self-esteem." Sir Brynden's hoarse and deep voice sounded, "Things are hard to do, but people can." Robb raised his eyebrows and asked, "People? Which person?" Sir Brynden quickly replied, "That person ruined your battle plan because of his cleverness." After a pause, he continued, "Your uncle, Edmure Tully." A light flashed in Robb's eyes, and he paused, but frowned slightly. "This may be unfair to my uncle. After all, he is the heir to the Duke of Riverrun." Sir Brynden shook his head slightly and said, "Child, if we lose this war, you know very well what the result will be. Tully and Stark are a family, and every member of the family has a responsibility. We must work together to protect the honor of the family." Robb stared at Sir Brynden for a while. He nodded his chin lightly, and said, "I'll talk to Grandpa and Uncle." Sir Brynden shook his head again and said, "Hurry, my brother has been seriously ill for a long time. If he can facilitate this matter, Lord Frey will feel much better. There's Greyjoy's fleet on the sea. They are enemies. We must return to Riverrun before the Lannisters completely block the return route. The Riverlands are your battlefield, my king." After a moment of silence, Robb nodded slowly and said, "Thank you for your wise advice. I will convene a war meeting immediately. Before leaving the Westerlands, I want to give Tywin Lannister a gift." Seeing Robb was about to get up, Sir Brynden reached out and held him, saying, "King Robb, I have another proposal. I hope you can allow it." In Robb's puzzled eyes, he said again, "I hope you and Jean will have the wedding in Riverrun." "Not now." Robb stared at Sir Brynden and said, "I have announced this to everyone. As a king, I can't." Having said this, he opened his mouth, then suddenly sighed, fell silent for a moment, and said, "I want to hear your reasons." Sir Brynden said slowly, "Let's first negotiate the marriage between the Tullys and the Freys, and then hold the wedding. This is the king's sincerity," he added. "Everyone knows that the Freys followed you to fight in the West. You made some concessions to take care of the Freys' feelings. They have to be grateful to you. Everyone loves the kind king more." King Robb frowned and said, "But I have promised Jean. I promised to marry her immediately." Brynden's tone was kind. "If you really love her, help her wear the queen's crown well. She also needs everyone's love." When King Robb announced the postponement of his wedding date with Jean, it was rumored that Black Valder, who was stepping on the direwolf flag in the Freys camp, was dragged back to the tent by the other Freys. 5 days later, Kevan Lannister learned that the Stark-Tully coalition was going to withdraw from the Westerlands, and his brother, Tywin Lannister, ordered him to keep Robb Stark in the Westerlands until he could come back to help. In order to intercept King Robb's escape from the Lannister Westerlands, Kevan Lannister, who was holding on everywhere, had to hastily mobilize more than 5,000 soldiers to delay the march of the Stark-Tully coalition so that he would have more time to strengthen the defense near the Golden Tooth and block the land passage from the Westerlands to the Riverlands. However, the Lannister army, which had just gathered in the camp near Sarsfield, which is located on the south side of the River Road, northeast of Casterly Rock, and southwest of the Golden Tooth, was suddenly attacked and defeated by the Northern Cavalry. Sir Kevan's third son, Martin Lannister, became a prisoner of Robb Stark. After this battle, Kevan Lannister was unable to stop the Stark-Tully coalition, which had robbed her a lot of property, from leaving the Westerlands. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 264 True Dragon and Marigold. Under the azure sky, Daenerys, wearing black leather armor, stood on the tower of the Beauty Harbor. Her blood-red cloak fluttered in the whistling sea breeze, and her violet eyes were looking at the flaming red heart flag vaguely visible on the sea. She was surrounded by Mason Baker, Samuel, Barona, Forey and others. Seer Mason said, "The intelligence is accurate. Stannis' army was defeated by the Lannisters. It was a great defeat." There was a flash of contempt in his eyes. They are remnants who have lost the honor of warriors." Daenerys retracted her gaze and said, "Why are they here instead of resting on Dragonstone?" "Could it be?" Sir Mason nodded and said, "Yes, you guessed right, Your Highness. Perhaps these desperate cowards want to find a place to vent, or perhaps they have long been eyeing Mermaid Harbor. No matter what the reason is," he showed a cruel smile, "they chose the wrong place." Forey's rough voice sounded, "Sir Mason, are they just pretending again?" Chapter 249. Does Stannis' defeated army dare to invade Crab? There was doubt in Forey's words, but his ferocious face was full of expectation. Seer Mason glanced at Fury and said, "There were 2 or 3 ships before, but today there are at least 10 ships." Fury chuckled and said, "Sir, we must not let down Lord Green's reputation." Then, everyone looked at Daenerys, including Seer Mason. Daenerys raised her eyebrows slightly. She knew that the Crab warriors who were unable to follow Green to join the expedition in the Vale were very eager to fight. After the legendary victory spread to the Crab territory, this atmosphere became even more intense. She had to admit that she herself was also affected a little. Not only Stannis' remnants, but also the soldiers guarding Crab's home also needed a way to vent. Crab has a neutrality agreement with Stannis, and Crab will not breach it unless. Daenerys' eyes swept across the crowd and finally stopped at Seer Mason, and said, "Stannis' people broke the agreement first." Sir Mason stroked his chest and said, "Your Highness, the remnants who escaped from the battlefield are no different from bandits. I believe they will not let you down." At this time, the hurried voice of the messenger sounded, "My lord, the flag for entering the port for supplies has been raised across the street." Daenerys raised one eyebrow slightly. She turned her head to look at Seer Mason, and said, "Do they really think Crab didn't see their ill intentions, sir?" Anger flashed across Seer Mason's face. "I think Stannis' army is not used to the identity of remnants. Perhaps they think Blackwater Bay is still Stannis' back garden." Daenerys looked at the sea again, her eyes condensed slightly, and said, "Perhaps they still believe in the Baratheon flag." She asked, "Sir, how are you going to fight?" Sir Mason replied, "If the enemy ships enter the cordon of Mermaid Harbor, they will first use crossbows to warn them." Daenerys' purple eyes moved slightly, and Sir Mason continued, "If they ignore our warnings and continue to move forward, I think we can legitimately go to war. This is their initiative to break the agreement between Crab and Stannis." Daenerys nodded her chin lightly, and she asked the captain of the guards of Mermaid Harbor, "Forey, tell everyone about the intelligence of the opposing fleet. Their flagship is a ship with 200 oars, and the others are ships with 100 oars, about 12 or 13 ships." After saying that, Forey retracted his gaze. After a pause, Daenerys asked Sir Mason, "Is there any way to keep their ships?" She added, "The lives of Crab's soldiers are more valuable than those ships. If they need to be exchanged with the blood of the soldiers, there is no need to pity those wooden boards." Sir Mason's eyes moved down, where there were rows of white houses. After a moment's silence, he said, "We can pretend that they are scared and running away to lure them off the ship." He pointed to the square on the north side of the port and continued, "The several squares near the port were the pockets that Lord Green deliberately left when building the Mermaid Harbor. They are very suitable for encircling and killing the invading enemies. They will become lambs to be slaughtered." After a pause, he continued, "But if we let the enemies in, the port will suffer a lot of losses." There was a moment of silence, and Samuel said cautiously, "Your Highness." Daenerys looked over and said, "Sam." Samuel glanced at the people whose faces were tied in his eyes, and seeing this, Daenerys smiled and encouraged, "Do you have any suggestions? Please speak up, I'll listen." Encouraged Samuel smiled shyly and said, "I don't have any good ideas. I just want, The repair cost of those stone houses will be enough for a few hundred gold dragons. Counting other things, I think the total will be about 1 or 2,000 gold dragons." Licking his lips nervously, he continued, "As far as I know, a ship with 100 oars is worth at least 10,000 gold dragons, and a ship with 200 oars is worth at least 30,000 gold dragons. Their value lies in the long time it takes to build them." He moved a little closer to Daenerys and lowered his voice, saying, "If we can rob, no, capture one, that would be good." After finally finishing his words, Samwell's cheeks had turned red. Daenerys smiled and nodded, saying, "I think we have made a decision." "Thank you, Sam." The sun was dazzling, and Daenerys narrowed her eyes slightly, saying, "Leave it to you, Sir." Sir Mason touched his chest and saluted, then strode away with Forey and others. After everyone left, Daenerys asked the little doubt from before, "Sam, do you know why Sir Mason chose the ballista when he mentioned warning the enemy ships just now? Isn't the distance of the trebuchet longer?" Samwell scratched his head and said, "Princess, it's because of the accuracy. The stones thrown by the trebuchet, no one can guarantee where they will fly. It is very likely to hit the hull, which is equivalent to directly starting a war." "Thank you for your teaching," Daenerys said again. "Sam, do you understand the pocket that Sir Mason mentioned just now?" Samwell nodded and said, "Princess, the stone houses around the square are connected. You can think of them as walls. Ballista warning, get ready." With a commander's order, the soldiers of Mermaid Harbor began to operate the ballista nervously. 2 soldiers adjusted the angle of the ballista together, and then, squeak squeak squeak, the crossbow string was slowly tightened, and then another soldier put the thick crossbow arrow into the arrow slot. "Crossbow warning, fire." The soldier released the crossbow string, and with a bang, the crossbow arrow flew forward with a whistling sound. On that day, more than 600 Stannis' remnants who landed at Mermaid Harbor encountered an ambush by Crab. It was rumored that they were shot into hedgehogs by more than 1,000 Crab longbow archers. At the same time, Forey led more than 700 blue robes to board the ships docked at the port. After a fight, Crab captured 8 100-oar ships and hundreds of oarsmen and sailors. The other ships retreated in the direction of Dragonstone in a panic with the help of the 200-oar flagship that was not docked at the dock. Green Crab leaned on the fishbeam wood chair in the hall of the Eyrie, holding a list of the nobles of the valley who were ready to be escorted to King's Landing. This was a trophy that highlighted King Joffrey's military exploits, and Lord Green looked at it carefully. "It's almost holiday time. I was so busy that I got home too late. Sorry, I'll make it up later." TT. Chapter 265, Green's Order. Green turned to the next chapter of the list in his hand. He lowered his eyes and read for a while, but his brows were slightly frowned. With his eyes closed, he tapped his knees with his fingers. After a pause, Green said, "Go and invite Baron Griffin." After instructing the waiter, Green left his chair and walked down the stairs, followed by the tall Brienne. Green said as he walked, "Brienne, Stannis was defeated. Although he withdrew to Dragonstone, he lost most of his troops." Lord Green received a letter from the King's Landing Raven. The content. In short, the great Tywin Lannister defeated the evil Stannis in one fell swoop, and there was no mention of Tyrion's contribution in the defense of King's Landing. As Tyrion's reliable ally, Green naturally felt sad for him. Why did the great Lord Tywin do this? There are various reasons, but the main reason is for his heir, Jaime Lannister. When Jaime was captured by Robb Stark, like most of the lords of the Seven Kingdoms, Lord Tywin would never allow his second son's fame to spread and surpass his heir, not to mention that Tyrion was a dwarf son whom he hated. For Lord Tywin, the fact that the noble blood of Lannister flowed in a dwarf was a kind of shame in itself. Coming to the marble wall with a map of the Seven Kingdoms hanging on it, Green stared at the location of Dragonstone and said, "After the Battle of the Blackwater, Stannis' fleet was severely damaged and could no longer protect Dragonstone, and Lannister would not give him a chance to breathe." Pointing at the location of King's Landing, he said, "Stannis has no allies. It can be said that he has lost the qualification to compete for the Iron Throne." Brienne looked at Green and said, "My lord, do you think Stannis will defend Dragonstone to the death?" Green shook his head slightly and said, "Stannis is as hard as iron. He will not choose to sit and wait for death. He will leave before Lannister besieges himself on Dragonstone." "My lord, where else can Stannis go?" "Where can he go? If it were him, he would definitely seek an alliance with Robb Stark, who declared himself king, immediately. They have a common enemy." But, in Stannis' eyes, Robb Stark is also an unforgivable traitor. With Stannis' character, even if he dies, he will never join forces with traitors. This is Stannis Baratheon. Green raised his eyes slightly, and his gaze moved to the location of the northern wall. After a moment of silence, he said, "Perhaps, we will meet in the ice and snow." Green looked at the beauty and said, "Brittany, do you want to be my Knight of the Bloody Gate?" As soon as his voice fell, Brienne immediately shook her head. She seemed a little flustered. "My lord, my duty is to protect you. I will not be afraid of sacrifice. Please believe me." Green reached out and patted Brienne's sturdy arm, saying, "I will select new candidates for the Knight of the Bloody Gate." After a pause, he still added, "This is a promotion. I am not dissatisfied with your performance, Brienne." Hearing this, Brienne showed a childlike innocent smile. "I will work harder, I promise." Green smiled, paused, and suddenly said, "I heard that you only picked a set of horse armor." Brienne nodded and said, "My armor was made specifically for me by my father." Chapter 91. "I like it, my lord." Green smiled and said, "As my guard, you can always ask the quartermaster of the guard to replenish your equipment. It is also your duty to arm yourself well, Brienne, as you command, my lord." Lord Green's warehouse was piled with countless armors, horsemen, and various weapons. The crab soldiers in the valley were changing their equipment according to actual needs. His guards and clan soldiers were the first batch. Green walked casually in the spacious hall. As he looked around, he said, "Brienne, what do you think of the area?" Brienne looked around with her clear blue eyes and said, "My lord, it's luxurious here." She looked away. "Also, it's very windy and cold. Also, it's hard to break through." "That's a good summary." Green couldn't help laughing. He said again, "Brienne, do you think it's suitable to raise dragons here?" "Dragons?" Brienne blinked. "Yes, dragons. 3 dragons." The waiter came to report, "Lord Green, Baron Greven is here." In the study, the blazing fire in the fireplace brought warmth and light to the room. Baron Greven's voice was a little tired. "Arryn, the territory directly under the Eagle's Nest, mainly referring to the southern part of the valley occupied by Crab, the decree of tax exemption for 3 years will be conveyed to each of your new subjects within the next month." Green stared at the dancing flames in the fireplace and nodded his chin. Baron Greven glanced at his feudal lord and continued, "At the same time, the news of the Moongate tournament to be held in a year will also be announced." Seeing that Greven was hesitant to speak, Green first signaled the waiter to pour the wine, and after the wine was poured, he slowly said, "Greven, the tourney is not the key." He took a sip of summer red and continued, "As far as I know, almost everyone in the Vale has a dream of becoming a knight, and becoming a knight can be said to be a tradition of the Vale. But, if you want to become a knight, it is not enough to have a knight's combat skills and horsemanship. You also need a full set of knight's equipment, which has actually blocked most people's knight dreams." He took another sip of wine and said, "I heard that many knight squires in the Vale, although they have the qualifications to be knighted, have to refuse to become knights because they do not have the gold dragons required for knighthood." He looked at Baron Greven. "As the new ruler of the Vale, I am just holding a tournament to help those who have the ability but are delayed by the gold dragons, and they will be the new knights of the Vale in the future." Green raised his hand to signal Baron Greven, who was standing there in a daze, to drink, and said, "They can be the children of farmers and craftsmen, or the children of merchants, or even wanderers. I only value their abilities and whether they are willing to fight for me." The corners of his mouth slightly raised. "What I welcome most are descendants of valley nobles like Ryan, Greven's eldest son." After a pause, Green continued, "Whether it is a village or a town, anyone who passes the assessment and is qualified to participate in the tournament, armor, weapons, horses, etc., I will provide them with free funding and grant them the title of apprentice knights." Baron Greven opened his mouth and said, "Apprentice knights?" Green tapped his chin and explained, "You can think of them as high-level mercenaries employed only by Kraber. They need to swear allegiance to me and will only fight for me. In the future, new knights of Green Valley will also be born among them." Baron Greven tried to suppress the turmoil in his heart and said in a calm tone, "Lord Green, please allow me to praise you. You are a kind and generous lord. May the gods bless you." He changed his tone and carefully expressed his concerns. "However, I still want to suggest that you postpone your kindness and generosity. The people of the Vale who miss the Arryn family may easily misunderstand your good intentions. I am even worried that they will refuse to participate in the assessment of the tournament." Green said, "Are you worried that someone with ulterior motives will destroy my plan?" Baron Greven nodded with a heavy face. There was a silence, and Green's low voice sounded, "Greven." Hearing the Lord calling him, Baron Greven looked over, and his heart skipped a beat when he met Green's sharp eyes. Green's calm voice seemed to carry the cold wind of winter. "You must learn to be a good vassal of the Crab family as soon as possible, my lord. Miss the Arryn family? Disrupt my decree." After muttering, Green regained his gentle expression, staring at Baron Griffin with a pair of brown eyes, and said, "If I open the gate of the Bloody Gate and allow the High Mountain clan to enter the Vale, will the people of the Vale miss Crab at that time? Will they regret destroying my decree?" The High Mountain clan is a wild tribe living at the foot of the Moon Mountains in the Vale. The formation of these clans originated from the invasion of the Vale by the Andals. Those ancestors who were unwilling to submit to the Andals fled to the Moon Mountains and multiplied in the mountains and forests, forming tribes. Therefore, they have retained many traditions of their ancestors and have similar customs to the wild people outside the Wall of Despair, raiding and disobeying discipline. They mainly rely on hunting and looting villages in the Vale for a living. It is rumored that if the Duke of the area himself has no guards, they will still attack. Upon hearing Green's assumption, Baron Greven's back was instantly covered with fine cold sweat. He had been going smoothly these past few days, but now he could only tremble his lips. Green reached out and patted Baron Greven's arm. His voice seemed to be comforting. "Greven, I value the Hershey family very much. Don't let me down." Baron Greven finally found his voice. He put on a flattering smile on his face and said, "My lord, the Hershey family will never let you down. I promise." Green smiled gently and said, "Well, I believe you. Do a good job. I think the title of Earl of Hershey sounds better. I'll wait for you, I'm too busy. My dear lords, wait for me to slow down." Ha-t-t. Chapter 266 Green's Order, and Griffin Hirsch could not help but wipe the beads of sweat flowing down his forehead, and said respectfully, "The Hirsch family will always remember your gift." Griffin's Hirsch family was the first noble family in the valley to take the initiative to surrender to Crab, and the second was the Egan family who supported the Eagle's Nest. Later, when the content of the rewards of the Hirsch family and the Egan family spread, the nobles of the valley, such as the Crane family, the Ruthermont family, the Dutton family, and the Tollett family, chose to submit to the new lord. The later families were secretly led by Baron Griffin, who had the highest status, the financial manager of the Eagle's Nest, which made him more greedy for power. Perhaps he could become the prime minister of the valley, and then, maybe. He didn't dare to think about it for the time being. The content of his advice to Green was ostensibly to worry about whether the decree would be destroyed by others, but in fact it was for his own selfishness. He originally wanted to take advantage of the opportunity of the new lord to win over the nobles of the valley, to cultivate the power of the Hirsch family. But the tournament and the trainee knights made him feel dangerous. If the plan of the new lord was really implemented, he knew too well the greed of those lowly people. He was sure that new knights of the valley who were loyal to Crab would soon appear. As time went by, those lowly people would become the new nobles of the valley. How would the honor of these old nobles be passed on? When Baron Greven thought of this, Green's voice rang out, "The Royce family, the Waywood family, the Hunter family, the Redford family, the Belmore family, and the Templeton family." He looked at Greven. If there were no Crab family, they and the Arryn family would be the masters of the Vale. "Mr. Baron, am I right?" Green's words hit Baron Greven's head like a hammer. He opened his mouth. He seemed to have forgotten that before he joined Crab, the Hershey family was just a small noble who held a quill pen to help the Arryn family record their property on a blank piece of paper. He was not even qualified to attend a banquet with a higher standard. Well, he once spent a large sum of money to ask for a Waywood family granddaughter of Lady Anya for his eldest son. He also deliberately selected an unpopular and ugly granddaughter, but was directly rejected. When did he start to regard himself as a noble family in the Vale? When did he dare to play with his sword in front of the feudal lord, known as the Bloody Earl? As he was thinking, Baron Greven suddenly burst into tears. He cried. Green signaled the waiter to leave the room and let the old Baron cry. He looked at the flames in the fireplace and took a sip of summer red. Lord Green has always been very patient with his subordinates, let alone the model vassal of the valley like the Hershey family. When Baron Greven gradually calmed down, Green said, "Don't trust your ears too much. Baron Greven Hershey, you should believe in my promise. This is a good vassal of the Crab family, my lord." Baron Greven sniffed. He added, "I will divide the assessment before the tournament into several areas and assign them to my new vassals." Green motioned to Baron Greven to drink. and then said, "Please keep an eye on them for me. You are still the person I trust most, Grieven, Lord Green. I will always be your eyes. I swear to the 7 gods." The nobles in the northern part of the Vale received a letter for help sent by the ravens from the Eyrie. Mr. Erlin's handwritten letter was sincere. He told them that the gateway to the Eyrie, the Gates of the Moon, had been occupied by more than 200 crab soldiers because of traitors. In the name of Duke Robert Arryn, he made different promises to each noble family, such as marriage, title, land, property, etc. Chapter 254. Their task was also very simple: just let them bring their troops to deter and force back the crab soldiers in the Gates of the Moon. Mr. Erlin, who had served the Vale for nearly 40 years, understood the real needs of these families. The Duke of the Eyrie made a sincere promise, and his quill pen successfully awakened their dormant honor. Then, Green received a series of battle reports from the Crab Legion ambushed in the dangerous land. The crews flew back and forth, and there were new harvests almost every day: 53 cavalrymen, 67 cavalrymen, 125 cavalrymen, 78 cavalrymen, 212 cavalrymen. The last essence of the Vale Knights was being devoured by crab. In the study of the Eyrie, Lord Green, who had been busy all afternoon, finally put down his quill pen. Baron Griffin and others sorted out a list of nearly 2,000 prisoners presented to King Joffrey, most of whom were servants serving the nobles. Lord Green only selected more than 100 people who must be sent, and the rest will be deprived of their surnames and escorted to the Crab Claw Peninsula. In the end, they will be dispersed into hundreds of Crab Claw semi-military farms. Chapter 18, on the Crab Claw Peninsula. Although each Crab Claw farm requires a vast hunting area, for the sparsely populated Crab Claw Peninsula, even if it is roughly calculated, at least more than 3,000 new farms can be accommodated. But, the Crab Claw Peninsula has only a population of more than 100,000, so the speed does not need to be too fast. The main thing is to meet the current needs. Most of the people will be arranged to live in the new farms and train soldiers in their spare time. Then, when the new farms under the management of the retired veterans receive the troop transfer order issued by Lord Green, they can send the military-trained reserve soldiers on time. Involving the farms. Lord Green thought of the main problem of the population structure of the Crab Claw Peninsula: there are more women than men. His fingers tapped the table lightly. Men. Knock, knock. There was a knock on the door, and Brienne's voice came from outside the door. "Lord Green, Mr. Common requests to see you." After receiving the response, Mr. Common, with a nervous look on his face, entered the study. "Good day, Earl C. Crable, please take a seat, Mr. Calmont." After Mr. Calmont sat down, Green said, "How is the health of Duke Arryn?" Mr. Calmont glanced at Green and replied, "Earl Calmont, the Duke has been in much better condition recently because he can eat his favorite food." He bowed slightly. "I thank you for your kindness on behalf of the Duke." Green leaned back in his chair and said, "Mr. Calmont, King Joffrey hopes to see Duke Arryn in the Red Castle as soon as possible." Mr. Calmont's Adam's apple rolled a few times, and said, "Kind Earl Calmont, in fact, the Duke's physical condition may be able to support him until King's Landing. He is in great need of long-term recuperation now." Calmont's eyes were a little evasive, and Green sighed. "King Joffrey's patience is only 1 month at most. Mr. Calmont, I will allow you to accompany Duke Arryn on his journey." "I'm so busy. I have someone to drink with me tonight that I can't refuse. It's not easy for a worker TT. I'll update these first today." Chapter 267. Players at the table. Lord Green was very busy. After sending off Mr. Common, who looked worried, he immediately summoned more than a dozen impoverished knight families in the Vale. They were the same as the other families who came to seek refuge. It seemed that, as long as they had unmarried daughters with outstanding looks, they were brought here. Lord Green estimated that the youngest among them looked only 11 or 12 years old. The Lord of the Vale ignored everything else and was infatuated with the daughter of a Vale noble? What if, maybe, he had a special, unknown hobby? Lord Green, who was sitting on a high seat, stopped thinking, and his voice echoed in the hall, "Stand up, welcome." Green had a faint smile on his face. As a ruler, he needed more patience. After all, he and them were not familiar with each other. At this stage, Lord Green was willing to give them more opportunities. Then, oaths, rewards, banquets. It was like repeating the scene of yesterday, but the participants had changed, and more Vale nobles joined the banquet. The next morning, The raven carrying King Joffrey's letter arrived at the crow's nest in the eyrie. In the study, Green took the letter from Mr. Aaron and began to read it. The content was still King Joffrey urging his prisoners to be sent to King's Landing as soon as possible. It is said that on the day when Duke Tywin entered King's Landing as a savior, he rode directly to the throne room, and his horse defecated a pile of feces under the Iron Throne in full view of everyone. It is said that the moved King Joffrey had to bypass the pile of feces in order to hug his grandfather, and called Duke Tywin the savior of King's Landing. Then, King Joffrey sincerely asked his grandfather, Tywin Lannister, to take charge of the entire Seven Kingdoms on his behalf. When Duke Tywin accepted the king's request, Joffrey Baratheon personally hung the Prime Minister's necklace on him. Green guessed that King Joffrey was afraid of Duke Tywin's majesty at the time and did not dare to attack, but later he must have become more and more angry, thinking that the king's majesty was trampled in front of everyone. At this moment, he needed to use the captives in the Vale to show the king's majesty in front of everyone, including Tywin Lannister, who did not respect him as a king. Green's fingers moved. There were 2 letters in total. Seeing the handwriting on the second one, his eyebrows slightly raised. This was a handwritten letter from Grand Maester Pycelle. He wrote in the letter, the Tyrell family declared in the throne room. Although Margaery and Renly Baratheon had a wedding, Renly went to the battlefield on the wedding night and was unable to have sex, so she was still a virgin. In addition to the merits of the Tyrell family, King Joffrey has announced Margaery Tyrell as his fiancée in front of all the nobles, that is, the future queen of the Seven Kingdoms. Maester Pycelle hinted in the letter that Queen Mother Cersei was very dissatisfied with Margaery Tyrell becoming her son's fiancée. Then, he wrote in the letter, according to the merits of the Battle of King's Landing, more than 600 people were knighted on the day when Duke Tywin entered the throne room. He specifically pointed out that the seriously injured Lancel Lannister was awarded the title of Earl of Derry. Derry is the seat of the Derry family in the Riverlands and is now occupied by the Lannister army. It is located at the intersection of the King's Road and the Trident River in the town of Earl Haraway. Although the castle is old, it is small in size. Then there was. Tyrion Lannister was sent to Riverrun as the King's Minister of Finance and the messenger of the Red Castle. The task given to him by Lord Tywin was to bring Jaime Lannister back to King's Landing safely with a reasonable ransom. After reading the letter, Green tapped his fingers on the armrest of the chair, and after a while, he threw Pycelle's letter into the brazier not far away. Then, he pulled out a blank piece of parchment, picked up the quill and dipped it in ink, and said, Mr. Erlyn, please tell Mr. Common that he has 2 more months to treat Lord Arryn. He waved the quill and wrote, tell him that this is a gift from His Majesty the King, and let him cherish it. Yes, my lord. Mr. Erlyn left the study. Rustling. Green was writing the mobilization order for the Crab Claw Peninsula. Although the northern part of the Vale had not yet been included in his rule, the expedition to Maiden Spring Town in the Riverlands needed to be arranged as soon as possible. This was another step in the game of power. After writing the mobilization order, he pulled out a new blank piece of parchment. Lord Green wrote several letters throughout the morning. One of the letters was addressed to the Eternal Prime Minister, Lord Tywin Lannister. In Green's letter, he simply congratulated Lord Tywin on his appointment at the beginning, and then, he praised King Joffrey's great achievements, as well as King Joffrey's outstanding wisdom, courage and chivalry. What great achievements did King Joffrey have? First, despite being surrounded by powerful enemies, he still decisively and forcefully sent troops to conquer the Vale, which was dissatisfied with Joffrey's rule on the Iron Throne. Then there was the Battle of King's Landing. In his letter, Green attributed the result of this battle to the victory brought by King Joffrey's wisdom and courage. Green transferred the credit for Tyrion's preparations in King's Landing while Lord Tywin was fighting in the Riverlands to King Joffrey. Since Tyrion, the great hero, had been expelled by Lord Tywin, this made sense. This letter needed to be escorted by special soldiers, because in addition to the letter, there was also an appetizer that showed King Joffrey's military achievements, the head of Pettyr. As for the open letter written to Lord Tywin, it will be delivered to King Joffrey first along with the appetizer due to negligence. This is the task of little Steward Layton, who is now in King's Landing, chapter 246. Well, let's pick peaches from each other happily. Another letter, its recipient is the war artist, Lord Mace Tyrell. In the letter, Green briefly talked about his views on the future war situation. He hoped that if there was a suitable opportunity, he was willing to raise an army of 30,000 to assist Lord Mace in breaking through Riverrun and contribute to ending the war in the kingdom. Then, he briefly mentioned his views on the political landscape of the Riverlands. He felt that it was very likely that there would be no place for peace talks. Then, he also expressed some concerns about the outstanding combat power of the northern soldiers. Then, Green once again congratulated Margaery Tyrell on the finality of becoming the Queen of the Seven Kingdoms. Finally, he told the Duke of Mace that a noble in the Vale had presented him with a precious black walnut that looked like a palm, with a palm like the seat and the fingers like the back, very suitable for carving into a chair. Green said that he had arranged for the best carpenter in the Vale to do the work, and after it was completed, it would be sent to the Duke of Mace as a gift to celebrate the blooming of the Golden Rose in King's Landing. The next letter, its destination was the Tower of Meag in the Red Keep, and the recipient was Queen Mother Cersei Lannister. In addition to normal greetings, the main content of the letter was the results of the Battle of the Vale, and as usual, concerns about the safety of Queen Mother Cersei. The final conclusion was, the Crab Claw Peninsula and the Vale in his hands were ready to be dispatched by Cersei Lannister at any time, and his supreme owner was to serve her. Green stood on the balcony of the Eyrie, and in the distance were the mountains and peaks of the Vale, which were extremely spectacular. Mr. Erlin's old voice sounded behind him. "Lord Green, the messenger raven has been arranged, thank you, Mr. Erlin." After a pause, Green turned and walked into the room. He would meet the mercenary leaders of the Vale in a while. They would be the main force of the siege when conquering the cities in the north of the Vale. Lord Green planned to use the Golden Dragon to consume another military organization in the Vale, the various mercenary groups in the Vale. This requires the micromanagement of King Green, but it must be done, because the military force of the Vale only needs one, that is, the Crab Legion. In the low whistling sound of the sea breeze, the waves rolled among the rocks under Dragonstone Castle, crashing into huge white foam. Leading to the central tower and stone drum tower of Dragonstone Castle is an elevated stone arched bridge. The sea breeze kept passing through the arch beams supporting the top of the bridge. Davos Seaworth, walking on the bridge, could smell the breath of seawater, which was the smell that could give him strength. As Lord Davos arrived at the gate of the stone drum tower, Sir Axel suddenly appeared and blocked his way. Sir Axel Florent was a member of the Florent family. He was the younger brother of Alistair Florent, Lord of Brightwater, and the uncle of Selise, wife of Stannis. His position was the acting Lord of Dragonstone. Lord Davos paused and looked at the man opposite him. Like the Queen, Sir Axel had the protruding ears of the Florent family. Thick hair grew in his ears and nostrils, and tufts of ground hair emerged from under his double chin. Sir Axel had a broad nose and protruding eyebrows, and his eyes, which were close together, were full of hostility. Prime Minister Davos nodded his chin and said, "Sir Axel." Sir Axel was also looking at Davos. Seeing that the man opposite him called him, he snorted coldly and said, "Davos, it is you, the unqualified Prime Minister, who has brought misfortune to His Majesty the King. It is you. You are not a believer of the Lord of Light, and it is you who brought him defeat." Lord Davos frowned slightly and said, "Sir Axel, King Stannis wants to summon me." Lord Davos wanted to go around from the side, but Sir Axel blocked his way again. "Arhaller has given me the same ability as Lady Melisandre. I can foresee the future in the Holy Fire. I once foresaw in the Holy Fire the scene of Stannis Baratheon sitting on the Iron Throne, but it was ruined because you took away my position as Prime Minister. You are a sinner, a smuggler." Earl Davos didn't want to pay attention to the madman in front of him. King Stannis doesn't like to wait for people. Sir Axel did not give in. "I have foreseen the future path in the Holy Fire. To do this, His Majesty the King must let me be his Prime Minister. And you, when you meet His Majesty the King, will advise him so and take the initiative to withdraw from the position of Prime Minister." Earl Davos frowned and said, "I only listen to King Stannis' orders, Sir Florent. Queen Selise urged His Majesty the King to appoint me as Prime Minister." Sir Axel stared at Davos and continued, "Even your old friend, the pirate Sean, said so. I made a plan with him, but His Majesty the King refused to act. Failure is like a black worm in the soul, gnawing at his heart, and loyal people should act together. If you are as loyal as you claim, then tell His Majesty the King that I am his only suitable Prime Minister. If you do this, I promise to give you a new ship when we set sail." "New ship? You mean?" Davos raised an eyebrow and said, "Those ships lost in Mermaid Harbor." Sir Axel first warned, "Let me tell you, I don't want His Majesty the King to hear about this from you." Then he threatened, "Smuggler, I have been the acting Lord of Dragonstone for a long time. Please remember, the guards here are all my people. I may not be able to burn you to death without the permission of His Majesty the King, but who says you won't fall from the building unfortunately, tonight or tomorrow?" Davos shrugged and said, "I admit that I don't want to fall from here." Sir Axel stepped aside and said with a grin, "His Majesty is waiting for us. Don't keep him waiting. You know he doesn't like to wait for people." In the table hall at the top of the stone drum tower, outside is the night sky, and the sound of winds and faint waves can be heard here. Stannis Baratheon was standing behind the huge map table, with an iron brazier standing beside him, and the charcoal in it was glowing orange-red. Stannis was wearing a grey wool coat, a dark red cloak, an ordinary black belt around his waist, with a long sword and dagger hanging on it, and a flame-shaped red gold crown on his head. The short beard on his face was covered with grey hair, and his figure. Every movement, you can clearly see the bones moving under the skin, as if the spear will poke out. Even the crown on his head seems too big. His eyes seem to have become deep blue caves, and the shape of the head can be seen under the skin. "Your Majesty," Earl Davos and Sir Axel saluted King Stannis. King Stannis looked at Lord Davos, a smile crossing his lips as he said, "My hand, you always tell me the truth. I need your advice." He put his hands behind his back and said, "Tell me honestly, what is the punishment for betrayal?" "My hand, the punishment for betrayal?" The words hung in the air as Davos thought. King Stannis had asked him the same question before. Lord Davos replied respectfully, "Death, the punishment is death." King Stannis' voice was filled with anger. "There is a man from the House of Florent, who suggests recognizing the Iron Throne of a bastard. He wants to sell out my rights for his own power, and even wants to marry my only child to that bastard." Lord Davos was silent for a moment. He glanced at Sir Axel who remained silent, and advised respectfully, "King Stannis, Lord Florent is not your traitor. Perhaps, you can take this as advice you don't like." Sir Axel's voice rang out, "Your Majesty, I beg you, give me a chance to prove that not all people in the House of Florent are so weak." Chapter 268 The King's Curse. Stannis Baratheon's deep eyes looked at his onion knight. "Davos, Sir Axel wants me to continue the war. Many people think I have completely failed. Who can I blame? Almost all the lords who swore allegiance to me have abandoned me. Even my grandfather, Lord Esmond, bent the knee to Joffrey. Eldon Esmond was the Lord of Greenstone in the Stormlands. Stannis' mother, Cassina Esmond, was his daughter. Lord Esmond was captured during the Battle of King's Landing and surrendered to Joffrey's Iron Throne." He added, "The few who still remain loyal have lost their faith and spend their days drinking and gambling, licking their wounds like defeated dogs." Sir Axel stepped forward and said, "Failure is the disease, victory is the cure. Your Majesty, fighting will cheer them up again." "Victory?" Stannis' dull lips twisted. He waved his hand and said, "We do need many victories. Sir Axel, tell my Prime Minister your plan." I want to hear his opinion." Although Sir Axel was very reluctant, he obeyed Stannis' order. He turned to Davos and said, "On the Blackwater River, Lord Adrian Celtiger, Crab Island, fought under the Flaming Heart, but after being captured, he immediately sided with Joffrey and still stays in King's Landing. This man betrayed the true king. I plan to." Sir Axel's plan is very simple. Stannis still has about 1,600 soldiers on Dragonstone. He plans to use Salador San's fleet to transport them to the laxly guarded Crab Island to retaliate against Lord Celtiger's betrayal. Finally, he declared, burn his castle, kill his men, and turn Crab Island to a wasteland of ashes and bones, with only carrion crows to stay. Then everyone in the Seven Kingdoms will know what it means to side with the Lannisters. Stannis listened in silence to Sir Axel's retelling, slowly grinding his teeth. When Sir Axel finished, he spoke. "I believe this plan can be done with little risk. Unless House Redwyne sends reinforcements from the Arbor, Joffrey has no ships to support Crab Island. Crab Island has no strategic value, but its fall will tell Lord Tywin that I, Stannis, am not dead yet." Stannis turned to Davos and asked, "What do you think of Sir Axel's proposal?" "I want the truth, my hand, the truth. Although this plan sounds good, it is actually a robber's job. Sir Axel and his old friend Salad her son are actually targeting Crab Island and the property of House Celtiger." Chapter 188. To be exact, their first target was not Crab Island, but the mermaid harbor of the Crab family. However, They were scared after being beaten, so they shifted their target to the Crab Island of the Celtigar family. After pondering for a while, Davos' eyes moved slightly and met the threatening gaze of Sir Axel. Davos turned his gaze to Stannis and said, "King Stannis, I have to say, this plan is stupid and cowardly." Cowardly? Hearing Davos' words, Sir Axel asked loudly, "Smuggler, how dare you call me a coward?" Prime Minister Davos remained silent, and Stannis said coldly, "Quiet." Then he looked at Davos. "Go on, I want to hear your reasons, my Prime Minister." Prime Minister Davos turned to face Sir Axel and said slowly, "You want to let the Seven Kingdoms know that we have not failed, so you need to take the initiative to find new opportunities. This may be true, but who is our enemy? There is no Lannister on Crab Island." Sir Axel raised his voice, "There is a traitor on Crab Island. Adrian Celtigar betrayed His Majesty the King." Prime Minister Davos said directly, "Are there also traitors in the mermaid port of the Crab family?" You? Sir Axel glanced at King Stannis, a look of horror on his face. "Mermaid Harbor." Stannis' voice sounded without any emotion. "Davos, tell me, what happened?" Davos nodded slightly and said, 4 days ago, one of our fleets attacked Mermaid Harbor, and we lost a lot of ships." Stannis' jaw moved silently a few times, and he said, "Why didn't anyone tell me about this?" He looked at his Prime Minister, and Davos replied respectfully, "King Stannis, I'm sorry, I just found out about it too." After a pause, he said, "My second son heard the news in the tavern at the port." Seeing Stannis' eyes shift to him, Sir Axel hurriedly explained, "Your Majesty, they were careless. They just wanted to replenish supplies in Mermaid Harbor. This is a misunderstanding. I just learned about this not long ago." Misunderstanding? Or are they bandits flying the king's flag? Stannis snorted coldly and said to Davos, "My Prime Minister, I don't need bandits working for me. Deal with them according to the law and don't let anyone go." Sir Axel hurriedly advised, "Your Majesty, our army's morale is unstable, we can't." Stannis interrupted coldly, "I am not the leader of bandits, and I will not keep those who are unwilling to obey my orders. If I tolerate their crimes because of momentary weakness, it will be a real failure, a complete failure." After he finished speaking, Earl Davos bowed slightly to his god, and Sir Axel opened his mouth, but under Stannis' intimidating gaze, he did not dare to continue speaking. After a pause, Davos' voice sounded, "King Stannis, Earl Green is not our enemy. Please allow me to write a letter to him." Stannis' mouth curled up imperceptibly, and he said, "Smuggler, have you learned to write?" Earl Davos raised his eyes and glanced at King Stannis, and replied respectfully, "One of my officials, he writes beautifully." Stannis nodded his chin lightly and said, "Leave it to you, my Prime Minister." He said again, "Let's continue with the previous topic." "Davos, you continue." Davos stroked his chest and said, "Yes, King Stannis." He thought for a moment, and slowly said, "Earl Celtigar. I have no doubt that he has bent the knee to Joffrey. We all know that he is an old man who will not have much time left. His only wish is to spend the rest of his life in his own castle and drink fine wine from a jeweled cup every day." He looked at King Stannis, "And yet, when you summoned, the old man came, with his ship and his men to support you. He fought beside you at Storm's End against Ringly's vast host. Later, he sailed his ship into the Blackwater to fight for you, die for you, and burn for you." After a pause, he continued, "Yes, the defense of Crab Island was indeed lax. There were only women, children and old people there, because their husbands, sons and fathers died in the Blackwater, died under our flag. That's why." His voice rose slightly, "And yet, Sir Axel actually proposed that our army attack their homes behind them, rape their wives, and kill their children. King Stannis, the people of Crab Island are not your traitors." Davos' words were rudely interrupted by Sir Axel. "Lord Celtigar's men were not wiped out on the Blackwater. Hundreds of soldiers were captured with their lord and they knelt together." Lord Davos asked. "Lord Celtigar is their lord, and they have sworn allegiance to him. What choice do they have?" Sir Axel raised his thick chin and said contemptuously, "Everyone can choose. When Lord Celtigar surrendered, they could refuse and die for it, and die heroically. This is true loyalty." Lord Davos was powerless to refute, because he knew very well. Stannis was a man of pure iron, who neither understood nor forgave the weakness of others. Sir Axel's voice was filled with sarcasm. "As the Prime Minister of His Majesty, you speak well of those traitors. I now doubt your loyalty to His Majesty." Onion Knight. Stannis frowned and said, "Smuggler, Loyalty to the legitimate king is everyone's duty, which is higher than loyalty to the Lord. Earl Davos opened his mouth and said, King Stannis, people are different, some are strong, some are weak. He gritted his teeth and said directly, the law cannot forgive weakness, but, at least, you should not implicate innocent people. This is also a kind of cowardice. When Davos finished speaking, he heard Stannis grinding his teeth. Sir Axel said angrily, Davos Seaworth, you dare to insult his majesty to his face, you are a traitor. With a bang, he drew the sword at his waist. King Stannis' voice was cold. Sir Axel, step down. Sir Axel did not want to give up such a good opportunity. If your majesty is pleased, King Stannis interrupted, I would be happy if you stepped down, he added, leave quickly and find Melisandre. Sir Axel had to give up. Yes, your majesty. He put away his sword, looked at Davos hatefully, and walked quickly to the door, his boots clattering angrily on the stone slabs. After a long silence, Stannis spoke, you always presume my endurance. He was warning his Onion Knight, I can shorten your tongue, like your fingers, smuggler. Davos bowed slightly, his voice respectful. King Stannis, I am yours, and my tongue is yours, at your disposal. King Stannis smiled faintly, I will keep it to tell the truth, although the truth is often very bitter. After a pause, King Stannis made a gesture. He asked Davos to come closer, and said, the boy is sick. Maester Palace, a maester serving Dragonstone, bled him. Lord Davos asked in confusion, which boy? Stannis said in a calm tone, the sick one is Robert's bastard, the boy we brought from Storm's End. The boy Stannis refers to as Edric Storm, who was conceived by Robert Baratheon and his bridesmaid Elenna Florent during the marriage of Stannis Baratheon and Selise Florent. Stannis regards this as a stain on his reputation and sends him to Renly Baratheon Storm's End. Since Edric Storm's parents are both nobles, his existence is acknowledged by Robert. Lord Davos nodded slightly and said, I met him in Aegon's garden, a garden near the Dragon's Tail gate of Dragonstone Castle, and I talked to him for a few words. Does the child attract you? King Stannis' eyes became deep. He has this talent, which is a charm inherited from his father's blood. He knows that he is the son of the king, but he doesn't want to think about the identity of a bastard. He worships Robert like Renly did when he was a child. Back then, every time my brother visited Storm's End, he would play the role of a father and send gifts such as long swords, ponies, and fur cloaks, but those things were prepared by Varys for him. The child would write a letter full of gratitude to the Red Castle. And Robert would laugh and ask the eunuch what he was going to send this year. Renly was not much better. He handed the task of raising the child who was acting lord and maester. I don't have the hypocrisy of Robert and Renly, his teeth creaked, but everyone will think that I will hurt the child, which makes me very angry. He looked at the Onion Knight. I chose Robert back then, didn't I? In that difficult moment, I chose my family over honor? Davos was thinking. His god was unwilling to even say Edric's name, which was indeed easy to cause misunderstandings and made him a little uneasy. He advised, I hope little Edric can recover soon. King Stannis waved his hand, signaling Davos not to worry, it's just a cold. He coughs, trembles, and has a fever. Maester Pylus will be able to cure it soon. The child will be fine. You know, he has my brother's blood in his body. After a pause, he said, the blood of the king contains power. She said so, she? You don't have to guess that she is Melisandre in King Stannis' mouth. Davos' eyes trembled slightly, and the uneasiness in his heart became deeper. Davos couldn't help but ask, has Melisandre met little Edric? After a pause, Stannis' voice rang out, it was also her wish to bring him to Dragonstone. She saw it in the sacred fire. She told me that I needed that boy. Frowning, Stannis didn't seem to want to continue talking about the boy. He changed the subject. My Prime Minister, I want to talk to you about our next battlefield. After a moment of silence, Davos said cautiously, King Stannis, to be honest, we are unable to fight the Lannisters anymore. Perhaps, at this time, Melisandre's voice came over with an accent from the Jade Sea region. Your Majesty is referring to the real battle. Chapter 269 Leeches and Golden Roses. Melisandre appeared at the door, wearing a red silk robe and holding a silver tray with a cover in her hand. Her steps were light, and she said as she walked, compared with the upcoming war, your so-called battle is just a child's fight. The ancient gods that mortals cannot know are gathering strength, terrible, evil and powerful forces that are difficult to contend with. She put the silver tray on the map table and continued, the cold wind has already blown, and soon the long night that will never end will come. She looked at the Onion Knight, Her eyes seemed to be burning with flames. Unless the upright people muster up the courage to uphold the faith of the flaming red heart. Earl Davos raised an eyebrow and said, "So, our next battlefield is to spread your god, Lady Melisandre." Hearing Davos's sarcastic words, Melisandre just smiled lightly, and her eyes moved to King Stannis. Stannis stared at the silver plate on the map table and said, "She is telling the truth. She showed it to me through the holy fire. I saw it with my own eyes." Lord Davos' eyes trembled. He knew that his god would never lie like this. After a pause, he couldn't help but confirm, "King Stannis, did you see it?" Stannis nodded slightly and repeated, "I saw it with my own eyes." He looked at Earl Davos, who looked incredulous. After the Battle of King's Landing, I fell into despair. Lady Melisandre asked me to stare into the fireplace. The airflow in the chimney was strong, and bits of ashes flew up. I stared at them and felt like a fool, but she asked me to look deeper and deeper. The dust was white and rose in the airflow, but in a flash, they seemed to be falling again. He seemed to see the scene of that day again. It was snow. Then, the sparks in the air formed a circle and turned into a circle of torches. I looked down through the fire at a tall hill in the forest. His eyes became deeper. There were large groups of black figures moving in the snow behind the torches. Despite the heat of the flames, I still felt a strong chill that made me tremble all over, and then the scene disappeared, and the fire became a fire again. Finally, he said, "What I saw was true. I swear in the name of the king and the kingdom." The certainty in Stannis' words made Davos feel terrified to the core, and he murmured, "The hills in the forest, the figures in the snow, this, Melisandre interrupted, "this means the real war has begun." Spreading her hands, she chanted in a low and hoarse voice, "The sands of the hourglass flow faster, and time is running out for mankind. We must act boldly, or all hope will be lost. Westeros must unite under the name of the only rightful king, the Prince of Prophecy, the Lord of Dragonstone, the chosen of the Lord of Light." Stannis' brows twisted into knots. "The Lord of Light's choice is strange," he added. "Why me, and not my brother or younger brother? Really?" And his peach. "In my dream, juice dripped from the corners of his mouth and blood gushed from his throat. If he had been loyal to his brother, we would have defeated Lord Tywin long ago, and it would be a victory that even Robert would be proud of." Robert, his chin moved, and he continued, "He also appeared in my dream. He laughed loudly, drank in competitions, and boasted. These are the things he is best at? Yes, and fighting. I have never been better than him in any aspect." He raised his confusion again. "The Lord of Light should let Robert be his chosen one. Why chose me?" Melisandre folded her hands on her chest. She bowed slightly, and replied, "Because of your integrity, your majesty." Integrity. Stannis touched the lid of the silver plate with one finger, and said, "An honest person uses leeches." Melisandre nodded slightly and said, "The king needs to save Westeros. But I must remind you again that this is not the right way." Stannis looked very angry. "You said you would definitely do it." Melisandre shook her head slightly. "Maybe, maybe not." Stannis became more angry. "Will it work?" Melisandre's voice was still calm. "Both are possible, your majesty." Stannis' teeth creaked. "Say something meaningful, woman." Melisandre's pale fingers gently brushed across the lid of the silver tray and said, "The holy fire speaks clearly, and I will speak clearly. There is truth in the flames, but the will of the Lord of Light is not always easy to understand." She looked at Stannis, and the large ruby on her throat seemed to sip the flickering light in the brazier. "Give me the boy. That is a safer and better way." She took a light step toward Stannis. "Give me the boy, and I will awaken the dragon in the stone for you, your majesty." Stannis' voice was cold. "I told you not to." Melisandre spread her hands, her voice full of temptation. "He is just a bastard, and we have to save all the men, women and children in Westeros, and the whole world, all the children who may be born in all countries." Stannis was unmoved. "The boy is innocent. He brings shame to you." Melisandre reminded, "The boy polluted your marriage bed, otherwise you would have many sons, your majesty." Stannis said coldly, "It was Robert who brought shame on me, not the child. My daughter likes him very much. Besides, he is my blood." "Yes, he has your brother's blood," Melisandre continued to persuade. "That is the blood of the king. Only the blood of the king can awaken the dragon sleeping in the stone." Stannis' teeth creaked again. "I don't want to hear such words again. Dragons have long been extinct. The Targaryens have tried to awaken them several times, and they either became clowns or lost their lives. On this deserted island abandoned by the gods, we only need a clown like Patchface, the jester of Dragonstone." He waved his hand and said, Just use leeches, and do it quickly." Melisandre lowered her head stiffly. "As your majesty orders." She reached her right hand into her left sleeve and sprinkled a handful of powder into the brazier. The next moment, the charcoal made a harsh sound, and pale flames rolled on it. Melisandre took the silver plate and brought it to Stannis, then opened the lid. There were 3 large leeches filled with blood. Lord Davos' eyes trembled slightly. This was Edric's blood, the blood of the king. Stannis reached out a hand and squeezed a large leech. It twisted in his hand and tried to stick to his fingers. Melisandre reminded him, "Name it, 1 leech per name, Joffrey Baratheon." Stannis threw the leech into the fire, and it curled up and burned in the charcoal like an autumn leaf. Stannis grabbed the second leech, Balon Greyjoy. After saying that, he threw the leech into the brazier, and its skin and flesh were torn apart, blood gushed out of it, hissing, and a puff of smoke rose. The last leech was pinched in Stannis' hand. He looked at it carefully for a while and said, "Robb Stark." Then Stannis threw it into the flames. The sky was blue and cloudless, like a huge sapphire. On a terrace of Highgarden Castle, the breeze blew, and the air was filled with a faint fragrance of roses and soil. Birds flew in the air, making crisp chirping sounds. Lord Mace Tyrell was reading Green's letter with a smile, stroking his triangular beard under his chin from time to time. The letter Green sent from the Eyrie, Lord Mace had read it once last night, and today he read it for the second time. Putting down the letter, a trace of regret flashed through the eyes of the Lord Mace. After a pause, he asked the waiter to bring the map of the 7 kingdoms and spread it on the table. Standing in front of the map, the Lord Mace's eyes were fixed on the location of Riverrun. After a while, regret flashed across his face again. He murmured in a low voice, "It's not appropriate to attack there." The Lord Mace's eyes moved, and his sturdy fingers pointed to the location of Storm's End. He still wanted to prove his art of war to his vassals and the people of the 7 kingdoms here. By the way, make up for the regret of more than 10 years ago. And Lord Mace stroked his beard. If he's lucky, his second son might become the Duke of Storm's End. 2 dukes, plus a queen, who would dare to question the nobility of the Tyrell family at that time? Looking forward to the wonderful future, Lord Mace soon frowned. He was thinking, how to let Garland of the Tyrell family take the position of the Duke of Storm's End. On the king's side. Lannister will definitely object. Lord Mace couldn't think of a good idea for a while, so he decided decisively to talk about his good ideas with Lady Olenna. "Father, oh, our Queen Margaery, your beauty makes this place sparkle." Margaery Tyrell was wearing a blue armless long dress, and she bowed slightly to her father. "Come here, my Margaery." The Duke of Mace smiled. "Have you met Lady Olenna?" The Duke of Mace and Margaery entered Highgarden yesterday evening. He was eager to listen to advice, but his mother, Lady Olenna, expressed her disapproval of her son's sudden visit, and then, the Duke of Highgarden went to rest happily. Margaery's voice was crisp and pleasant. "Grandmother is having breakfast. We can wait for her here, father." The Duke of Mace paused while stroking his beard and confirmed, "Well, Lady Olenna didn't say that I can't look for her, right?" Margaery smiled and shook her head slightly. The Duke of Mace smiled heartily and said, "That's good, we have to arrange it as soon as possible." After a pause, he said, "Margaery only needs a queen." He looked at his daughter who was about to become the queen of the 7 kingdoms, the light of Highgarden forever. Margaery's eyes were red because of being moved. She took her father's strong arm and leaned gently. Feeling his daughter's attachment to him, the Duke of Mace said in high spirits, "Don't worry, my Margaery. If the Lannisters don't cooperate well, I will capture Riverrun and cut off the Westerlands from the Red Keep." Margaery's brown eyes moved slightly. She glanced at the letter on the table and said, "Father, are you going to agree to Earl Green's proposal to attack Riverrun together?" The Duke of Mace's smile froze slightly. He shook his head and said, "It's not the time yet, at least not a good time now." He pointed to the Riverlands on the map. "We have helped Duke Tywin defend King's Landing. This is the battlefield of the Lannisters, so there is no need for the Tyrell army to enter the Riverlands unless they take the initiative to request our support." After a pause, the Duke of Inflatable Fish shook his head and sighed. "Duke Tywin is old. The Lannisters' Westerlands were almost swept by a little running wolf. If it weren't for our army, I don't think Tywin Lannister could even keep his grandson's Iron Throne." Since the news of Stannis' defeat, Margaery found that her father's state was a little bit off. He seemed too happy. If it were usual, Margaery would say, "It's a pity that there is no Lord Mace Tyrell in the Westerlands. Her father likes to hear such praise very much." She knew it a long time ago. Her father wanted to surpass Lord Tywin and become the first Duke of the Seven Kingdoms. Margaery deliberately controlled her words of praise. This subtle change in her father made her feel a little worried, but she had not found the specific reason yet. Moreover, she was also hesitant in her heart. Should she tell her grandmother about this unclear worry? Margaery's beautiful eyes trembled slightly. If your grandmother could notice it herself, that would be the best. Little Rose used her curiosity to naturally change the subject. Father, why would Earl Green make such a suggestion, or why would he set his sights on Riverrun? Her big eyes were full of doubts. I think the valley is not peaceful. Does he have any spare energy? After hearing Margaery's words, Lord Mace paused. He really hadn't thought about it carefully. The Duke of Mace's cheeks puffed up, he frowned and pondered, paused, and said, Green's purpose may not be to join us in the army. He withdrew his gaze from the map. Did he guess the next step of the betrayals? Is it possible? Margaery blinked and asked, Father, why do you have such a guess? The Duke of Mace touched his beard with a little pride, and said, if Cersei Lannister leaves the Red Castle, no matter how many military exploits Green has made, his family will still be excluded from the center of the Seven Kingdoms, just like his Tyrell family, because of the war 16 years ago. They have not been able to enter the center of the kingdom since then. The Duke of Mace felt that there was no need to speak out his past pain. After a pause, he continued, as the head of a family, how can a knight's loyalty be higher than the interests of the family? Finally, he was sure, Green should be doing this for you, my Margaret. Margaret's little face still had some doubts, but in her heart. Yes, in the past, when her father encountered important things, he would not express a clear attitude, and it was almost always his grandmother who helped him from behind. Normally, even for this kind of analysis now, my father would not easily confirm his own opinions, except for his art of war. Recently, my father has become more and more confident, and I have to admit, such a Duke of Highgarden has always been the expectation of Golden Rose, but this makes her feel inexplicably uneasy. The Duke of Metz looked at the sky and said, Margaret, it's almost time, let's go over. Chapter 270 The Attack of the Golden Rose. On one side of the corridor of Highgarden Castle, there were exquisite paintings depicting historical stories, legends and natural scenery, which were dazzling. On the other side was a row of narrow windows inlaid with colored glass, through which the sun shone in colorful light and shadow. The floor of the corridor was covered with a thick carpet covered with exquisite patterns, which was soft and comfortable to step on. The Duke of Metz and Margaret walked slowly in it. Seeing that his daughter was distracted from time to time, the Duke of Mace asked with concern, My Margaery, you seem troubled. Margaery blinked and paused, then she looked at the Duke of Mace. Father, I'm thinking about King Joffrey and Earl Green. The Duke of Mace was a little surprised. Why did you think of them? What did you think of? Margaery replied softly, Father, do you still remember Earl Green's evaluation of King Joffrey at the dinner in the Long Table Hall? Chapter 235. The Duke of Mace recalled and said uncertainly, Little boy. Margaery reminded, a decisive little boy. Yes, the Duke of Mace remembered and paused. He said puzzledly, Is there anything wrong with this evaluation? Joffrey is only 13 years old this year, of course he is a little boy. Decisive. As the King of the Seven Kingdoms, he must be decisive. Margaery's beautiful eyes moved slightly, and she said, Father, Earl Green respects you. Hearing this, the Duke of Mace stroked his beard proudly. Little Rose continued, Therefore, I believe that Earl Green will not hide anything from you, especially something related to the future of the Tyrell family. The Duke of Mace looked at his daughter and said, Margaery, is Green hinting at something to me? Margaery nodded slightly and said, Combined with the intelligence I have recently obtained, Earl Green is hinting. After walking a few steps, she said, he will definitely not listen to the advice of others. The little boy is willful. She looked at her father. Combined with this, King Joffrey is an uncontrollable king. This conclusion makes me think of Ares II, Mad King. After a moment of silence, the Duke of Mace suddenly stopped, and he no longer smiled. Margaery, Joffrey is still a child. I believe that with your wisdom you can assist him well, he added. You must remember that you are the Rose of Highgarden. Joffrey and your child will become the heirs to the Iron Throne. This is the most important thing. Margaery's eyes trembled slightly, and after a pause, a relaxed smile appeared on her beautiful face, and she said, I understand. Please rest assured, Father. The Duke of Metz then revealed a look of relief. Oh, my Margaret, my daughter, No one can refuse your beauty, no one will not love you. He patted his daughter gently. Don't think too much, behind you is the golden rose of Highgarden. Let's go, my Margaret. The oak door of the small hall was pushed open, and the hearty voice of the Duke of Metz rang out, "Oh, Lady Olenna, my mother, did you enjoy your breakfast?" Although there was a waiter's report, the Duke of Metz's voice came suddenly, and the teacup in Lady Olenna's hand could not help shaking. "It's not pleasant now." Lady Olenna placed the teacup on the small round table. The Duke of Metz laughed, and Lady Olenna ignored her son. She said kindly to Margaret, who appeared a step slower, "Dear, come, sit next to your grandmother," without his mother's greeting. The Duke of Metz sat happily on the other side and signaled the waiter to pour wine. The elderly Olenna Redwine had thin and wrinkled cheeks, but her deep eyes were still bright and energetic, as if they could see through everything. She looked at her granddaughter who sat beside her. "My Margaery, you don't look well." Before Margaery could reply, the Duke of Mace on the other side said first, "Mother, it's nothing. Margaery is just nervous before marriage." Looking at her stupid son who liked to be smart, Lady Olenna wanted to hit his fat head hard with a wooden spoon. She calmed down her anger and said, "Our Duke of Highgarden, do you think the Light of Highgarden is an ordinary little girl?" Seeing that Lady Olenna was showing signs of getting angry, the Duke of Mace immediately showed a flattering smile. "It's my carelessness. Mother, in my heart, Margaery will always be a little girl who never grows up." Margaery looked at her father, who was completely suppressed by her grandmother, her eyebrows curved, revealing a real relaxed smile. Lady Olenna didn't want to be angry anymore. She felt that she was the biggest fool in the Reach for being angry with her stupid son. She first glanced at the Borduke with disdain, then looked at Margaery. Seeing that her granddaughter seemed to be in a good mood, she smiled kindly. Lady Olenna patted Margaery's fair hand with her wrinkled hands and said, "Old woman, send the Duke of the Wild Boar away first, and we can talk later." After that, Lady Olenna looked at the Duke of Mace again. "You ran from the long table hall to find an old woman like me, but what do you want?" she added. "I am deeply honored to be remembered by the Duke of Highgarden." The Duke of Mace seemed not to hear the sarcasm in his mother's words at all. He smiled and said, "I need your wisdom, Lady Olenna." After a pause, he added, "I am also a little anxious." After a moment of silence, Lady Olenna said, "Let me hear it." The Duke of Mace stroked his beard and said slowly, "It's for Queen Cersei of the Lannister family. I heard that she is hostile to our Margaery. This is not a good thing. Besides, the Queen Mother is a woman who has lost her husband, not the Queen before. I think the Red Castle only needs one mistress." Lady Olenna looked a little suspicious. "It's rare that you can think of this." Although the Duke of Mace only thought of this after Margaery reminded him, he couldn't help showing a proud look in the face of his mother's rare praise. After being happy for a while, he finally reacted and said, "Lady Olenna, have you prepared a way?" Seeing the various reactions of the Duke of Mace, Lady Olenna couldn't help but snorted coldly and said, "Wait for you to realize it later. Will my granddaughter be able to wear the Queen's crown smoothly?" After mocking, she continued, "According to the agreement of the alliance, a woman from the Lannister family will marry to Highgarden. Let Tywin marry Cersei here, and let her give birth to Willis, the heir and eldest son of the Duke of Mace." After Lady Olenna's voice fell, Margaery's eyes trembled slightly. Chapter 250, and the Duke of Mace paused while stroking his beard, as if frozen there. After a few seconds of silence, Duke Mace said in disbelief, "Varys is my heir, and Cersei is just a..." Lady Olenna interrupted coldly, "That widow can give birth to a grandson with Tyrell and Lannister blood for your Borduke." Duke Mace opened his mouth. And after a while, he continued stroking his beard, and he smiled. Good, this is a good idea." Duke Mace was thinking. If Cersei gave birth to Varys' child, the Golden Rose would take root and blossom on the Iron Throne, and then, in the future, even, it is possible. "Wipe your saliva, Duke of Highgarden." Lady Olenna's voice pulled Duke Mace out of his wonderful fantasy. He leaned back in his chair cheerfully and said, "Lady Olenna, please give your orders." Olenna glanced at her son with disdain and said, "You should leave as soon as possible and discuss this matter with Lord Tywin in person." Lord Mace nodded first, thought for a moment, and suddenly asked, "What if I go to King's Landing now? What about Margaery? I have to escort my Margaery from Highgarden to King's Landing in person. This matter can be handed over to Garland, Lord Mace's second son. Besides the marriage of that woman Cersei." Lady Olenna stared at Lord Mace and said, "You have another important thing." In the Lord Mace's puzzled eyes, she continued, The people of King's Landing who have just finished a battle must be very hungry, or they haven't eaten for a long time. Lord Highgarden, I have asked people to prepare bread, and you distribute it to all the people of King's Landing in the name of Margaery, every day until their queen arrives in King's Landing." She patted her granddaughter's hand and said, "My granddaughter will enter the Red Keep amid cheers and flowers, and make the whole King's Landing cheer the name of Margaery Tyrell." After the Duke of Mace left in a hurry, Lady Olenna signaled the maids to leave, leaving only her and her granddaughter in the small hall. Lady Olenna's eyes were full of love. "Margaery, are you worried about your father?" Margaery looked at her grandmother, nodded gently, and said, "This feeling is very strange, I don't even know the specific reason." Lady Olenna reached out and stroked Margaery's cheek, murmured, "When I was your age, I was a carefree lady of the Redwyne family. After I got married, I could also focus on the pleasure of bed, but you can't enjoy that kind of beauty." Margaery couldn't help but chuckle. She shook her head slightly and said, "Grandma, you taught me how to make choices, and I know what to do. Only by experiencing it can you truly understand how to make and how to give up." Lady Olenna stood up tremblingly, and then said, "I can't cheer up when I think about going to King's Landing, where you can smell shit more than 10 miles away. Come, my Margaery, accompany me to the garden. The sky is blue and the trees are shady." Margaery took Lady Olenna's arm and strolled down the green lawn. On one side were roses of various colors blooming, like a sea of flowers. Not far away, there was an exquisite fountain, with water gushing out of the mouth of the sculpture, forming a beautiful arc. Lady Olenna said, "Margaret, my son is very greedy. I saw it when he was very young." Margaret said softly, "Grandma, you taught me that there is no one in this world who is not greedy." Lady Olenna nodded and said, "That's true. I am also greedy, old woman. I often fantasize about returning to my youth and riding with handsome young knights." She looked at Margaret, "But I know that's impossible. I know how big my stomach is. That's a normal desire, not greed." There was a little anger in her voice. "But your father is different. When he sees delicious food, he wants to eat it into his stomach regardless of anything. He doesn't even consider whether he can eat those things." Endless muttering, Lady Olenna said angrily, "This is the most boring clan language I have ever heard." Margaret smiled, "Grandma, because of you, the Golden Rose will never end." Lady Olenna was still furious. "My idiot husband left me a ridiculous death, an idiot son, and the mess of the Tyrell family. May the gods send him to the 7 hells." Margaery could only pray silently for her grandfather in her heart. She stopped talking. Little Rose was now her grandmother's most obedient listener. After scolding her husband and son for a while, Lady Olenna's anger seemed to finally dissipate. Stannis was defeated, so, the stupid Duke of Highgarden became the stupid and arrogant Duke of Highgarden. "This is why you feel uneasy inside, my Margaery. I'm tired, find a place to sit down." After they sat down on the wooden chairs in the pavilion, Lady Olenna said again, "When my arrogant son goes to King's Landing, the old Lion of the West will shrink the inflated Highgarden inflatable fish back to its original shape." Margaery helped her grandmother put away her skirt, sat down, and said, "Grandmother, after the Battle of King's Landing, Duke Tywin will be more famous, and perhaps he will really become the eternal Prime Minister." Margaery, "We will know the answer to this question when we arrive in King's Landing." Lady Olenna's eyes were deep. "I don't like the Lannisters, nor do I trust them, and I have not forgotten the pain of losing my grandson." Margaery's beautiful eyes widened slightly, and Lady Olenna looked at her. "My granddaughter, do you remember that night at the Bitter Bridge? The old woman said she would teach you the last lesson." Chapter 196. "You are about to wear the crown of the Queen of the 7 Kingdoms. Now, it's time." She reached out and held one of Margaery's hands. "Men have their own battlefields, and women have their own battlefields. Men are used to using swords, while women can use another thing, and their effects are the same. You will be the only queen, my Margaery." Under the witness of the nobles of the valley, Green Crab personally canonized Rena and others as knights in the Eagle's Nest. After the canonization ceremony, the new knight of the Crab Claw Peninsula, Russell Brunn, Chapter 239, was appointed by Green as the Knight of the Bloodgate, and the guards of the Bloodgate were all changed into Crab's blue robes. The next day, Green led an army of more than 1,000 blue robes and nearly 2,000 mercenaries to the north. His goal was the Heart City located in the north of the Eagle's Nest. 3 days later, more than 3,000 Thorn troops led by Emperor joined Green's army. In the tent, Green's voice rang out, "Emperor, When we get to Zinsua City, there will be more than 500 mercenaries joining us. Green pointed at Zinsua City on the map and said, the mercenaries' mission is to attack the city. I agreed to this with the Gold Dragons. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 271 The Lannister Brothers. Slowly sweeping his eyes across the northern part of the Vale on the map, Green continued, the population of the Crab Claw Peninsula is limited, and our soldiers cannot withstand the consumption of siege warfare. He added, Impero, the mission of the Thorn Legion is also to make those mercenaries work hard. Emperor Thorns nodded and said seriously, my lord, I will take good care of them. Guard? Green turned his head to look at Emperor, and raised his mouth slightly. Well, thank you. The old knights of the Vale were exhausted by Crab. The main obstacle to the advance to the northern region is the castle, built in a dangerous place. After the war, the issue of ruling the Vale is. Governance requires patience, but the legal right to rule needs to be established as soon as possible. Green pointed his finger at King's Landing on the map. The Vale is not the Crab Claw Peninsula. If he goes to the Red Castle, Dany needs to be in charge of the area, and only she can do it. Also, although the population of Crab Claw Peninsula is small, Bloody Gate, Moongate Castle and Eyrie need to relocate some people from Crab Claw Peninsula, as the military and political value here is too important, and Seagull Town, these places must be firmly controlled. Green pinched his chin. The direct territory of Eyrie must first promote the farms based on the law of Cleaver. Dany is a novice in governance after all. Will she be under too much pressure? It seems, it must be combined with the micro-manipulation of the ravens of the Roll King Green. Also, increase the number of people who migrate from Crab Claw Peninsula to reduce the difficulty of Dany's governance in the valley. Thinking about it, Lord Green's thoughts went astray a little, and he thought of the problem of more women than men on Crab Claw Peninsula. Maybe he could use the reward of land to seduce strong men to marry the Crab Claw Peninsula spearwomen? If implemented, it must be arranged carefully, and this matter cannot conflict with military merit. It is not easy to be a ruler, and it is even harder to be a ruler of a large territory. He missed the time in Whispering City a little. Seeing that the Lord seemed to be in deep thought, Emperor stood silently by the side and did not make any noise to disturb him. The tent was silent for a while. Not long after, Green withdrew his thoughts and continued to arrange military affairs with Emperor. Leave these places to Serper. I have already transferred enough soldiers and mercenaries to him, to the east. Is our next destination Longbow Hall, sir? Yes, I heard. While they were discussing, the voice of a messenger suddenly came from the direction of the tent door. Lord Green, a letter from Mermaid Port? Mermaid Port? Green raised his eyebrows slightly, took the letter, glanced at the seal on the mud, and opened it to read. Green's eyes trembled slightly. A fleet of Stannis violated their neutrality agreement and took the initiative to invade Crab's territory. His fingers tapped the armrests of the chair one by one. Melisandre. The wall. Need support. Green looked at Impero. In the next battle, if the rebels lay down their weapons, you can give them the opportunity to wear black clothes, sir. 2 days later, Lucas Corbray of Zinsua City, the younger brother of Earl Leonor Corbray, died in Chapter 247, and Sir Lyn Corbray, died in Chapter 220, pledged to Cleaver to never surrender. Then, the Valley mercenaries hired by Cleaver launched an attack on Zinsua City. Although the defenders in the city were less than 200 people, they held out for 3 days before the city was broken, and the casualties of the mercenaries who attacked the city reached nearly 1,000. Lucas of the Corbray family died in the battle. After this battle, the long-standing Corbray family was declared extinct, and Lord Green had to incorporate Zinsua City into the direct territory of Eagle's Nest City, and selected a 3-centurion captain from the Cleaver Legion to serve as the garrison captain of Zinsua City. After a short reorganization, Green led his troops to the east. His next goal was the Longbow Hall, where only the old and weak Hunter family were left. During the march, the head of the Malker family of Old Anchorage, a coastal city in the east of the Vale, east of Iron Oak and south of Longbow Hall, took the initiative to meet Green with his heir and 3 daughters and swore allegiance. Then, the troops of the Malker family joined Green's army to attack Longbow Hall. At about the same time, another group of Cleaver troops led by Cleaver's retainer knight, Per Pili, broke through Hong Song City, northwest of the area. Their next target was the last two important cities in the north of the Vale, Snakewood City and Coldwater City. At the west dock of Seagull Town, Rick Snow, Chapter 101, was walking with his men in the warehouse of a 300-oar warship. This giant ship was purchased by Green and Brovis through the Iron Bank. It was the first of 9 warships and would become the flagship of the Kleber fleet in the future. Although Rick preferred the sea, he was also jealous of the military exploits that Kleber's soldiers had won in the Battle of the Vale. Today, after seeing the big baby, Rick's mood became better and better. This is what he loves most. Rick can already imagine the majestic appearance of this huge ship in the wind and waves, and he can't wait to test the sea. After the sailors were in place, Rick shouted on the bridge, "Prepare to sail." In the dungeon of Riverine, Jaime Lannister stretched his legs and sat on the ground, closing his eyes and leaning against the wall. Jaime's once bright golden hair has now become dirty and greasy, covering his forehead. His once handsome face has now become pale and thin, covered with stubble. His once strong body has now become weak and powerless. His once gorgeous clothes have now become tattered and stained. The cell where he stayed was filled with unpleasant odors, and Jaime's high-spirited image has disappeared. "Hey, tall and mighty brother, it looks like you're doing well," Tyrion's voice sounded outside the iron bars. Hearing the sound, Jaime, who was dozing off, suddenly opened his eyes. He looked for a while and then said, "Tyrion." Tyrion grinned through the iron bars. "Sir Jaime, you are not dreaming. What you saw is indeed the Lannister giant, your favorite lion brother." The chains nailed to the wall, connecting Jaime's hand and leg shackles, clanked, and he still said in disbelief, "When did you arrive? It's very dangerous here. How did you get here?" Tyrion burped long and reeked of alcohol. Tyrion leaned against the iron bars, his head slightly tilted, and said, "Don't be anxious, I will answer them one by one, my brother. I have been here for several days, 5 days or 7 days. I have been busy trying to please Lord Edmure of Riverine these days. When I thought my tongue was going to break, he finally agreed to my request to meet you." He grinned. "I took in dozens of homeless women on the road, and they are very popular in Riverine. Maybe it was their dedication that got me this opportunity. Lord Edmure also likes them very much. Although he's hiding it, I can see it. Well, we both have the same hobbies. I'm just more direct, just a little bit. As for why I came," Tyrion scratched his cheek with a finger and said, "This is Lord Tywin's order. He ordered me to talk to the little wolf about your ransom. Also, I was forced. My kind father put his sword on my neck, and I came here willingly." Sir Jaime couldn't help laughing. "Thank you for coming, Tyrion." Tyrion smiled and said, "I heard about you from Lord Edmure. It was also because my plan was not thorough enough, Chapter 230, that I let you move in." He looked around the dirty cell and continued, "Well, the environment here is not bad. Lord Edmure is a good man. I love him so much, my brother." Sir Jaime shook his head and said, "Tyrion, I just hope you can completely forget what I look like now." Tyrion chuckled and said, "When you can't remember, I won't forget to remind you. I'm a good brother, Brother Jaime." Glancing around, Tyrion lowered his voice slightly. "The one in charge here is the young man who claims to be the king of the north. I've inquired and he will arrive in Riverine soon. You will need to stay for a few more days." Glancing around again, he continued, "Edmure Tully has promised me to increase your treatment. Jaime, you must take this opportunity to take care of your health. We must prepare for the worst." Sir Jaime nodded silently at first, then he said, "Tyrion, don't take risks. I would rather be imprisoned here than see you get into trouble because of me." After a pause, he said seriously, "Promise me, Tyrion, my brother." Tyrion waved his hand and said, "Don't worry, I am a Lannister with a heart as cold as winter. You just wait for my good news." Jaime smiled and shook his head. He was about to speak when he heard the sound of footsteps. "I heard that Lord Hoster Tully is about to die. Take care of yourself," Tyrion said quickly and started walking. As he walked, he shouted, "Jaime Lannister, stay well. I will redeem you from King Robb as soon as possible." Tyrion's figure disappeared, and Sir Jaime retracted his gaze and leaned against the wall. He could still vaguely hear the voices of Tyrion and others. The sunlight outside the dungeon was dazzling. Tyrion, with a pair of thick dark circles under his eyes, said, "Lord Edmure, are you saying His Majesty Robb will enter Riverine in a while?" Edmure Tully, with a haggard face, shrugged and said, "I just received news that my nephew is already near Riverine." Tyrion's eyes turned slightly, and he said, "It's a bit sudden, but it's good news for me and a surprise for you." Edgemure hesitated and said, "Lord Tyrion, I don't want Robb to know that I allowed you to meet Sir Jaime privately. I hope this is a secret." Tyrion didn't ask the reason. He assured sincerely, "Of course, this is just a small matter. I am very grateful to you. A Lannister will repay his debts." Chapter 272, Copper and Black Iron Sword Crown. Hearing Tyrion's promise, Edgemure Tully nodded his chin. Tyrion blew a long breath and said lazily, "I almost didn't sleep all night. Muir's legs are really. I can't stop even if I want to." He grinned, and a lewd smile appeared on his face. "Continue tonight." Edgemure wanted to agree immediately, but he knew that it would be difficult to leave the party early tonight. In fact, he could secretly enjoy himself during the party, and others would just treat it as entertainment. But others could, but he couldn't, because he was the heir to the Duke of Riverrun. Everyone was staring at him. Edgemure suddenly felt an inexplicable emotion in his heart. As the heir to the Duke of Riverrun, he could only sneak out of the city like a thief after the sun went down to seek pleasure. Who understands? To be honest, Edgemure didn't like the little dwarf from the Lannister family when he first met him. He felt that talking to him was an insult. But after a little contact, Edgemure had to admit that Tyrion was not bad. He was good at playing, and he also learned a lot of new things. The most important thing was, he could stay in the inn that Tyrion had booked in Riverrun in the name of entertaining the Red Castle envoy. Thinking of the interesting things of the past few days, Edgemure once again sighed that Tyrion was really good at playing, and it was a pity that they met too late. Tyrion would not stay in Riverrun for long. He had to cherish it. Edgemure Tully nodded slightly with reserve, and then left with his chin held high. Tyrion looked at Edgemure's hurried back and smiled happily. When Edgemure saw the look in his eyes when he arrived at Riverrun, Tyrion saw, this was a big boy who had been suppressed for a long time, and he was of course prescribing the right medicine for him. After more contact, Tyrion also found that Edgemure himself was a kind-hearted person. If there had been no rebellion of the kings, he would definitely be Joffrey's well-behaved Duke of Riverrun in the future. As an heir, Jaime is much luckier than Edgemure. Although Lord Tywin is strict, he is very tolerant of him. Tyrion looked up at the blue sky. Perhaps. When Jaime put on the white robe, although Lord Tywin did not express it deliberately, he knew in his heart that Jaime had given up his status as the heir of Casterly Rock. Tyrion felt that he had handed in a satisfactory answer when he performed his duties as Prime Minister on behalf of his father. Surrounded by powerful enemies, he preserved the Iron Throne and glory of the Lannister family and saved hundreds of thousands of people in King's Landing. Tyrion felt that he was now qualified to sit opposite Lord Tywin and talk. Tyrion took a step with his hands behind his back, and he hummed a little tune in a happy mood. At the gate of Riverrun, Robb Stark sat on a tall horse with a black and smooth mane, and Edgemure stood respectfully in front of the crowded crowd. King Robb said loudly, "Lord Edgemure, our kingdom will never forget the warriors who sacrificed their lives bravely in the Battle of the Red Fork. It was because of the strength of the North and Riverrun that Tywin Lannister was frustrated and had to turn back to deal with Stannis. This is also your credit." Everyone laughed and agreed. Edgemure, who tried his best to maintain a humble demeanor, couldn't help but raise the corner of his mouth. Robb raised his hand to signal everyone to be quiet, and then said, "But we can't let our guard down. Lannister will definitely attack again. For the peace of the kingdom, we must continue to fight. Long live the King of the North, long live the King of the Trident." Amid the cheers of the crowd, King Robb entered Riverrun, surrounded by the vassals of the North and the Riverlands. When he was about to reach the main castle of Riverrun, Roose Bolton of the Dreadfort suddenly rode up and blocked King Robb's way. The surroundings became silent for a moment because of the accident. Lord Roose sat on his horse and saluted, saying, "Your Majesty, I am here on the orders of Lord Eddard." Before Robb could respond, the Greedjon beside him shouted angrily, "Roose Bolton, get out of my way. You are blocking King Robb's way." King Robb raised his hand to stop the Greedjon who was about to speak. He looked at the Earl of the Dreadfort, who looked like an ice sculpture. "Lord Bolton, is my father okay?" Roose Bolton's delicate voice sounded. "Although Lord Eddard has recaptured Moat Cailin, Greyjoy's iron race is still raiding everywhere in the north. He has to stay in Winterfell and mobilize the few remaining northern soldiers to protect our homeland." Buzz. Hearing Lord Roose's words, the lords from the north were uneasy. 10 Balon Greyjoys are no match for my father. King Robb stared at Lord Roose, and said, "I will summon you in a moment, Roose Bolton." Hearing this, Roose Bolton first nodded slightly, then kicked the horse's belly lightly, pulled the reins, and slowly made way. In front of the fireplace in the small hall of the main castle, Robb Stark stared at the flames in the fireplace and said, "Uncle Grandfather, I can't see into Lord Bolton's heart. I can't trust him, and I never have." Brynden Tully joked, "No one can see through an ice cube." King Robb smiled, was silent for a while, and said, "My father trusts him very much?" Sir Brynden shook his head slightly and said, "Ned also has people he likes and people he doesn't like, but he trusts every one of his northern vassal." King Robb nodded, thought for a while, and said with some doubts, "Why did father send Earl Roose here? Most of the northern lords don't like the Dreadfort, and father knows this very well." Sir Brynden pondered for a moment and said, "Perhaps Ned values Lord Bolton's wisdom more. He understands the North. The descendants of the ancestors of the North rarely think about other things when they hold swords in their hands." King Robb couldn't help but smile. "This is also one of the reasons why they don't like Earl Roose." Sir Brynden smiled amiably, and suddenly said, "Perhaps your father hopes that you will make a choice as soon as possible. With Lord Bolton here, at least you can hear different advice." After a moment's silence, King Robb asked, "Choice?" Sir Brynden stared at King Robb for a moment. He pointed to the copper and black iron sword crown on King Robb's head and said, "Child, have you thought about how to meet your father?" King Robb leaned back in his chair and said without hesitation, "By then, father will be the king in the north and the king of the Trident." Hearing Robb's answer, Sir Brynden asked, "What if your father refuses to wear the king's crown?" King Robb opened his mouth and said, "The Lannisters almost killed my father. We are mortal enemies. The Starks have no other choice." Sir Brynden sighed. "Ned and Robert are like brothers. Your father will not seize the Iron Throne left by his brothers." Seeing Robb silent, he continued, "While you were taking a bath, I went to inquire about Lord Bolton. It is said that Lord Valder refused to let the Dreadfort army pass through the Twins, and he could only come with some guards." After a pause, he continued, "Lord Valder is expressing his dissatisfaction with Jean's affairs. He is implicitly reminding that the twins of the Frey family are very important to you. He is waiting for your friendly response." King Robb. Sir Brynden saw Robb's clenched fists, and he said slowly, before calling Edmure, "King Robb." A pair of deep blue eyes looked straight at Robb. "Are you sure you want to cancel the engagement with the Frey family and marry Jean Westerling?" King Robb nodded slowly and said, "Jean and I will hold our wedding in Riverine." Sir Brynden, although he already knew the answer, Sir Brynden still sighed secretly. "Your Majesty." Edmure saluted first, then sat in the chair next to Sir Brynden, and said excitedly, "Uncle, I'm at the Red Fork River." Edmure, who was drunk, showed off his military exploits to his uncle like a child. At King Robb's signal, after all the servants in the hall left, Sir Brynden frowned and said, "Stop, we've heard enough of your showing off." Edmure was stunned and asked in confusion, "What showing off, uncle?" Sir Brynden looked at his nephew and said, "I mean, you should thank King Robb for his tolerance. He acted for you at the city gate to prevent you from making a fool of yourself in front of your own vassal." His tone became stern. "If it were me, I would reprimand your stupidity mercilessly and would never praise your merits." Edmure said in disbelief, "In the battle at the Red Fork Ferry, countless warriors sacrificed their lives to repel the Lannisters. You should respect them, uncle." Then, his gaze shifted to King Robb, and his voice was filled with anger. "What's the matter? No one should win except the young wolf? Did I steal the glory that belongs to you, Robb?" Robb took off his crown, placed it on the table beside him, and corrected coldly, "It's your Majesty, my uncle." Edmure turned his face away angrily, not looking at his nephew or his uncle. After a pause, the deep and hoarse voice of Sir Brynden sounded, "Edmure, I heard that King Robb's order to you was to stay at Riverine." Chapter 236, "That's all." Edmure turned his head and explained, "Uncle, I defended Riverine and repelled Lord Tywin's army." Robb interrupted with a slightly gloomy face, "Repulse does not mean victory, Lord Edmure," he added. "Have you ever thought about why the coalition forces of the North and the Riverland stayed in the West for so long? You know I don't have enough troops to break through Lannisport or Casterly Rock." "Why?" Edmure couldn't help but be stunned. He tried to guess the answer, opened his mouth and said, "For other castles? For gold? For cattle and sheep? Could it be for beauties?" Robb said with a dark face, "Do you think we go to the Westerly to be robbers?" After a pause, he said, "Uncle, I stayed in the Westerly to lure Lord Tywin here." Sir Brynden explained to Edmure, who was still puzzled. The main force King Robb brought to the Westerly was cavalry, and the Lannister army was mostly infantry. I think his original plan was to let Lord Tywin chase to the seaside of the Westerly, and then use the speed of the cavalry to slip past, cross the Golden Road, and occupy a defensive position with advantageous terrain. If they launch an attack there, the Lannisters will pay a heavy price. If Lord Tywin does not attack, he will be trapped in the Westerly, always consuming the resources of the Westerly instead of plundering the Riverlands. King Robb nodded and continued, at the same time, Stannis will directly attack the isolated King's Landing. But the Lannister reinforcements defeated him at the gates of King's Landing. We, my uncle, are the only enemies left of Lord Tywin, Edmure finally understood. He looked at his uncle, then at his nephew, and finally, he weakly defended himself. I have never heard of this plan, King Robb said tiredly. I asked you to defend Riverrun. Is there anything about this order that you cannot understand, Lord Edmure? Sir Brandon shook his head and said, Edmure, you stopped Lord Tywin at the Red Fork, and for a long time. It just allowed the Lannister army, which had to retreat, to join forces with the Tyrell army, and at the right time, attack Stannis from behind. Edmure wilted, and he murmured, I really didn't expect it. I didn't want to at all. Suddenly raising his voice, he said hurriedly, Robb, believe me, I will compensate you. The next time there is a war, I will serve as your vanguard. Is this compensation? Sir Brandon reminded, it is an honor to be appointed as the vanguard, my nephew. When Edmure didn't know what to say, King Robb stared at the crown on the table and said, Uncle Edmure, the next war will come soon. After Joffrey's marriage to the Tyrells, the Lannisters will go to war again. I have no doubt about it. This time, they have the support of the Tyrells. Maybe I have to deal with the Freys. Hearing that Robb was going to deal with the Freys, Edmure was surprised and said, How can the Freys be our enemies? You have an engagement, have you forgotten? After a pause, King Robb replied, I will marry Miss Jean of the Westerling family, Uncle. Edmure couldn't help but widen his eyes and blurted out, Westerling? That ragtag guy in the Westerly? Are you kidding me? After saying that, he thought about it again. He was sure that Robb was joking with him. Haha, Edmure laughed. Although it was not very funny, it was rare for his serious nephew to joke with him. As an uncle, he was willing to support him. Then, under the gaze of his uncle and nephew, he restrained his smile with embarrassment. Edmure asked tentatively, not a joke. Seeing his uncle nod, Edmure looked at Robb in disbelief and said, Why? Robb, are you going to break your engagement? This is breaking your vow. Sir Brandon patted Edmure on the shoulder and motioned him to be quiet. We will talk about the cause of this matter later. Let's talk about how to compensate Lord Frey first. This is very important. Edmure of the Tully family was very confused. Uncle, don't joke. Old Frey is a notorious stingy guy. How can we compensate him? Chapter 273 Etiquette Packaging. As the heir of Riverrun, Edmure Tully paid great attention to his usual behavior, but after hearing his uncle's proposal, he almost jumped up on the spot. His voice was full of disbelief. What? You want me to marry the ugly daughter of the Frey family? Seeing his uncle's serious expression, Edmure shook his head firmly and refused. No, the Frey family's seed will turn my child into a freak. He looked at Brandon Tully and complained, Uncle, if starting from my child, the ladies of the Tully family all look like the weasels of the Frey family. Oh, my poor child, she will be laughed at from an early age, and even my daughter can't shut everyone's mouths. She will blame me. Oh, generations of Tully ladies will blame me. Gods, please forgive me, Brandon Tully. Robb Stark. Edmure's voice was a little excited. Uncle, why are you looking at me like this? Is my worry unreasonable? This is very important. Sir Brandon looked at his nephew with a complicated look. Your concerns are not unreasonable, but, if we lose to the Lannisters, the Tullys will have no future. Edmure, we must appease the twins. This is related to the outcome of the next war. Edmure certainly knew the importance of the twins, but, when he thought of the weasel faces of the Frey family, he really couldn't accept it. After thinking about it, Edmure felt that he had come up with a good idea. Uncle, maybe I can marry a Dornish princess. Prince Martell of Dorne hates the Lannisters so much. The more he spoke, the more he felt that he had thought of a very good idea. If we can reach an alliance with a Dornish, what does a little Frey mean? Sir Brandon's eyes moved slightly, and said, Edmure, Dorne is far away, but at present, the little Frey you mentioned can block the Riverlands in the north and divide our kingdom into two. After listening to his uncle's words, Edmure was silent for a while. He sincerely advised Robb, Your Majesty, I think you still. King Robb raised his hand to stop Edmure's words. After a pause, he said, Lord Edmure, if you are willing to marry a lady from the Frey family, I promise that my son with Jean, my heir, will marry your daughter with Miss Frey. After a pause, he continued, if we want to defeat the Lannisters, we must win back the twins. Uncle, as long as it is your child with Miss Frey, whether it is marrying or not, I promise you the first right of choice. Finally, he said solemnly, the new and old gods are witnesses. Edmure was stunned. He thought for a while and leaned back in his chair. He tilted his head slightly and said weakly to Sir Brynden, Uncle, will my father agree? Sir Brynden patted his nephew's arm with his big hand and said, leave the rest to me. The Duke of Riverine will definitely make a wise choice. Seeing Edmure looking up with a look of despair, he said again, I don't think all the ladies of the Frey family will be in the kind of situation you worry about. I will talk to the Marquess of Frey in person at that time. Don't worry too much. Edmure finally came back to his senses. Uncle, my requirements are really not high now. As long as they are not too ugly, I will be satisfied. After a pause, he couldn't help but add, of course, it would be better if they were as beautiful as possible. This is not just for me, but for the future of the Tully family. Sir Brynden smiled kindly. He joked, don't worry, I don't want to be complained by your daughter either. Edmure smiled at his uncle as he did when he was young, and then, he immediately restrained the smile on his face. He had to maintain a steady image in front of his nephew the king. After all, he was a reliable uncle. Edmure coughed lightly and said seriously, King Robb, I am at your service. King Robb's voice was filled with gratitude. Uncle, thank you, the North will never forget you. Hearing his nephew's thanks, Edmure's mouth corners couldn't help but rise. He waved his hand as if he didn't care, and said, Trout and Wolf are a family. My sister will definitely be very happy to hear about this. I think she will stay in the September all day to thank the gods. After a pause, Edmure leaned up her body towards Sir Brynden, and whispered with some concern, Uncle, I like a petite wife. Sir Brynden glanced at Edmure, who had a medium figure, and nodded kindly. When they were discussing the future war, the voice of the chief steward came over, Your Majesty, Mr. Wayman, the old Mr. of Riverine, wants to see you, please let him in. The elderly Mr. Wayman was slightly hunched. He walked slowly to King Robb, tremblingly saluted, and handed over the letter in his hand. Your Majesty, a lot of things have happened in the Vale. This is the intelligence that the merchants in the Riverlands have found out in King's Landing. After reading it with his head down, King Robb frowned and thought for a while, then handed the letter to Sir Brynden beside him. After a while, Sir Brynden, who looked sad, passed the letter in his hand to Edmure who was waiting beside him. The atmosphere in the hall was heavy for a moment. Edmure was suddenly shocked and said, Petyr actually killed Sister Lyssa. He showed an unbelievable look. Why? He is father's adopted son. We grew up together. Poor Lyssa. Sir Brynden closed his eyes in pain. He relaxed for a long time before speaking. Edmure, let's talk about Lyssa later. The most important thing now is, he opened his eyes and looked at King Robb with a heavy face. The Vale has fallen into the hands of the Lannisters. We need to deal with it cautiously. King Robb murmured, it took less than 10,000 troops to conquer the Vale. Green Crab. King Robb stood up and walked to the long table, spread out the map, stared at it for a while, and said, Uncle, except for the north, the east, south and west of the Riverlands are all enemies. If we add Greyjoy who invades the north, we can also say, that we have been surrounded by Lannister. There was not a trace of timidity. Robb showed a hint of excitement when he spoke. Stark was never afraid of war. Sir Brynden also stood up and walked to the map. He lowered his head and looked at it for a while, then raised his eyes and asked, Son, have you thought of a solution? If we passively fight the Lannisters, we will be exhausted by them sooner or later. Robb pointed to the location of King's Landing on the map and said, if we break through here, we can turn the situation around in an instant. King's Landing, muttering, Sir Brynden shook his head slightly and said, this is difficult. There are not only 12 walls there, but also at least 40,000 soldiers and horses. King Robb stared at the map and said, I will find a way to lure Duke Tywin out. Sir Brynden raised one eyebrow and said, similar to the plan that was ruined by Edmure. King Robb nodded slightly and said, Father taught me that proud enemies often fail to see the danger. After defeating Stannis, we are now Lannisters. Edmure interrupted Robb with an angry voice, Uncle, aren't you worried about Lyssa's child? Little Robert has been taken prisoner. and the cruel Lannister will not forgive him just because he is a child. Don't forget the fate of Rhaegar's child. He is very dangerous." King Robb looked up from the map and said, "Uncle, we also have Lannister prisoners. Lord Tywin dare not harm little Robert." Sir Brandon nodded slightly and said, "The kid sitting on the Iron Throne is called Baratheon. What they want is the Duke of Arryn who submits to the Iron Throne, not the dead Duke of Arryn who is still a child." After listening, Edgemure was still a little worried. "Uncle, Robb. King, that is Lys's only child?" The more he spoke, the more worried he became. Little Robert has been weak since he was a child. He cannot do without the care of his family. Facing Edgemure's slightly pleading gaze, Robb Stark nodded his chin calmly and said, "Uncle, I am also a family member of young Robert. If necessary, I will exchange Jaime Lannister and Lord Tywin for Robert Arryn." Sir Brandon patted Edgemure on the shoulder and said, "Trout, Wolf, and Falcon are a family. We share the same fireplace." Edgemure was very happy. "Once we defeat Lannister, I will personally lead the troops to take back young Robert's eyrie." Sir Brandon patted Edgemure again silently. After a pause, Edgemure seemed to react. "The envoy of the Red Keep is in Riverrun, so we can talk about this matter. The sooner we can talk about it, the less suffering little Robert will suffer." King Robb's voice was a little cold. "The envoy of the Red Keep." Edgemure did not notice the change in Robb's expression, and replied, "Tyrion of the Lannister family. He has been here for several days." Sir Brandon scolded, "Edgemure, you should report this to King Robb immediately." Edgemure was stunned for a moment and said, "I didn't know where you were before, and we were discussing the affairs of the Frey family just now, so I didn't have a chance to tell you." Sir Brandon reminded, "I heard that you had time to show off your military exploits to the people who came back with King Robb." Edgemure's face became embarrassed, and Sir Brandon ignored him and looked at King Robb. "Negotiation is another battlefield. Perhaps we can ease the current dilemma here." In the evening, the leader of the warrior group, Vargo Holt, strode into the inn where Earl Bolton was. The Braves were originally mercenaries who followed Lannister to fight in the Riverlands, Chapter 221. Later, they joined Roose Bolton in the Battle of the Noble Heart in the Riverlands, Chapter 230. It is rumored that the leader of the Braves, Vargo Holt, had many conflicts with the Knight Amory Lorch of the Westerlands when they were looting the Riverlands, Chapter 221. It is said that this was the main reason for his defection. Arriving at a door, Vargo Holt pushed the door open and saw Roose Bolton standing in front of the brazier. If it weren't for the slight movement of Earl Roose's light-colored eyes, one would mistakenly think that he did not notice the unauthorized intruder. With a bang, Vargo Holt closed the door of the room, and then an angry voice sounded, "My people told me that you met privately with Adam Marbrand of the Red Castle and Voice, Tyrion's escort." Chapter 257, Earl Bolton. Earl Roose's slender voice was like the cold wind. "Goat, Vargo Holt's nickname. I thought that to lead a team like the Warriors for a long time, what is needed is brains." Captain Vargo of the Warriors clenched his fists and said, "Earl Bolton, tell me directly, why did you want to meet with the Lannisters secretly? What is your purpose?" "It was not a secret meeting, at least your people saw it, when the letter with green ink in the brazier burned out." Earl Roose turned around and looked at Captain Vargo and said, "Goat, if necessary, I will choose to avoid your eyes." Captain Wager did not dispel his suspicion because of Earl Roose's reasonable explanation. His tone was full of sarcasm. "Earl Bolton, you want to avoid the eyes of Riverrun, but you can't do it because this is not your dreadfort," he added. "The Lannisters also know this, so you changed your method, that is, to meet openly." Earl Roose's eye-sculpture face did not fluctuate at all. "Your hypothesis seems reasonable, but speculation is speculation after all, and facts are facts." He sat down and continued, "Sir Marbrand hopes that I will persuade King Robb to negotiate peace with Lannister." Captain Wager came to the chair opposite Earl Roose. He grabbed the back of the chair with one hand, and said, "What did the Lannisters promise?" "I think gold alone can't satisfy your appetite, Earl Bolton." After a pause, Earl Roose said, "After peace, the Bolton family will have a seat in the royal meeting." After listening, Captain Wager sneered with amusement and said, "The Lannisters are still really cunning." He stared at Lord Roose and continued, "I thought I at least promised you the position of Guardian of the North." After a moment's silence, Lord Roose said, "You can leave, Goat." Captain Vargo grinned, his voice containing a warning, "Honorable Lord Bolton, if you defect to the Lannisters, it will be difficult for my group of warriors." After that, he turned and left. After Captain Wager walked out of the room, the captain of the Bolton family's guard came in and said respectfully, "Lord Roose, should the Goat's courtesy continue?" He lacks due respect for you, and this man is very dangerous, dangerous." Roose Bolton tapped his knees with his pale fingers and said, "Arrogant people are much safer than those who are sweet-mouthed but have a sharp tongue. My captain of the guard, the Goats warrior group can retain the strength of the Bolton family on the battlefield." After a pause, the captain of the Bolton family's guard couldn't help but continue, "Lord Roose, but this will affect your majesty in front of everyone." "Quiet." Roose Bolton closed his eyelids. His voice was very light. "If you can't be quiet, you don't need to keep your tongue." Chapter 274 Green's Justice. Valley, Longbow Hall. The air was filled with the smell of blood and burnt odor. Glenn Crab, surrounded by blue robes, inspected the battlefield where the battle ended. The ancient walls of Longbow Hall witnessed a fierce siege. The originally solid walls were covered with arrow holes, cracks and charred marks, which were the marks left by the fire and boulders. Glenn came to the top of the wall. Various weapons and equipment were scattered all over the ground, such as broken spears, curled swords and broken shields. The bodies of the defenders and attackers overlapped, and they retained their faces distorted by pain and fear when they died. At the edge of the wall, the remains of the siege tower were still burning, and thick smoke rose, as if it was a signal that this cruel battle was over. Ian Hunter, who ruled Longbow Hall for nearly 60 years and died suddenly last year, had 3 sons, Jerwood, Eustace and Harlan. Among them, Jerwood Hunter and Harlan Hunter died in the battle in the valley, Chapter 244 and Chapter 247 respectively, and Eustace died in today's siege. Ryan of the Hirsch family said beside Green, "My lord, now, the legal heir of the Hunter family is Janie Hunter, who married into the twins. Her husband is Edwin Frey, the great-grandson of Marcus Valder Frey, and he has the right to inherit the twins." Green did not stop, and he said as he walked, "Ryan, under the rule of Crab, there is no Hunter surname among the nobles in the valley." After hearing this, Ryan Hirsch paused slightly, and there was a hint of excitement in his voice. "I understand, Lord Green." After a pause, Dras Malcal, the eldest son and heir of the old Earl of Anchorage, glanced at Ryan with a smug look, and said, "Lord Green, the Malcal family is at your disposal." Green nodded slightly. He turned his head to look at Dras, and said, "How many casualties were there among the Malcal soldiers?" Dras replied respectfully, "More than 30 died in the battle, my lord." Green asked patiently, "How many soldiers were injured?" "I haven't counted them." The 15-year-old heir of the old Anchorage scratched his head and said, "I estimate about 100 people." After a pause, he said frankly, "Sorry, I didn't pay attention to these, sir." Green smiled and patted Dayla on the shoulder, saying, "Don't ignore them. Every soldier is precious, Dayla." "I will remember, Lord Green," Dayla responded loudly. Their conversation was also heard by the soldiers who were tidying up the battlefield around them. The perceptive Lord Green felt the hot gazes focused on him, but he continued to patrol as if he didn't notice it. The battle in the valley, mixed with the fire of revenge of the Crab Claw Peninsula, is bloody. Lord Green needs to lower the temperature of the valley, so, details are very important, which is to lay the foundation for long-term stability in the future. Whether it is the soldiers of the Crab Claw Peninsula or the soldiers of the valley, they are all soldiers of Kleber. The Kleber Legion rewards and punishes fairly, and there is only a difference between the strong and the weak among the soldiers. In the study of Longbow Hall, Green was waving his quill pen as he wrote a letter to Steward Roselle of Seagull Town. The harvest season in the valley would come in a little over a month, and the tax exemption policy promulgated by Green would increase the supply of grains entering the market, which could be used by those with ulterior motives as a weapon to suppress grain prices. The result, if no corresponding countermeasures were prepared, Lord Green's favorable policies would cause losses to the farmers in the valley, and he would bear a bad reputation. As a ruler, Green would not overestimate the greed of human nature. He needed Steward Roselle to lead the Crab Company to stabilize the grain prices in the valley, which was also a food reserve to deal with future crises. Granary, Green's quill pen left the parchment and dipped in ink. Brush, 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 the quill pen began to wave again. Put the written letter into an envelope and use blue sealing wax, previously called sealing mud in the book, but it will be called sealing wax from this chapter. The slightly darker blue is the base color of Crab's flag. After occupying Gulltown, the wealthy Lord Green specially asked a merchant to customize it. Green's move was based on the top nobles of the Seven Kingdoms, such as the golden wax seal of the Lannister family, the black wax seal of the Baratheon family, the green wax seal of the Tyrell family, the orange wax seal of the Martell family, The gray wax seal of the Stark family, and the Arryn family, let's not talk about it. With a thud, Green stamped the blue wax seal with the swamp marigold seal. Lord Green placed the letter and leaned back in his chair. In fact, he prefers the golden wax seal. Perhaps this could be the reason why Crab declared war on the Lannisters. What would the historians of Westeros call this war? The War of Wax Seals. Knock, knock, knock. Brienne of Tarth pushed the door open and said, "Lord Green, the Legion's legal officer Virgil wants to see you. Please let him in." Virgil walked in hurriedly, saluted, and said, "Lord Green." 36th Captain Costa, along with his 2 decanters and a dozen soldiers, broke into a manor near Longbow Hall. The owner of the manor is a cloth merchant. Costa and his men raped the women in the manor. The manor owner was seriously injured, and 5 manor servants died, he added. When our army was about to arrive at Longbow Hall, the owner of the manor took the initiative to surrender to you. According to Crab's laws, they are subjects under your rule. Green raised his eyebrows slightly. My legal officer, is someone interfering with your handling? After a pause, Virgil said directly, Captain of the Spearmen, Baron Dreer Keffer, requests that Costa and others be given a chance to atone for their sins on the battlefield. The Keffer family is a noble family of the Crab Claw Peninsula. After Green established his rule over the Crab Claw Peninsula, they took the initiative to submit to the Crab Claw family. It is rumored that a member of the Keffer family once served as the King's Guard of the Targaryen dynasty. Green seemed very curious. Lawyer Virgil, did Dreer Keffer lead his troops to resist? Did anyone draw their swords? Virgil shook his head and said, Baron Keffer did not allow my law enforcement soldiers to arrest people. He and his guards blocked the camp gate. He hopes that I will ask you for a chance to atone for them. Green asked again, Lawyer Virgil, what do you think? Virgil straightened his chest and said without hesitation, Lord Green, you said that if the laws of Kleber are violated, there will be only severe punishment. Green nodded his chin lightly, and as he stood up, he said, I have bestowed a fair and generous reward. He pinned Lady of Loneliness on his waist and continued, Baron Keffer chose to rebel? Virgil trembled his lip and said, rebellion, it's equivalent to treason. Green turned to look at Brienne, and said, gather the soldiers of the tribe. Also, send someone to tell Imparo about this and let her keep an eye on those mercenaries. Brienne nodded calmly, turned around and strode away. Since Green led the Crab Claw Peninsula soldiers into the valley, and then with various legendary victories, the Crab Claw Peninsula soldiers gradually developed a kind of arrogance that they are the best in the 7 kingdoms. It is of course a good thing to be confident, but not too much, it will make them uncontrollable. If the Kleber law cannot restrain his soldiers, even the most elite soldiers will fall into depravity in an instant. Taking this opportunity, Lord Green wants the Crab Claw Peninsula soldiers who swept across the valley to cool down. Chapter 275 The Next Battlefield. Question: what is the experience of ruling the fierce savages of Crab Claw Peninsula? Lord Green's answer is to be more fierce than them. Reasoning is not feasible. The Kleber law is their code of conduct, and violations will be severely punished. Under the strict law, although they are still fierce inside, at least they look simple on the surface. This is Green's Kleber soldiers. The war horses neighed, and the horses' hooves raised clouds of dust. Green led the tribesmen to the garrison of the spearmen. In front of the camp gate, a dozen law enforcement soldiers wearing white feather-pointed helmets confronted the soldiers led by Baron Dreer. Whoosh! A spear flashing with cold light suddenly flew into the open space between the two sides with a whistling sound. The spear pierced deeply into the ground, the spearhead was completely buried, and only the spear handle was shaking outside. The ground was shaken by the spear and dust was raised, and the surroundings suddenly became silent. Ta-da-da! Green's horse paced forward, and the flag-bearer shouted, Greetings, Lord Green. After a pause, the soldiers gathered in front of the camp gate knelt down in Green's direction. Only Baron Dreer Keffer was a few beats slower. Ta-da-ta-da! Baron Dreer saw muddy horse hooves, and Green's voice rang out from above. Dreer Keffer, resisting the Kleber law is a crime of treason. Treason. Baron Riddle was startled at first, then he stood up suddenly, looked up at Green who was sitting on a horse, and said, Lord Green, Costa and the others fought bravely in the valley. They are the warriors of the Crab Claw Peninsula. The people of the valley are spoils of war, and they do not deserve the protection of the Kleber law. I am not rebelling, I am for justice. Green's brown eyes moved slightly, and he said, It seems that you are very clear that those people you want to protect have violated the Kleber law. Baron Riddle opened his mouth and said, They have military merits, Military merits are military merits, but the law is the law. Green lowered his eyes and looked at Baron Reddle, and said, if there was no Kleber, could the small Kefir family appear on the battlefield in the valley? Baron Reddle glared. The Kefir family is hundreds of years older than the Kleber family. When the ancestors of the Kefir family were hunting on the Crab Claw Peninsula, there was not yet. At the end, his voice became smaller, as if he was regretting his momentary impulse. What's the matter? Without waiting for Baron Reddle's response, Green said again, is this the source of your courage to touch the Kleber law? What a ridiculous reason. Green swept his eyes across the people kneeling on the ground, and said loudly, I am your lord, and the Kleber law is my order. The horse under him paced back and forth, and he continued, so, you do whatever I tell you to do. Have you forgotten what the consequences are for violating the Lord's laws? Law Officer Virgil, record it, Green announced. The Kefir family's disobedience to the Kleber law is tantamount to rebellion. I, Green Kleber, in the name of the Earl of Crab Claw Peninsula and the Protector of Crab Claw Peninsula, remove the rebel Reddle Kefir from his position as head of the Legion, and deprive the Kefir family of their titles, castles and lands, and his family members will be dealt with for rebellion? Baron Reddle said in panic, You can't do this. After the war 16 years ago, a teenage pregnant woman became the head of the Crab Claw Peninsula. In addition, the old land was lost, so, in the eyes of the nobles of the Crab Claw Peninsula, Crab Claw was already a poor family. But, 16 years later, they didn't even have time to react. The once poor family became the ruling family of the Crab Claw Peninsula. For the survival of the family, they could only succumb to the front of Crab Claw and choose to become a vassal family of the Crab Claw family. This year, Crab Claw led the people of the Crab Claw Peninsula to sweep across the valley that had been hated for a long time, and the passive surrender gradually turned into a willing surrender. Green Crab's rewards are still generous, but the crab law is like a kind of shackle that firmly binds them. Among them, Dreer Kefir, the captain of the spearmen who has made many military achievements, had a little selfish desire to test it, so he stood up to excuse several soldiers who violated the crab law. Otherwise, how could Dreer Kefir, a noble of the Crab Claw Peninsula, suddenly have compassion for those ordinary soldiers? Was the plan of testing not thorough enough? In fact, the fact that Dreer Kefir, a descendant of the ancestors and a half-wild nobleman of the Crab Claw Peninsula, could think of this was considered to be outstanding in wisdom compared to other nobles of the Crab Claw Peninsula. In addition to the reason that Dreer Kefir could sit in the position of the head of the Legion to appease the half-nobles of the Crab Claw Peninsula, Lord Green was attracted by his relatively clever brain. If it weren't for what happened today, when the war in the valley was over, according to his military merits, Dreer Kefir would be canonized as an earl and rewarded with a large piece of land in the valley, but there is no if. Seeing the law enforcement soldiers surrounding him, Baron Dreer drew out the long sword on his waist with a bang and shouted, I didn't rebel, Brittany, use ice to deal with him for me. Hearing Green's voice, Brienne, who was carrying the ice giant sword, nodded and jumped off the horse directly. The heads of the Kefir family were used to consolidate the majesty of the Crab Claw law and to lower the temperature of the Crab Claw army that was leaving the Crab Claw Peninsula for the first time. Those who break into the manor will be executed in public. In the impression of the people of the Vale, the people of Crab Claw Peninsula are all barbarians. They are Lord Green's new subjects. As the ruler of the Vale, he needs to provide them with a sense of security. That afternoon, a raven carrying the order to deal with the Kefir family flew to Crab Claw Peninsula. That afternoon, in addition to executing the criminals, Lord Green arranged for people to compensate the merchant manor that was in trouble. At night, Lord Green left the steaming hot bathtub, put on his robe, and said, a letter from the Eyrie. Brienne handed Green a dry towel and said, the Meester of Longbow Hall told me that this is a letter from the Red Castle, and Meester Erlin of the Eyrie sent it by Raven. Green wiped his hands, picked up the letter, and read it beside the candlestick. This is a handwritten letter from Cersei Lannister. The main content of the letter is that she hopes Green will return to the Red Castle as soon as possible. Although Queen Cersei still used arrogant words in the letter, Green read her uneasiness. The book expressed a remembrance and a yearning, and also hinted at the reward she had promised in her maiden garden. Chapter 184. Green knew Cersei very well, and for her who had a strong personality, it was almost her cry for help letter. Green had heard the news that Lancel was seriously injured in the Battle of King's Landing, Jaime was still a prisoner, and the Old Lion was in the Red Keep. Queen Cersei must be in a passive situation. Green's eyes trembled slightly. Could it be that Lord Tywin and Lord Mace had reached an agreement to marry Cersei to Highgarden? Or through some things, guessed in advance that Lord Tywin was going to arrange a marriage between her and the Golden Rose? Putting away the letter, Green paced in the room. He remembered that in the original play, the current High Septon of the Seven Gods often accompanied the seriously injured Lancel to pray together. Lancel became more and more pious to the Seven Gods, and he would confess his sins to the High Septon, including the matter between Cersei and Robert I. Then, knowing this, Cersei will send someone to kill the High Septon to silence him. Then, the High Septon's position will be succeeded by the High Sparrow, who has been planning to put the church power above the royal power. And, the Lannister family's affairs. Lord Green, Brienne handed Green a glass of wine. Green took the glass and said, "Thank you, Miss Brienne." He took a sip of wine, and when Margaery arrived at King's Landing, it would become more lively. And, Dragonstone. He needed to meet Melisandre, and he sent 2 King's Blood to Winterfell, Robert I's 2 illegitimate sons, respectively. Chapter 176, Chapter 259. Green, who proclaimed himself the future commander-in-chief of the Living Coalition, was looking forward to it. Melisandre could use the King's Blood to directly solve the crisis of the White Walkers, but this was just a fantasy. Lord Green's main purpose was to prevent the stubborn Duke Ned from taking the entire North to pledge allegiance to Stannis. With Robert's illegitimate son standing between Lord Ned and Stannis, and Melisandre's thirst for the King's Blood, it is difficult for the two sides to reach a consensus, because Stannis at that time is not the same Stannis as before, and Melisandre's influence on him will become deeper and deeper. Green took a sip of summer red. For the future battle between the living and the dead, the North needs stability. Green left the bathroom, entered the study, and stood in front of the map. He put down the wine glass in his hand, paused, and said, "Brienne, do you miss the Stormlands?" That place did not leave her with pleasant memories. Brienne shook her head silently, and she picked up the flagon and poured wine into the empty glass next to Green. Green did not ask any further questions, but changed the subject and said, "We will go to the Red Castle in a while." He rubbed his hair and said, "On the way, we will go to Maidenpool." After a moment of silence, Brienne said, "Lord Green, are you leaving the Vale?" Green shook the wine glass in his hand and said, "Are you worried about the peace of the Vale?" Seeing Brienne nod, Green said, "My fiancé and the Maester of Whispering Keep will govern the Vale on my behalf." He rubbed his brows and continued, "The opportunity is rare, and I don't have many choices." Brienne's clear blue eyes moved slightly, and she opened her mouth and said, "Is this the real reason why you shed the blood of the knights in the Vale?" Green smiled and said, "There is no good reason. As I told you before, Chapter 247, this is a cruel war, and it is a rare opportunity." His fingers stroked the body of the wine glass. "The Riverlands is my next battlefield, and this is also a rare opportunity." The next day, Green handed over the finishing work of Longbow Hall to Sir Emperor, and he led the tribesmen towards the direction of Eagle's Nest. "I love the smell of Mermaid Harbor the most. I have fallen in love with this place deeply. This is my home." "You said the same thing in Whispering City." "Oh, maybe I love it too. I love Lord Green's Crab Claw Peninsula to death. The valley will soon be Lord Green's land. I love the valley to death too." "Is that okay?" "It depends on where Lord Green will arrange us. Do you think that for our contribution this time, Lord Green can appoint us as property knights?" Property knights refer to sworn knights who have been rewarded with castles and lands by their lords. They have farmers, blacksmiths and soldiers under their rule. Some wealthy property knights even have sworn knights loyal to them, but they have no right to uphold justice on their own land. If they encounter lawbreakers, they need to report to the lord to whom they are loyal, and let him make the decision. I don't think our contributions can compare to the exploits of the Vale. "Oh, Monton, I shouldn't have talked to you about these things, Angel. I'm telling you the truth." At one of the Mermaid Harbor docks, there stood a fat and a tall figure. Behind them was a sturdy old man holding a wooden box in one hand, and a middle-aged man who was almost covered in hair. They were of different shapes, but what they had in common was that they were dressed like beggars who had been wandering for a long time. They were sent to the Golden Group to bring back John Connington's head according to Green's orders. Monton Waters, Angel, Barristan Selmy, and Jorah Mormont, chapters 206 and 207. Ange turned around, grinned, and said, "Welcome to the territory of Crab." Monton also echoed naively, "Welcome." Barristan glanced at the deserted dock and said, "Thank you both for your welcome. I hope that before meeting Her Royal Highness the Princess, we can at least clean ourselves up. This is the proper etiquette." Sir Jorah combed his dirty hair back with his fingers and said, "Where should we go now?" Ange shrugged and said, "I didn't expect that we successfully avoided the pursuit, but were made so embarrassed by the pirates." He pointed to the tallest building in Mermaid Harbor. "Let's go there." On the way to the government hall, the four of them heard Montan's naive voice. "Ange, there was a battle here not long ago?" Ange retracted his sharp gaze, nodded, and said, "It looks like it was on a large scale." After walking a few steps, he suddenly sighed. "It's only been a few months, and it feels like we have missed a lot of credit." Montan comforted his friend. "The credit this time will not be small." Ange first glanced around, then approached Montan and said in a low voice, "I have even thought of a last name. It's Ange. As long as my descendants are still alive, my name will always exist." Montan blinked his dazed eyes and said, Ange. Ange showed an excited look and said, "How about it, Montan?" Montan nodded his big head and said, "Not bad, very good." Ange looked suspiciously at his friend, who looked honest on the outside but cunning on the inside, and said, "Really very good? I want to hear the truth." Under Ange's questioning, Montan's gaze moved away from the roadside barbecue stall with difficulty and replied, "It's indeed very good, because it's easy to remember." Ange's eyes widened slightly. "It's just easy to remember, and you say it's good?" Montan said seriously, "My mother told me that names and surnames that are too long will be annoying." Sir Barristan Selmy, who was walking behind them, "You know a lot." Montan chuckled. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.